Chapter 1. The protagonist is just a tool, there is no scene of him appearing, please rest assured. Tall, rich, and handsome check in place. White, rich and beautiful check in place. I calculated the time, the Chunin exam should be over soon. In the 64th year of Konoha, the Chunin exam is in full swing. In the audience, a handsome boy leaned against the wall and muttered to himself. It has been more than 10 years since Xiang Yang traveled to the Naruto world. At first, he fantasized that he could awaken the system and his strength would soar. Like other travelers, he punched the six-path Madara and kicked the first generation. However, his system did not seem to exist. Ding! The host is detected to be alive, and is binding. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Tomato Live Inventory system has been successfully bound. Xiang Yang was stunned. Then his whole body was shocked. It's finally here. System, do you know how long I have been waiting for you? Xiang Yang took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and said silently, System, please introduce your function. Ding! Tomato Live Inventory System Introduction. The system will come to the whole ninja world in 10 minutes and start live inventory. The system did not explain the function, but seeing the name of the system, Xiang Yang roughly guessed something. These 10 minutes were as long as a year for Xiang Yang. Third generation Hokage, Konoha is really full of talents. Orochimaru disguised as the Kazekage and gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a hypocritical smile. Hiruzen smoked his pipe and responded kindly, it is all thanks to everyone's efforts that Konoha is what it is today. While the two were talking, suddenly, buzz! Just when the Chunin exam examiner, Moonlight Gale, announced the start of the competition. A buzzing sound swept across the entire ninja world. Then, a large black screen suddenly appeared in the sky. The Tomato Live Inventory system has arrived. Start binding the host. Invite the entire ninja world to join the chat group. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Hago Romo, Otsutsuki Ishiki, Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Urashiki, Otsutsuki Tonari, Otsutsuki Shive have joined the live broadcast room. Inviting people from the Pure Land space. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Izuna, Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Tajima, Uchiha Jiji have joined the live broadcast room. System Introduction. Randomly broadcast Ninja World events every day, covering the past, present, and future. The Tomato Coin Mall is opened simultaneously, and tomatoes can be obtained through video speeches or complaints. The more complaints, the richer the rewards. Please understand the other functions of the system, and the first live inventory will begin in 10 minutes. As soon as the words fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, and he didn't even notice that his pipe had fallen. The Anbu quickly stepped forward to escort. Hokage-sama, are you okay? I'm fine. Is this an illusion? Hiruzen tried to remove it, but it didn't work. He quickly became serious and gave an order, the village is on alert. Yes. He turned to look at Orochimaru next to him. Sir Kazekage, I'm sorry to make you laugh. This is really strange. It's okay, but I'm quite curious, what is that in the sky? Orochimaru chuckled, his eyes fixed on the light curtain in the sky. The Hidden Mist Village. At this moment, the new Mizukage Terumime was full of shock. Ayo, Kojuro. Mizukage-sama, we are here. The two quickly rushed to the office and half knelt on the ground. Go and investigate what's going on with that voice and the dark screen in the sky. At the same time, the village will enter the first level of combat readiness. Mei Terumi gave the order seriously. The two exchanged glances and then left quickly. The Hidden Cloud Village. In the Raikage's office, the strongest Raikage of the current generation, the fourth Raikage AI, crossed his arms and stared at the light screen in the sky with a serious look on his face. Mabi, what do you think about this? Lord Rakage, I think, the village should enter the first level of combat readiness. Mabi answered cautiously while holding the document. Rakage AI nodded. He had full trust in this young, capable, and clear-minded assistant, but occasionally lamented that she was too thin. The Hidden Rock Village. In the Tsuchikage's office. Onaki looked at the dark screen that suddenly appeared in the sky, and his heart was full of doubts. He tried to get closer, but he was always a hair's breadth away. Helpless, he had to return to the ground. Lord Tsuchikage, do we still need to strengthen our defense against Konoha village on the front line? Anbu asked respectfully. Yes, you should first gather the village's jonin, and Huang Tu will continue to command the rear. We must always pay attention to the movements of Konoha village. Onoki said carefully. Sand Village. As the 4th Kazekage Raza was in Konoha, Cho took over the post of Kazekage temporarily and commanded the overall situation. It seems that the situation in the ninja world is about to change again. Cho looked at the screen in the sky, with a solemn tone. Senju Hashirama, wait, what the hell is this big screen, Omega? Pure land space. Senju Hashirama looked at the dark screen that suddenly rose, his eyes full of shock. Brother, can you be serious? There must be something wrong with this sudden screen. Senju Tobirama said in a serious tone. Okay, I know. Hearing his brother's complaints, Hashirama touched his head aggrievedly. Hashirama Senju, Wivuwu, Tobirama, why do you always have to be mean to me? Uchihamadara, what's going on? Hasalama, why can I see you speak? Tobirama Senju, brother told you not to speak, I think this must be the work of the evil Uchiha. When Tobirama Senju saw Uchiha Madara appear on the screen, a guess flashed through his mind. It was the evil Uchiha who did it. Uchiha Izuna, Tobirama Senju, are you sick? I didn't say it was you Senju who did it, but you blame us Uchiha. Uchiha Madara, Izuna, ignore this idiot. By the way, isn't this really an illusion? I just tried to chop the screen with Susanoo, but it didn't work at all. In the Pure Land space, Uchiha Madara activated Susanoo, and the huge blade slashed across the dark screen, but it went straight through. On the screen, everyone was still chatting, with their avatars displayed next to the chat messages. Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, why are you guys here too? Senju Hashirama, Hiruzen, long time no see, how is Konoha village now? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Senju Tobirama, monkey, why are you not talking? Sarutobi Hiruzen, well, Konoha village is doing well now. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen's heart tightened as he listened to his teacher's speech. Orochimaru glanced at Hiruzen, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Hiruzen responded. The door was pushed open, and the top leaders of Konoha village walked in. Hiruzen, we have something to discuss next. Danzo hurried over with a cane, followed by Mito Kato and Enuditan Koharu. Well, Mr. Kazekage. Hiruzen nodded and looked at the Kazekage beside him kindly. Seeing that the people who came were the high-level officials of Konoha village, Orochimaru left the office without staying for long. At the examination venue, Xiang Yang looked at the speeches of the big guys in the chat group, and his mouth twitched slightly. At this time, a translucent system option box appeared in front of him. Ding! Please choose the next person to be counted. Uchiha Obito, the second six-path sage in the ninja world. B. Uzumaki Boruto, 16 years old, the strongest in the ninja world. Even so, I am still a ninja. See Uchiha Itaki, a crow hiding in the dark, leading the young eagle to spread its wings and fly high. D. Deidara, explosion is art. Looking at the four options in front of him, Xiang Yang covered his chin and began to think carefully. Which one should I choose? Soon after, Konoha's collapse plan is about to come, and Xiangyang does not want to save Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage. Besides, with Xianjiang's current strength, he is at most a Chunin, and it is probably difficult for him to protect himself for too long, so he must choose carefully. The story of Boruto is too far away, and even if we take stock, we can't change anything at the moment. I decided to act cautiously. It's decided to be you. After thinking for a while, Xiangyang raised his mouth slightly. The protagonist is just a tool man, and there are not many scenes. Please read it with confidence, dear readers. Chapter 2. Uzumaki Naruto. By the way, can everyone talk in this chat group? Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto, you idiot, be careful, this is the enemy's illusion. Uchiha Madara, oh? This Sasuke looks like Izuna. Uchiha Fugaku, Madara-sama, he is my son Sasuke. Uchiha Madara, yes, how is the Uchiha clan now? Uchiha Fugaku, Senju Hashirama, Abanara, if you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten why there are so few Uchiha in this chat group. Mei Terumi, at Sarutobi Hiruzen, what do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Dunaki, humph, I think this chat group is the work of Konoha. The fourth Raikage AI, has Konoha village come up with any new ninjutsu? Senju Tobirama, monkey, what is the situation of Uchiha now? Inside Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the news on the screen, cold sweat on his forehead. Hiruzen, how are you going to deal with it? Danzo on the side was also nervous, holding his cane tightly, his hands shaking unconsciously. Danzo, calm down, there will always be a way. Itaka shouldn't tell on you. Mito Kato and walked over and said softly. Uchiha Shisui, Itaki, why don't the Uchiha clan talk? Uchiha Itaki, Uchiha Sasuke, that. Uchiha Fugaku, Sasuke. Uchiha Mikoto, does it have to be like this? In the Pure Land space. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Sasuke nervously. As the head of the clan, he could foresee many things. If Sasuke told the truth, Hiruzen would never let him go easily. Besides, where is Itaka now? System, ahem, please keep quiet, the first video is coming. At this time, the chat group automatically entered the mute state. Everyone tried to type, but found that they could not input. Then, the picture appeared on the dim light screen. Obito, Xylan is here to pick you up. A kind old lady appeared on the screen. Sorry, linear. The boy's voice was a little hurried in the room. The boy walked out of the room a little clumsily and quickly put on his shoes. The old lady smiled lovingly and said, I really want to see my great-grandson soon, Obito. Grandma, I'm only 5 years old now. Obito answered helplessly. Konoha village. Kakashi stared at the light curtain in the air, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Is it Obito? Hashirama Senju, well, you can talk now. Tobirama Senju, brother, be serious, don't always make such a fuss. Rin Nohara, great, the one in the video is Obito. Minato Namikaze, it seems that the first person mentioned in this video is Obito. Naruto Uzumaki, who is this Obito? Is he a hero? In the belly of the god of death. Minato Namikaze looked at his son's speech, his eyes lit up, and excitement surged in his heart, but he quickly regained his composure. His identity is special, and once exposed, Naruto will be in danger. I hope the Sandaime-sama can take good care of Naruto. Minato thought of Naruto's appearance, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. Namikaze Minato, little guy, Obito is my disciple. He sacrificed himself to protect his companions. He is a martyr. Uzumaki Kushina, my husband is right, little guy, can you send me a photo? I'm just curious, nothing else. In the Pure Land space. Kushina excitedly looked at the news of her son in the chat group. That's great, I didn't expect to be able to talk to Naruto. Although she was excited, she still kept her sanity. Kushina's thoughts were the same as Namikaze Minato's. Examination venue. Naruto sat in the audience and looked at the two people in the chat group. For some reason, he felt a little happy. They are obviously two strangers. Sarutobi Hiruzen, ahem, Minato, Kushina, Naruto has a special identity, so forget about taking pictures. Namikaze Minato, okay, I understand. Hitaki Kakashi, Obito, are you here too? Akatsuki Organization. The man wearing the orange mask was slightly stunned at this moment. Nagato sat weakly on the outer path demon statue, looking at Madara in front of him unexpectedly. Madara, what do you think of the light curtain in the sky? Nagato asked cautiously, his eyes locked on the masked man. Since someone named Uchiha Madara has spoken in the chat group, who is this masked man? Nagato had long since stopped believing that the person in front of him was Uchiha Madara. Humph, mind your own business. The masked man felt Nagato's hostility, and the Megatama Sharingan in the hole glared at Nagato, then turned into a vortex and dissipated in the air. After the masked man left, Zionin in the corner came over with worry. Nagato, can we still trust that guy? He is not Uchiha Madara. We are just in a cooperative relationship with him, no matter who he is. Besides, I have these eyes, and he may not be my opponent. Nagato replied weakly. The screen continued. Obito, hurry up, the game is about to start. Lin urged. Led by Lin, Obito walked into the gathering. That's the prize, Kunao. Obito's eyes lit up and he stared at the prize. Then he stepped into the arena. Next, contestant number 7, Uchiha Obito. The host referee announced loudly. Lin looked up from below, full of encouragement, Obito, come on. The referee looked at the boy curiously, Obito, what are you going to perform? I'm going to perform fire style, great fireball technique. Obito answered confidently with his hands on his hips. Very good, let's get started. The referee nodded in agreement. Watch me. Obito shouted. He made a seal slightly unfamiliarly, and then shouted. Fire style, great fireball technique. However, only a string of weak flames was sprayed out. The audience showed disdain and mocked. Only Lin applauded enthusiastically. Obito was stunned, staring at the girl who was applauding for him. A warm current surged in his heart, sure enough, Lin is the best to me. Zabuza Mamakai, hehe, it seems that he is the last one. Naruto Uzumaki, ah, Zabuza, aren't you dead? Harano Sakura, stupid Naruto, didn't you pay attention to the system introduction at the beginning? All the dead people will be pulled in here. Sasuke Uchiha, idiot Naruto, the last one in the video is the same as you. Hashirama Senju, this Obito looks pretty good, warm and sunny, different from other Uchiha clan members. Tobirama Senju, humph, big brother, don't forget that he is a Uchiha clan member. In my opinion, he will definitely be a traitor in the future. In a cave in the land of rain, Obito glanced at the chat group in the sky and his heart trembled. Could it be that this guy already knows my plan? Namikaze Minato, second Hokage, this Obito is my disciple. He has sacrificed himself to protect his companions. Senju Tobirama, at Uchiha Obito, so that's how it is. I apologize to you, you are very good, thumbs up, dot. Uchiha Obito, dot. Nohara Rin, Obito, where are you in the Pure Land space? Why didn't I see you? Salamander Hanzo, why do I feel that things are not simple? Deidara, it's so funny, you are a robot, but you lost to our boss, what qualifications do you have to speak, hey? Scorpion, Deidara, you idiot, shut up. Onaki, Deidara, you traitor, go back to the village. Iwagakure village. Onaki saw his disciple's speech and typed anxiously to persuade him. Mai Terumi, tisk tisk tisk, there's an S-rank rebel ninja from the Hidden Rock village. Onoki, aren't you going to give everyone an explanation? Cho, humph, in my opinion, we should just give some land to other villages. When Cho saw Mai Terumi making a tricky mockery of Onoki, she quickly agreed. Although she didn't have a good impression of this little girl Terumi. The 4th Reikage AI, the Hidden Mist village has the most rebel ninjas, right? Hashirama Senju, well, why are you all arguing here? Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, you see, your original idea can't achieve peace in the ninja world. In the Pure Land space. Uchiha Madara was about to continue talking to his old friend when he suddenly found someone applying to add him as a friend. Uchiha Obito? Why did he add me? Madara narrowed his eyes and glanced at Izuna, who was concentrating on watching a video next to him. He left quickly. After all, his plan must not be exposed. Uchiha Obito, Ban, stop talking. Nagato doesn't trust me anymore. Ban looked at the private message on the screen and nodded slightly. Uchiha Madara, Nagato is fine, he guessed from the beginning that you are not me. You continue to control the water country. Also, how are the tailed beasts being collected? Uchiha Madara was typing, but Obito on the other side of the screen was still not responding. Back. Madara frowned slightly. What's going on? Obito is too slow. Chapter 3. Senju Hashirama, Aban, why are you suddenly silent? Are you there? Senju Tobirama, brother, how many times have I told you not to chat with the evil Uchiha? Uchiha Shisui, Itaki, you should talk more too. How is Konoha getting along with the Uchiha now? Asterisk. Pure Land space. Shisui looked at the chat group and found that many Uchiha clan members were silent, and felt a little curious. But he didn't say much. After all, most of his clan members are tsundere and generally don't chat with unfamiliar people. Uchiha Tetsuka, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Uchiha Fugaku, ahem, Tetsuka, what do you want to say? Uchiha Tetsuka, forget it, I'm tired. Let's destroy it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, ahem, Uchiha and Konoha are getting along very well now. Shimura Denzo, yes, teacher, don't worry, Monkey and I will manage the village well. Senju Tobirama, why do I feel like you are hiding something from me? Monkey, Denzo, what is the current situation of the Uchiha clan? Just when Senju Tobirama was about to continue asking questions, he found that the chat group was muted. The video continued. Uchiha Obito scratched his head shyly. Temporarily rank Uchiha Obito as the first. Seeing this, the referee timely eased Obito's embarrassment. After Obito stepped off the stage, Lin quickly approached and looked at him with a smile. Obito, you're awesome. Hehe, I'm not in good shape today, but it looks like I can win. Obito touched the back of his head, his eyes occasionally stole glances at Lin's cute face, and he seemed a little uncomfortable while speaking. Next, it's the last contestant, Hitaki Kakashi. Obito was stunned when he heard Kakashi's name, and then looked at Kakashi, who landed steadily from the air with dissatisfaction. Kakashi, what are you going to show? The referee asked the boy in front of him gently. Earth Escape Earth Wave Technique. Kakashi said calmly. Oh? This move requires a lot of chakra, are you sure it's okay? The referee looked at him in surprise. Off stage. Uchiha Obito glanced at Kakashi with disdain, thinking to himself. At our age, how can we master this advanced Earth Escape ninjutsu? But soon, his expression froze. Earth Style, Earth Wave Technique. Kakashi quickly formed seals with both hands and slammed the ground. Suddenly, the wooden floor on the stage seemed to be swept by the waves, and the waves surged and affected the audience. Lin's body swayed and she almost fell. Obito was quick and supported her in time. Then, the three judges gave full marks unanimously. First place, Hitaki Kakashi, the referee announced. Obito gritted his teeth and stared at Kakashi indignantly. Lin patted his shoulder gently and comforted him gently. What a pity, Obito. Senju Tobirama, this child is good, very talented. Hitaki Sakumo, second Hokage, Kakashi is my son. Senju Tobirama, so he is your son, no wonder he is so outstanding. How are you doing now? Thumbs up. Hitaki Sakumo, I am no longer alive. Senju Tobirama, to die on the battlefield is also an honor for a ninja. Mei Terumi, I don't want to say more, Omega, Hiya. Onaki, it's ridiculous, the second Hokage, White Fang was killed by his own people. Senju Tobirama, monkey, what's going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, I have tried my best. Senju Hashirama, Hiruzen, what do you mean by this? Uchiha Sasuke, I really can't stand it anymore. Our Uchiha clan is now. Uchiha Fugaku, ahem, Sasuke calm down. Uchiha Mikoto, Sasuke. Fourth Kazekage Raza, it's really interesting that Konoha village is doing this. Mei Terumi, second Hokage, the village you left behind was messed up by your apprentice, Omega, Hiya. Senju Tobirama, what do you mean, is the Uchiha clan still there? Uchiha Inahim, second Hokage, our Uchiha clan was wiped out by Itaki. Senju Tobirama, oh, a few evil Uchiha killed, isn't that good? Tobirama hasn't reacted yet. Uchiha Madara, at Uchiha Itaki, why did you wipe out the clan? Uchiha Itaki, guess. Uchiha Izuna, I guess your mother is shut up, you idiot. Uchiha Itaki. Uchiha Mikoto. Uchiha Fugaku, ahem. The fourth Raikage I didn't expect Konoha to do this. The Uchiha clan was completely wiped out. Hiruzen is invincible, thumbs up, dot. Cho, Konoha has an S-level traitor like Uchiha Itaki, shouldn't it compensate everyone? The fourth Kazekage Raza, Cho is right. Hiruzen, you old man, stop pretending to be charitable. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mr. Kazekage, what is there about Konoha village that makes you dissatisfied? Orochimaru, ahem. In the Pure Land space. Raza was about to scold Hiruzen, but saw Orochimaru applying to add him as a friend. Orochimaru's friend verification reads, speak less, your 3 children are still in my hands. Seeing Orochimaru's message, Luo Sha was so angry that he trembled all over. But he still held back, or so it was. Orochimaru seemed to be interested in dealing with Hiruzen. The video screen continued. Uchiha Obito gradually became dissatisfied with Kakashi's feelings. The camera switched. Grandma, do you think I look more like my father or my mother? Obito asked his grandmother curiously. Well, you look like both my father and my mother. Your life is exchanged for your parents' lives, so you should cherish it and help others more. Obito's grandmother answered kindly. Days passed quietly. Oh no, I must not be late today. Obito ran to school anxiously, but suddenly stopped. Because he helped the old lady cross the road, he missed the start of the entrance ceremony. This kind of person is not qualified to enter the ninja school. Kakashi glanced at Obito coldly and whispered. Don't worry, Obito. I have already collected the admission file for you. Lin smiled and handed the file in her hand to Obito. Obito looked at Lin, his cheeks slightly red. Lin, is this for me? Yes, submit these materials and you can successfully enroll. Lin nodded with a warm smile. You really helped a lot, thank you so much. Obito said excitedly. You always indulge him. If this goes on, his habit of being late will never change. Kakashi looked at Obito again, with dissatisfaction in his tone. Shut up, Kakashi, do you want to fight? Obito rolled his eyes and deliberately approached Kakashi. What do you mean? The last one. Kakashi spread his hands helplessly and looked at Obito. Lin looked at the two people playing and fighting in the distance, covered her mouth with one hand, and laughed softly. The girl's smile was as bright and charming as the warm spring sun. Hatake Kakashi, Obito, are you doing well over there? Uchiha Obito, humph, Kakashi, mind your own business. How I'm doing has nothing to do with you. Hatake Kakashi. Senju Hashirama, oh Doubtu, I just asked other people. All the Uchiha are gone. Senju Tobirama, that's good. Damn, all gone. In the Pure Land space. Senju Tobirama just took a sip of wine and was stunned when he saw the message in the chat group. What? The Uchiha clan is all gone. Fuck. How did Sarutobi manage it? Senju Tobirama was furious. He was not a fool. He might be able to take it easy if a few people in the Uchiha clan were killed or injured. But how could he not be angry when the entire clan was destroyed? At this moment, Senju Tobirama was shaking with anger. Chapter 4. Mei Terumi, tisk tisk, what do you think about the Uchiha clan? The second Mizukage Hojiki Gengetsu, I'll just sit and watch. Onoki, at Sarutobi Hiruzen, what do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Tetsuka, Hiruzen, you idiot. Uchiha Inahim, Hiruzen, you're just born AA. Obito clenched his fists and said indignantly, Hatake Kakashi, I swear to defeat you. Then, with a firm look in his eyes, he added, I want to become Hokage. Rin was standing aside, looking at Obito with a sweet smile on her lips. Well said. Time flies. In order to surpass Kakashi, Obito practiced hard, but his results were always unsatisfactory. The test results disappointed him again and again. The final exam of the class was about the three-body technique. Obito quickly made a seal and tried to summon a clone, but he only saw the clone slowly falling like a fragile piece of paper, which attracted laughter from the whole class. On the other hand, Kakashi made a seal with one hand and instantly transformed into countless shadow clones, winning applause and envious eyes from his classmates. Obito glanced at Kakashi, feeling mixed emotions, and muttered to himself, humph, what's so great about that? The camera switched. Obito stood in front of the shooting range, throwing the kunao in his hand with all his might. Of the three kunao, only one accurately hit the bull's-eye. Seeing this, the invigilator shook his head slightly, recorded his score, and his face was full of regret. Senju Hashirama, ha ha ha, I can finally speak. Senju Tobirama, brother, be serious, you are the god of ninja. Senju Hashirama, oh Doubtu, can you stop being so mean to me, oh. Uchiha Tajima, is this kid in the video really from the Uchiha family? How can he be so stupid? Uchiha Taihuo, is this shuriken serious? It's too bad. Uchiha-en, that kid named Obito is really embarrassing for Uchiha. Jiraiya, ahem, you can't say that. After all, he saved his teammates. Uzumaki Naruto, the lecherous sage is right. I don't know why I look at Uncle Obito. I feel warm all over my body, asterisk. Uchiha Sasuke, stupid Naruto, you haven't seen him. Uzumaki Naruto, I'm talking about the feeling. Namikaze Minato, it seems that, little guy, you like my disciple very much, asterisk. Uzumaki Kushina, ha ha ha, Obito, look, this little guy is very interested in you. Uchiha Obito, Inside the Akatsuki organization, Obito, wearing a mask, was still pretending to be crazy, but at this moment he was stunned. Fei, what's wrong with you? Deidara asked with concern, looking at the absent-minded Obito. Ha ha ha, senior, I'm fine. Obito instantly returned to normal and touched his body shyly. At this time, Itaki in the corner looked at the person in front of him wearing an orange mask with cautious eyes. Uchiha Izuna, wait, don't change the subject, how did the Uchiha clan disappear? Senju Tobirama, at Sarutobi Hiruzen at Shimura Danzo, you two can tell me, what happened to the Uchiha clan? Shimura Danzo, teacher, listen to my excuse. Shimura Danzo withdrew a message. Shimura Danzo, ahem, I typed the wrong number, teacher, let me explain. Hiruzen is too indecisive, and he did a lot of wrong things to secure his position as Hokage. Hokage's office. Seeing his old friend betray him, Hiruzen was stunned. Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, I am devoted to Konoha village. All those bad things were done by Danzo. If you don't believe me, you can ask Kato and Koharu. Mito Kato, teacher, Hiruzen is right. The genocide of the Uchiha clan is closely related to Danzo. Udaten Koharu, yes, it was Danzo who did it. Uchiha Madara, at Shimura Danzo, do you want to dance too? Looking at the messages in the chat group, Danzo was confused at this moment. No, you blame me for everything. Danzo. The second generation Mizukage Hojiki Gengetsu, I can't hold it back. Whenever something happens to Konoha, Danzo has to take the blame, asterisk. Mei Terumi, does Danzo like to take the blame so much? The video is still playing. Soon it was Kakashi's turn to throw kunao. He swung it casually, and 3 kunao hit the bull's-eye directly. Applause broke out around him. Obito clenched his fists and glared at Kakashi with dissatisfaction. The camera turned. That idiot provoked Kakashi again, and he got a lesson. How can the last place beat the first place? The classmates mocked Obito. Obito put his hands in his pockets, listening to the mockery of the people around him, his eyes were a little dim. But when he saw the figure in front of him, Obito's eyes lit up. Rin. Obito was stunned, and his raised hand froze in mid-air. The girl he liked was actually playing with Kakashi. Looking at Kakashi's back, Obito gritted his teeth. When I open the Sharingan one day, I will definitely not lose to him. Deidara, by the way, why does the system want to count these last-place students? Anbu of the Hidden Mist Village, indeed, it feels meaningless to count these last-place students. Genin of the Hidden Sand Village, fuck, it's the boss of the Anbu. Anbu of the Hidden Leaf Village, is the Anbu so rare? The first generation Mizukage, can you watch the video carefully? What are a bunch of little kids pretending to be? The second generation Tsuchikage, Onoki, how is Uegakure village doing now? Onoki, teacher, don't worry, we are much stronger than Konoha village. The second generation Tsuchikage Mu, well, Onoki, we should be more honest and not be like Hiruzen. Sandagakure village Jounin Maki, I want to laugh when you mention this. Hiruzen actually called himself the strongest Hokage in the textbook, asterisk. The fourth generation Kazekage Raza, ahem. Sandagakure village Jounin Maki withdrew a message. Senju Tobirama, the strongest Hokage. Uzumaki Boruto, young isn't the strongest Hokage. System, ahem, people from the future cannot reveal the future. Uzumaki Naruto, young you are here too. Uchiha Sasuke, young so you are all here. Uchiha Sasuke, wait, what's going on? Why do you have the same name as me? Haiden, why are there 2 Sasukes, and you look alike? Scorpion, is it possible that they are the same person, idiot? Yakushi Kabuto, can this light curtain still contact my future self? Uchiha Sasuke, young it's a bit troublesome to explain. We were also pulled into this chat group, but it's different from you. Uchiha Sasuke, what do you mean by different? Orochimaru, it's incredible, what is this light screen made of? It can actually connect to my future self. Shikamaru, young man, I roughly judged the timeline based on your previous conversation. Your system is the black screen, right? We didn't see a black screen here. But as long as you close your eyes and meditate, your chat messages will appear. Uchiha Sarada, hey, I was scared to death, I thought I was under an illusion. Uchiha Sasuke, young man, daughter, you are here too. Uchiha Fugaku, daughter. Uchiha Mikoto, wait, does that mean this person is our granddaughter? Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 5. Akatsuki Organization. Itachi looked at the message in the chat group on the screen, and his pupils suddenly shrank. My brother's daughter. Isn't that my niece? Itachi looked at Sarada's avatar carefully. Uchiha Taihuo, at Uchiha Sarada, are you really from the Uchiha clan? Why are you wearing glasses? Uchiha Tajima, this is the first time I've seen an Uchiha clan member wearing glasses. Uchiha Sarada. Uchiha Sasuke, are you really my daughter? System, let's continue watching the video. The video screen continued to advance. Why has Kakashi been taking leave so frequently recently? Obito sat on the desk, holding his chin with one hand, looking at the rainy night outside the window, frowning. I heard that his father passed away. Rin reached out and gently touched Obito's shoulder, with a hint of sadness in her voice. Obito was stunned when he heard this, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Kakashi must be very sad. Lin's expression also dimmed. The screen gradually darkened. And then the steady narration of adult Obito came. Since then, Kakashi skipped a grade and left the ninja school. The camera switched. Kakashi sat alone in the park, staring blankly at the setting sun in the distance. Obito walked by with his hands in his pockets and caught a glimpse of Kakashi's lonely figure. He felt mixed emotions and a lot of thoughts in his mind. Several weeks passed, and Obito still couldn't see Kakashi again. One day, he plucked up the courage, walked towards the two Konoha village ninjas, and asked in a low voice. Excuse me, is the Kakashi you just mentioned Hitaki Kakashi? Who are you? The other party asked curiously. I am his classmate in the ninja school. Obito explained. Are you friends? The Konoha ninja asked further. No, we are not that close. Obito hesitated for a moment, but answered truthfully. He may be a little difficult to approach in the eyes of others, but... Obito's voice gradually became low. The Konoha ninja frowned slightly when he heard this. That guy is really a headache. It becomes difficult to carry out missions with him in the same team. Hitaki Kakashi, I didn't expect it to happen at this time. Mei Terumi, ahem, here comes the question, why did Kakashi's father commit suicide? The second Mizukage Hojiki Gengetsu, that's a good question. Laughs. The third Reikage AI, at Sarutobi Hiruzen, at what do you think of the two? What is the current situation of Mue village? Qian Shaozujian stop water, at, I will give you the future, you show me this. Don't be noisy, it's quiet. Shanjiao fish half hidden, somehow, see the wood leaf suffering, the old man feels a little happy. Grandpa, let's watch the video first. The video screen continued to be played. It turns out that Kakashi can execute the task. There was a low drop in the sound of soil. In a blink of an eye, a month passed quietly. Soon, Obito was assigned to Minato's class. In order to catch up with Kakashi, Obito began to practice desperately. Rainy night. Obito jumped down from a high place, inserted 3 shurikens on the wooden stake, and then stepped lightly over the water droplets on the ground. His hands quickly formed seals, and then he took a deep breath and blew out a ball of hot fire from his mouth. Then, Obito gathered chakra under his feet, jumped to the treetop, and started to do sit ups. Lin stood quietly in the corner with an umbrella in her hand, Her eyes followed Obito's figure, bit her lower lip, full of worry. Obito. It's so late. Lin finally couldn't help it and walked out from behind the tree with an umbrella. Lin. Obito looked up and saw the girl below. He was distracted for a moment and slipped from the tree without gathering chakra. Seeing this, Lin quickly dropped her umbrella and ran to Obito. Obito, are you okay? Obito staggered to his feet, touched the back of his head, and smiled awkwardly. Haha, my feet slipped, it's okay. Why are you still training in such heavy rain? Lin asked with concern. I just think that if I want to catch up with that guy, I have to work harder. Obito's eyes were firm. That guy? Lin was puzzled. Kakashi. Obito clenched his fists, his tone full of unwillingness. One day, I will make him admit defeat to me, otherwise how can I become Hokage? Besides, he has already started his mission. So, I can't relax, otherwise I will be left further and further behind by him. Obito looked at Lin, a hint of shyness flashed in his eyes. You have ambition, come on, Obito. Lin encouraged with a warm smile. Obito's cheeks flushed slightly, and he swore in his heart. I will definitely become the Hokage and protect you. Hitaki Kakashi, Obito, did you think so at the time? Uchiha Obito, humph, useless Kakashi, so what if you know? Did you protect Rin? Hitaki Kakashi, Obito, I'm sorry, I didn't protect her well. Nohara Rin, enough, stop arguing. Namikaze Minato, Obito. Uzumaki Boruto, young is this the story of my father's era? Boruto Naruto Next Generations Period. Boruto hid in the cave, panting to escape the pursuit of ninjas. He glanced at the rainy night outside the cave with a complicated expression. Uzumaki Naruto, at Uzumaki Boruto, young man, can I ask your name? Boruto, who was resting in the cave, suddenly saw his father sending him a message. When he was about to reply, Uzumaki Boruto, young man, well, I'm actually. System, ahem, I can't talk about the future. Uzumaki Boruto, young man, okay. Uzumaki Naruto, you are actually my father, right? Woohoo, I miss you so much, oh. Uzumaki Boruto, young man. Uchiha Sasuke, young man. Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Naruto, young man. Due to the influence of the light curtain, the Chunin tournament was forced to be postponed. At the same time, Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan was temporarily suspended. After returning home, Naruto lay directly on the bed, his eyes focused on the surname Uzumaki in the chat group. He became more and more certain of his previous guess. Grandpa Sande once said that my parents died on the battlefield. But I really want to see them again. Naruto wiped away his tears. Looking at Uzumaki Boruto, who looked very similar to himself in the chat group, he became more convinced that he was his father. Chapter 6. Boruto Era. Naruto was handling official business, and when he saw his childhood speech, he was instantly confused. What? How did my son become my father? Namikaze Minato, little guy, could it be, your biological father is? Sarutobi Hiruzen, ahem, let's watch the video first. The third Kazekage, Tisk, Konoha village is so hypocritical. The video screen continued to play. Time passed, and the cherry blossoms bloomed again. Obito ran on the road, panting, oh no. Suddenly, he stopped and froze. The ninja school was empty, only Lin was still waiting for him, they clearly agreed not to be late. Obito was annoyed, and accidentally fell down, and Lin's pouting and dissatisfaction with his lateness flashed in his mind. Obito, entrance ceremony, graduation ceremony, why are you late every time? Lin crossed her arms, her face full of displeasure. The graduation ceremony is over. Lin glared at Obito, even more dissatisfied. But I met an old woman. Obito's voice was low and a little frustrated. Obito, you meet old women too often. Lin put her hands on her hips, suspecting that he was making excuses. I've been ambushed recently. Obito said in a low voice, avoiding Lin's gaze. Knowingly committing a crime. Lin gently blamed, looking at Obito's head down, and sighed. You. Forget it, come with me. Lin took Obito's hand and ran to somewhere. Obito felt Lin's cold hand, and a sense of trance surged in his heart. Mei Terumi, does Obito like this girl? Cho, oh, it's good to be young, it reminds me of the past. Uzumaki Mito, Hashirama also pursued me like this back then, but I always rejected him. Senju Hashirama, wife, I'm embarrassed when you say that, I really envy you, I took the initiative to chase Fuyu. Suzuki, little ghost, who are you? Uchiha, Suzuki, who do you care about me, what are you calling in the dog again? Xiaoshuang. You two should stop talking and don't expose the Akatsuki organization. Scorpion rolled his eyes at the two of them. Brother Scorpion, look at this Suzuki, isn't he asking for a beating? Deidara grabbed Scorpion's shoulder and pointed at the screen. Idiot, let go. Scorpion glanced at Deidara and sighed. He still doesn't understand why the leader would assign him such a talkative teammate. The video screen continued to play. Lin held Obito's hand tightly, walked into a dim room, and then turned on the lights. Under the soft light, Obito looked at the pretty girl in front of him and swallowed unconsciously. Lin-chan is still so cute. Ebisu, oh my god. If you do this at such a young age, won't someone get killed in a few years? Yamanaka Ino, hey? What do you mean? Why don't I understand? Yamanaka Ino, ahem, Ino, you don't need to know too much about this, let's continue watching the video. Lin read out the words on the graduation certificate softly. Graduation certificate, Uchiha Obito, this proves that the student has graduated from the Konoha Ninja School. Obito looked at the girl with gratitude, pursed his lips, trying not to let tears fall. And. Lin glanced at Obito, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. No matter the wind and rain, you have completed your training and efforts excellently. After reading the last word, she gently turned over the paper and handed it to Obito with both hands. Here you go, congratulations on your successful graduation. Lin tilted her head and smiled warmly. Obito looked at Lin, his eyes moist, bit his lips tightly, and finally tears fell. Linear. He quickly wiped away his tears and solemnly took the graduation certificate with both hands. Thank you, Linear. Although I couldn't receive it in front of the teacher and classmates, I am even happier to receive it from you like this. Obito held the certificate tightly to his chest as if he was guarding a treasure. Now we are all genin now, you have to cheer up. Lin looked at Obito's slightly clumsy appearance, frowned slightly, and urged softly. Yeah, I understand. Obito touched the back of his head and lowered his head shyly, but his eyes never left Lin's face. Mei Terumi, I like these two couples so much. Gecko Hayate, so, did Obito and Rin both die in the end, ahem. Hitaki Kakashi, yes, I'm the only one who survived. Sagakure Village Jounin, at Gecko Hayate, I remember you, if you have the guts, let's fight again, you hollow brother. Gecko Hayate, ahem, if you're a green hand, practice more. Jiraiya, alas, poor two kids, just keep watching. Xiang Yang was a little surprised to see the number of people in the chat group gradually decrease. Are you all immersed in it? The video screen is still playing. By the way, after becoming a genin, we have to form a 3-person team to carry out the mission, right? Obito looked at the girl opposite him, and although he was reluctant, he still mustered up the courage to ask. By the way, has the teacher announced the group list? Obito asked nervously. He secretly thought about what he should do if he was not assigned to the same group with Linear. Well, it has been announced. Lin looked at Obito tenderly and answered softly. Then. Lin and I. Obito's heart was in his throat, a trace of cold sweat oozed from his forehead, and his words were full of embarrassment. We. Lin looked at Obito's anxious look and sighed softly. Then she slowly lowered her head, with a shadow covering her face, making it difficult to see her expression. Obito's eyes instantly became nervous when he saw this. Aren't we in the same class? I'm sorry to tell you that we are in the same class. Lin suddenly looked up, with a smile on her lips. Her action just now was just to tease Obito. That's great. Obito breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Really, I have to continue to take care of you in the future. Lin put her hands on her hips and looked at Obito in a proud and doting way, but her eyes were full of pampering. Who is the third person? After a brief moment of joy, Obito thought of this question again, and he stared at Lin blankly. That person? Lin answered softly, and when she thought of Kakashi, her cheeks couldn't help but turn red, like a ripe apple, extremely tempting. Obito was stunned when he saw Lin's shy look. She was not shy for herself, but for the person she mentioned. Fourth Kazekage Raza, at Uchiha Obito, brother, look at it more openly. Hiden, good guy, there is a hidden plot. Fourth Raikage AI, this is a bit like a minotaur. System, ahem, then the question is, does Lin like Kakashi more, or Obito more? Chapter 7. Mei Terumi, why not just ask the person involved directly? Rin Nohara, I actually prefer. Rin Nohara has been banned for 1 hour. System, next is the rant session, participants will have a chance to randomly win tomato coins. Hashirama Senju, there's a rant session. Tobirama Senju, brother, be serious. In the cave, Obito glimpsed the light curtain message and his pupils shrank slightly. He was also curious about Rin's feelings. If Lin likes Kakashi, how should he deal with it? Tenta, I think Lin likes Kakashi more, and her feelings for Obito are at most classmates. Fourth Kazekage Raza, if they are just classmates, then why did she congratulate Obito so solemnly on his graduation? Yamanaka Ino, uncle, you don't understand girls. Lin blushes when she thinks of Kakashi. Isn't this obvious? Ebisu, Kakashi, who do you think Lin likes? Hitaki Kakashi, this. I don't know. Fourth Raikage AI, women are really troublesome. Uzumaki Kushina, in fact, Rin may like Obito more. Namikaze Minato, Kushina, why do you say that? Uzumaki Kushina, I have observed them. Rin always takes the initiative to talk to Kakashi, but soon loses interest. Although we girls like handsome and strong boys, we love those who treat us sincerely. Uzumaki Naruto, this big sister is right. Sakura, did you see it? Harano Sakura, Naruto, you are so annoying. Pure Land Space. Kushina looked at Naruto calling her big sister in the chat group, and her heart tightened and the pain was unbearable. I hope Hiruzen can take good care of Naruto. She thought to herself. Thinking of Naruto's current plump appearance, Kushina couldn't help but smile. After all, she and Minato left a lot of inheritance for Naruto. With these inheritances, Naruto should have a good life. Senju Hashirama, I don't understand, but I'm shocked, but I think Lin likes Kakashi more. Senju Tobirama, brother, I told you to talk less. System, at Nohara Lin, you can talk now, tell me your answer. Nohara Lin, I like Obito more. Inside the cave, Obito stared at the chat group, watching the speech of the girl he secretly loved. His eyes suddenly shrank, and his body trembled slightly. So, she has always liked me. Obito whispered to himself, but his eyes could not hide the sadness. This hypocritical world caused such an innocent and lovely girl to lose her life. Even if he could find a way to revive her, what would he change? He has made too many mistakes and cannot turn back. He only needs one last step to create a world where everyone can be happy. Obito looked at Lin's avatar in the chat group again, and his eyes became firm. Lin, wait a little longer. Just a little while. System, congratulations to Uzumaki Kushina for answering correctly, and you will be rewarded with 1 million tomato coins. The system mall is now open. Xiang Yang looked at Lin's answer and was surprised. In the previous life, many big guys analyzed that Lin liked Kakashi more. Unexpectedly, Lin was more attracted to Obito. Uzumaki Kushina, system, what is the use of this tomato coin? System, please click on the system mall and use it to buy goods. In the Pure Land space, Kushina opened the system mall with half belief and half doubt. The dazzling array of goods in front of her stunned her for a moment. Diamond sword, 1 million tomato coins. Milk, 500,000 tomato coins, drinking can eliminate all negative effects. Resurrection armor, 5 million tomato coins, recite the name of others silently to revive the target. Mangekyo Sharingan, 40 million tomato coins, no side effects. Raise Nanuzuiko, 100 million tomato coins. There is also a search box on the right side of the mall interface, which is convenient for quickly finding the required products. The system mall is quite powerful. Kushina's pupils shrank slightly, and she was amazed. At this time, the chat group also exploded. Uchiha Taihuo, what? The system mall actually sells Sharingan, I strongly protest. Uchiha Setsuna, I protest. Hyuga Takuma, even the Byakugan can be bought. Onaki, even my bloodline elimination is in here. Otsutsuki Tonari, Renrengan, are you also in this? The video continues. Too slow, Obito. Kakashi frowned as he looked at Obito, who was late. Finally here, you are Obito. Minato looked at the boy who came panting, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Obito, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Lin smiled and looked at Obito, who was holding his knees and panting. This time, I am finally not late. Obito wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. I have been late for a long time, idiot. Kakashi shook his head, with a bit of helplessness in his tone. I am Minato, your instructor from today, please take care of me. Minato looked at the three people gently and introduced himself. Hello. Obito looked at the handsome man in front of him and responded a little shyly. Then, let's do the first team cooperation exercise first. Minato took a step forward and cast a satisfied look at the three disciples. Yes. Lin nodded. This exercise is designed to test your teamwork ability. Minato explained gently, then took out two bells from his arms and shook them gently. Hearing this, Obito and Kakashi glared at each other with a bit of unkindness. Teamwork. Lin was caught in the middle, looking at Minato with confusion in her eyes. Minato smiled slightly, nodded, and officially kicked off the exercise. Uzumaki Naruto, this is exactly the same test that Kakashi teacher gave us at the beginning. Harano Sakura, stupid Naruto, Kakashi teacher is the disciple of the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke, the last one, you don't even know this. Uzumaki Naruto, I just know it now. Namikaze Minato, ha ha ha, you three little guys are very close, asterisk. Uzumaki Naruto, are you the fourth Hokage, the uncle carved on the rock? Domino Irika, Naruto, didn't I talk about this in class? You didn't listen at all, did you? Sarutobi Konohamaru, oh no, Irika-sensei is going to get angry again. Uzumaki Naruto, I'm sorry Irika-sensei. Uchiha Itachi, continue watching the video first. Uchiha Sasuke, Itachi, you still have the mood to watch the video? I'm already a 2 Magatama strongman, and I'll soon catch up with your 3 Magatama, just wait and see. Sasuke stared at the enemy's speech on the screen and typed angrily. Chapter 8. Itaka looked at his brother's speech with mixed feelings. He didn't say much, after all, he was used to this kind of situation. The picture on the screen continued. After an afternoon, Obito fell to the ground exhausted, gasping for breath. Rin knelt on the ground, also gasping for breath. Only Kakashi supported his knees and barely stood up, then stretched out his palm, and a bell appeared in his hand. Everyone passed, so starting from tomorrow, you have to carry out the mission. Minato looked at the 3 disciples and smiled with satisfaction. Great, I will use actual combat to let you know how powerful I am. Obito heard and shouted excitedly. Uzumaki Naruto, this, the bell was taken directly. 4th Kazekage Raza, fuck, Kakashi, this kid is really amazing. Cho, in my opinion, he's just a bastard, he deserves to lose his father. Mei Terumi, tisk tisk tisk, Cho, your daughter-in-law and your son seem to have died at the hands of his father? What's wrong? Can't stand seeing others live well. Looking at Chiyo's speech in the chat group, Mei Terumi was the first to stand up and refute her. After all, the relationship between Sand Village and Mist Village has been tense recently. Cho, humph, Mist Village is mediocre in strength, but they are good at talking. The picture on the screen continued to play. Having said that, at first they were all basic tasks in the village. Minato looked at Obito with a little surprise. For example, finding pets, finding lost items, etc. Ah, aren't these just trivial chores? Obito was stunned after hearing this. Odd jobs are also tasks. Only when you complete them well can you gradually take over more important tasks. Minato explained, Kakashi has experienced many actual combats. Doing these tasks now may make you feel bored, but please take them seriously. He glanced at Kakashi, who was panting but still standing, and a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. Okay, Kakashi, let's have a competition to see who can complete more tasks starting tomorrow. Obito challenged Kakashi. Boring, I'm not interested. Kakashi responded coldly and glanced at Obito. Are you trying to escape? Obito asked provocatively. What did you say? Kakashi's eyes turned cold in an instant, and the two looked at each other, and the atmosphere was tense. Uchiha Izuna, that guy named Obito has a personality that is very different from the Uchiha clan. The second Mizukage Hojiki Gengetsu, so the Uchiha clan was exterminated, and you have no feelings at all. Uchiha Tetsuka, I'm so angry at Danzo and Hiruzen when I think of this, you two are really beasts. Uchiha Dingzhen, damn it, I'll test your code. Uchiha Shisui, I didn't want to say it at first, but I really can't bear it anymore. My eyes were taken away by Danzo. Please, Hokage, be fair. Senju Tobirama, at Sarutobi Hiruzen, come out and explain what's going on. Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, I don't know either. It was all Danzo's fault. Uchiha Tajima, damn, you bastard, as a Hokage, you can't manage a route. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Senju Butsuma, the Uchiha clan is gone. I am so happy to see it. It's even better than the climax. Domino Irika, ahem, everyone, there are children in the group, please be careful with your words. The images on the screen continue to flow. At this moment, the people in Minato's team are anxiously searching for the missing kitten. Lin and Kakashi meet unexpectedly in the alley. Kakashi, have you found any trace of the kitten? Lin looked at Kakashi curiously. Not yet, but if we can't even handle such a small matter, how can we be competent for more important tasks? Kakashi shook his head, and then changed the subject, speaking of which, where did Obito go? Lin replied softly, he was determined to complete this task alone, and now I don't know where he has gone. Kakashi lowered his head thoughtfully after hearing this. Does he really want to surpass me? Camera switching. Obito is patiently asking the old people on the street. The old people's enthusiastic response to Obito makes the audience feel warm. Little Obito, I just saw the kitten basking in the sun on the roof in front. Little Obito, what you are looking for is actually on the bench in the park. By the way, I have some delicious snacks here, you can try them too. After some efforts, Obito finally found the kitten, and he was holding a bunch of gifts given by the old people in his hands, and he returned with a lot of gifts. Senju Todoji-un, I seem to see the shadow of Jing in Obito. Thumbs up. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this child has a strong will of fire, and he is a good seedling. Terumi Mei, so what? In the end, he still died. 4th generation Reikage AI, Konoha village is always so hypocritical. They talk about the will of fire, but in the end, countless people were sacrificed, and only the top leaders survived. Onaki, the will of fire? It's more like brainwashing will. Izuki Lighttong, let's continue watching the video. The picture on the screen continued to flow. Thanks to the help of the old ladies and grandfathers, the cat search and the search for things were successfully completed. Obito's face was full of smiles, and the sun was overflowing. I received a lot of snacks. Lin covered her chest in surprise and looked at Obito. Amazing, Obito is really popular among the old ladies. It seems that his daily efforts are not in vain. Minato looked at the boy in front of him wearing goggles and smiling silly, and a warm current surged in his heart. He said softly. It's convenient for others and for yourself. This time it's you, Obito. Your daily persistence has paid off. How about it, Kakashi? Obito smiled, then winked at Kakashi with a hint of provocation. Kakashi's forehead was slightly sweaty, and he turned his head away slightly embarrassedly. This time, he really lost. Hitaki Kakashi, Obito is like this, kind-hearted. Kuratsuki, what a warm little boy, no wonder Rin likes him, Omega, hi-iya. No Hara Rin, you, what are you talking about, dot. Uzumaki Naruto, looking at Obito brother, I don't know why, I feel warm in my heart, asterisk, dot. Namikaze Minato, this is probably your illusion, haha, asterisk, dot. Uzumaki Naruto, young man, let's continue watching the video. People in the future cannot reveal future events. They cannot participate in the quiz. Chapter 9. Uchiha Setsuna, I have a deep impression of Obito. Although he is a little dumb and his grades are at the bottom, he is really kind and has helped me before. Marushi Kasuke, haha, this little guy has helped me before. Alas, I am old and my waist is often sprained. Uzumaki Kushina, Obito is really so kind. Alas. It would be great if you were still here. Akatsuki Organization. On the screen. Many grandfathers and grandmothers praised Obito. But looking at the messages in the chat group, Obito's eyes gradually became cold. That's right. This hypocritical ninja world should not exist. Rin, and everyone. Wait for me, I will soon create a beautiful world, even if it is just virtual. At least. Minato teacher, Kushina sister, you don't have to worry every day. You can also see Naruto. Obito thought silently in his heart. Black Zetsu in the corner glanced at Obito wearing an orange mask and cursed in his heart. Humph, what an idiot. The picture on the screen continued. In just one day, all the chores in the village were completed. Hiruzen smoked his pipe and looked at the report on the ground with a frown. Of course, I am the man who wants to become Hokage. Obito said excitedly, these tasks are nothing to me. Minato looked at Hiruzen and smiled gently. Hokage, the three of them seem to be much better than we thought. But Minato's eyes revealed a trace of caution. After all, Obito just said he wanted to become a Hokage. It's probably not appropriate to say this in front of Hokage. Yet. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, took a puff of his pipe, and glanced at the three people. Kakashi has a lot of practical experience. From tomorrow, you will follow him to carry out the mission. Hiruzen said meaningfully. As soon as the words fell, the four of them were stunned. Is it a real battle? Obito asked excitedly. Yes, someone specifically asked Minato to carry out the mission, so Minato can't accompany you. Hiruzen nodded and took a puff of his pipe. Although it is a mission, it is only sea level, and the degree of danger is relatively low, but we can't take it lightly. Minato looked at his three disciples and smiled gently. Hitaki Kakashi, from here on, tragedy will come. Namikaze Minato, Kakashi, I'm sorry, I was busy with the mission at the time and couldn't get there in time. Mei Terumi, tisk tisk, I think it's because little Obito just said something that contradicted the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was dissatisfied, so he wanted to use this mission to kill these three little guys. The second Mizukage Hojiki Gengetsu, it's possible. Salamander Hanzo, pass it on. Sarutobi tripped a Yemu, pass, and say that he loves the Tuanzang. 4 generations of Fengying Luosha, alas, Tuanzang really likes to carry a pot. The picture on the light curtain continued. I was planning to stay in the village during the mission in the water gate, but now the miscellaneous work is completed. I looked at the 3 children, rubbing my eyebrows, and it seemed helpless. It's great. I jumped excitedly with the soil. Then, I'll leave it to you guys from tomorrow. Minato looked at the 3 disciples gently and smiled. Yes. The 3 nodded in agreement. The camera switched. The 3 of them strolled on the wooden path. How is it, Kakashi? You should thank me. I freed you from the chores. Obito held his head with both hands, looking proud. Kakashi, who was walking in front, put his hands in his pockets and frowned. Seeing this, Lin advised with some concern, Kakashi, don't bother with Obito, he actually cares about you. He said you seem to have changed. Lin looked at the silent Kakashi with concern. You, what are you talking about, Lin? Obito hurried over and questioned Lin nervously and shyly. But what I said is true. Didn't you always say that Kakashi walked ahead of you, so in order to surpass him, you often rushed alone? Practice. Lin retorted dissatisfiedly. Third Raikage AI, that little girl named Lin is still too kind. Sand Village Jounin, by the way, why did their team suddenly die in this mission? Iwagakure Village Chunin, yeah, I'm curious too. Uzumaki Boruto, young man, is this the strong man from my father's era? They all look very powerful. Mei Terumi, well, who are you? The picture on the screen continued to flow. Lin stared at Obito dissatisfiedly. Obito explained shyly. I didn't say I didn't practice extra, you just misunderstood. He waved his hands uneasily. Kakashi stopped and looked at Obito meaningfully. Ignoring Obito's explanation, Lin walked straight between the two, stretched out her hands, and held their arms respectively. Come on, shake hands and make peace, after all, we are partners in the same team. I don't want to shake hands with him. Obito glanced at Kakashi, snorted, and turned his head away. Kakashi also made the same reaction. Lin looked at the tense atmosphere between the two, sighed softly, and then took the initiative to hold their hands together. Really, it seems that this is the only way. The two turned back to look at Lin in surprise. Then, let me facilitate this handshake. Lin smiled gently. Obito looked at Lin's face and was stunned. Sure enough, no matter how you look at it, Lin is so cute. Senju Hashirama, why do you still want to start a war? Didn't I divide the tailed beasts for you in the first place? The first generation Mizukage, the first generation Hokage, you are still too naive, alas. Mamakai Zabuza, is the legendary ninja god so stupid? To solve the peace problem, can't we just unify them directly? Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, I told you to unify the ninja world. If you and I had used the Susanoo Buddha at that time, there wouldn't be so many problems now. Senju Tobirama, I agree with Uchiha Madara on this point. Brother, you are too naive. Deidara, this man named Senju Hashirama is like a fool. Is he really the god of ninja? Haiden, it seems that Mr. Kakuzu killed him before, but unfortunately Senju Hashirama ran too fast. Uchiha Madara, what? You two juniors, do you know what you are talking about? Senju Hashirama, is there a person like Kakuzu? Why don't I remember? Kakuzu. Akatsuki Organization. Looking at the message on the chat group, Kakuzu looked flustered. Uncle Kakuzu, they are too arrogant, you better stop being so low-key. Deidara pushed Kakuzu and said with some dissatisfaction. That's right, Uncle Kakuzu. Haiden on the side echoed. Chapter 10. Kakuzu looked at the two people in front of him and wanted to beat them to death. Damn, can't you two talk in a proper manner? Kakuzu wanted to cry but had no tears at this moment. Thinking that he was so unlucky to have these two idiots. Is this all his fault? Senju Hashirama, at Kakuzu, why don't I remember you? Uchiha Madara, at Kakuzu, don't be a coward, come out and get beaten. Kakuzu. Deidara, Uncle Kakuzu, don't be so low-key this time. Haiden, that's right, Uncle Kakuzu, you are much stronger than them. Kakuzu, get lost, continue watching the video. At this moment, the video is still showing. Team 7 began to carry out the mission outside the village. Everything went smoothly along the way, and the three people ran wildly towards the distance. Okay, let's show off our skills in this mission and become Hokage in one fell swoop. Obito ran forward with excitement. How can it be that easy to become Hokage? Lin complained to Obito on the side. Obito, didn't you hear what Minato teacher said just now? Kakashi looked at Obito with an idiot look. We don't have the opportunity to take action this time, and with Minato teacher here, we will only cause trouble for him. Is the teacher really that strong? Obito looked at Kakashi in confusion. Don't you know the yellow flash of Konoha? Kakashi looked at Obito in surprise. I heard that he is a very powerful ninja, and even other villages know his name. Lin explained softly on the side. Uzumaki Naruto, is this yellow flash really that strong? Namikaze Minato, of course it is strong, otherwise it wouldn't have this title. Uzumaki Naruto, is that so? I like the Obito in the video. Senju Hashirama, this Obito might have held you in his arms when he was a child, asterisk. Senju Tobirama, brother, are you stupid? I've explained it before. This Obito died and didn't even see Naruto's birth. Senju Hashirama, oh, sorry, asterisk. Uchiha Obito. The video continues. The situation is a little bad. Minato carefully observed the surroundings, his eyes full of vigilance. We are surrounded, and there are quite a few of us. What is going on? The degree of danger obviously exceeds the mission level. Minato fell into deep thought. Obviously, this mission was set up as a trap, and it is definitely not something that a genin can accomplish. Who dared to set up such a trap in the village? Mei Terumi, no need to look, it was Danzo who did it. Fourth Raikage AI, +1, I also think it was Danzo who did it. Shimura Danzo, damn, as long as it's a bad thing, I will take the blame, right? Fourth Kazekage Raza, yeah, not bad, just know it. The video is still going on. If we don't hold the enemy back here, I'm afraid we will be surrounded by more people. We really shouldn't have brought them here. Minato looked at the three students in the distance, his eyes focused on Kakashi standing in the center. The only one who can help is. He should be able to solve it alone, and the remaining one can only be protected by me. After analyzing, Minato acted decisively and disappeared instantly. Listen to me. Minato rushed to the students quickly. What happened, teacher? Obito asked curiously. The enemy is approaching from behind. Minato said cautiously. Really? Are we going to fight? Obito was excited when he heard the word enemy. Obito, this is not a joke. Minato said seriously. Yes. Obito sighed softly. There are many enemies. Obito and I will return to repel the pursuers. Kakashi and Lin will take the opportunity to complete the mission. Minato gave the order seriously. Remember, getting out is the first priority. Received. Follow me, Obito. Minato shouted, and Obito followed closely. Hehe, Minato teacher chose me instead of Kakashi, which means you still think I am more reliable. Obito looked happy. Obito, don't confront the enemy head-on. Our mission is to be a bait and divert the enemy's attention. Minato reminded Obito. Got it. At this moment, the air in the distance was cut by several weapons. Obito quickly formed seals with both hands, puffed up his mouth, and spit into the sky. Fire style, great fireball technique. The blazing flames instantly burned the flying kunai around. And landed. A slight sound was heard. The flame gradually dissipated. Well done. Minato praised Obito. Uchiha Taiho, well, this Obito's performance is quite good, he doesn't look like a loser. Uchiha Inahim, indeed, I don't know why, looking at this Obito, I always feel a sense of familiarity. Uchiha Kagami, maybe this Obito has helped you, asterisk. Mist Village Genin, by the way, you call this a loser? Mist Village Chunin, this can easily release the great fireball technique, how can this be called a loser? Iwagakure Village Chunin, fuck, are all the genin in Konoha village so strong? The video continues. My daily training is not in vain. I'll go and get rid of them all right now. When Obito heard Minato's praise, his heart was warmed, and he quickly rushed towards the enemy in the distance. Don't be impulsive, don't fight head-on. Minato looked at Obito and urged anxiously. Ping ping ping. The sound of weapons interweaving came from afar, cold weapons collided, metal and iron rang, and a lot of sparks were wiped out. Obito gritted his teeth to resist the enemy's attack, which seemed extremely difficult. Obito. Minato quickly rushed forward and was about to save Obito, but was blocked by 3 enemies. 3 enemies stopped Minato. Get out of the way. The anxious Minato punched and kicked, and instantly got rid of the 3 enemies. Anview of the hidden mist village, fuck, it's so fast, I didn't see it clearly. The 4th Raikage AI, as expected of the yellow flash. Boruto Uzumaki, young man, is this the strength of the 4th Hokage? He is really strong. Minato Namikaze, hello, the one upstairs, I think you look familiar. Boruto Uzumaki, young man, just keep watching the video. You will know my identity later. Chapter 11. Minato Namikaze, I understand. The video continues. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air continued. Obito frowned, waving the kunai to confront the enemy in the distance head-on. So strong. He muttered to himself. You little brat, you want to beat me with your ability. The enemy stared at Obito with a ferocious face. Damn it, how could I lose in such a place? Obito gritted his teeth. I'm going to be the Hokage in the future, I can't lose here. Obito waved the kunai angrily and pierced the enemy's chest. Success! Obito's joy was fleeting, and the enemy in front of him suddenly turned into smoke and disappeared. It turned out that this was just a trick. Shadow clone. Obito's pupils shrank suddenly, and at this moment he felt a cold wind behind him. The enemy held the blade tightly and looked at Obito with a grim smile. You are dead. Not good. Obito turned his head anxiously, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. Bang! Namikaze Minato arrived in time and kicked the enemy to a tree in the distance. The enemy hit the tree dented, and then the enemy slowly fell to the ground. Are you okay? Minato smiled gently. Minato teacher. Obito was happy in his heart, and then he became nervous again. Countless ninjas fell from the trees in the distance. They were surrounded by ninjas. This is not good. Minato glanced at the enemies around him, and after a preliminary assessment of their strength, a trace of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Uzumaki Naruto, oh no, they are surrounded next, what should we do? Uchiha Sasuke, idiot, isn't there the fourth Hokage here? Uchiha Itachi, my stupid brother, how strong are you now? Uchiha Sasuke, 1 against 7, I am now a 2 Magatama, just wait for me, I will kill you soon. Uchiha Madara, at Uchiha Itachi, are you a Mangeki now? Uchiha Itachi, yet. Uchiha Madara, at Uchiha Sasuke, are you sure you are a 2 Magatama? Uchiha Sasuke, yes, so what do you want to say? Uchiha Madara, this kid is useless, thumbs up. Uchiha Fugaku, Sasuke, be quiet for a while, continue watching the video first. The video is still going on. Here they come. Kakashi noticed that there were a lot of enemies rushing towards them, and quickly glanced at Lin beside him. Lin, you go first. I understand. Lin saw this and ran away without hesitation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, several kunai came from the corner at a rapid speed. Kakashi was quick-witted and retreated suddenly, took out 2 kunai from his arms, and blocked the rushing kunai one by one. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a kunai pierced Kakashi's shoulder and rushed towards the ninja in the distance. Oops! Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly, and he quickly looked back. At this moment, the ninja on the bridge fell rapidly and fell into the cliff below. Lin witnessed this scene, her pupils shrank, and she said anxiously, Kakashi, we have to save him. Let's go back to Minato teacher now, there's still time. No, completing the mission is the principle of ninjas. Kakashi interrupted Lin coldly. Kakashi. Lin looked at the boy who had become cold and ruthless, her pupils shrank. Run. Escape is the most important thing. As long as we pass through the forest, the enemy should not chase us there. Kakashi glanced at Lin behind him and said in a cold tone. I know. Lin nodded, and then ran away with the rest of the ninjas. Hashirama Senju, ninjas should focus on their companions, not on missions. Tobirama Senju, brother, you are still too naive. Everyone is not as strong as you. This is just your fantasy. Hashirama Senju, why do you say that? Mei Terumi, this person called Hashirama Senju is a bit naive. 4th Kazekage Raza, it's hard to imagine that this person is the god of ninjas. Pain, humph, just an abandoned child of the old times, and he calls himself the god of ninjas. Hashirama Senju, damn, oh Doubtu, look at these people scolding me, oh. Tobirama Senju, brother, I see it. Uchiha Madara, at Pain, who are you? Pain, people who can easily get rid of you. Uchiha Madara, humph, mere gravel, black Zetsu, ahem, Madara-sama, let's continue watching the video. The video is still showing. At this moment, Kakashi and Lin came to an open space. It should be safe here. Kakashi looked around and said coldly. Where's Obito, Kakashi? Lin asked worriedly. He's with the teacher, so he'll be fine. Kakashi answered softly. Thank you. The rescued ninja came over and said gratefully to the two. As expected of the Yellow Flash team, thanks to you, we were able to deliver the encrypted letter safely. Facing the grateful eyes of the ninja, Kakashi's eyes became complicated. No, it's a pity that one person was sacrificed. Kakashi sighed softly. That can't be helped. But... The two turned their words and their eyes became fierce. There's more than one victim. With a thud. The two ninjas behind him suddenly attacked and stabbed the ninja in front of him. What? Kakashi and Lin were stunned, their pupils suddenly shrank. The stabbed ninja slowly fell down and fell heavily to the ground. What on earth is going on? Lin looked at this scene in fear. Are you, traitors? The stabbed ninja raised his head and looked at the two companions behind him in astonishment. Thanks to your single-minded focus on completing the mission, our mission has become a lot easier. Yet, the yellow flash was thrown so far away that it can't be caught in a short time. Another ninja grinned. Sorry, you two will die here first. After saying that, the two were about to kill the two people in front of them. Sarutobi Asuma, good guy, this is a beast. Moonlight Gale, ahem, I didn't expect these two people to be enemies. Yui Kurane, I hope these two children will be fine. Chapter 12. Sand Village Genin, it's hard to say, these two ninjas should be at the level of Chunin. The video is still going on. At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. In the distance, two ninjas approached quickly with weapons in hand. Kakashi stood in front of the girl. Lin, you go first. But... Lin looked at Kakashi, hesitant to speak. Don't drag me down. Kakashi said coldly. Lin had no choice but to walk away. Kakashi quickly formed seals with both hands and stepped back a few steps at the same time. Earth escape. Earth flow wall. Boom. A huge earth wall rose from the ground, blocking the way of the two ninjas. The two ninjas gritted their teeth and quickly crossed the earth wall, but found that there was no one. Tisk, did he escape? At this moment, the earth wall behind him began to crack, and Kakashi drew out the knife behind him and decisively killed a ninja. He actually hid in the earth escape ninjutsu. The ninja was shocked. Before he could finish his words, Kakashi rushed over with a knife. Soon, both enemies were dealt with by Kakashi. Lin. Kakashi glanced at Lin. I'll heal him now. Lin nodded. Senju Tobirama, this kid named Kakashi is very strong and has great fighting talent. The second Raikage AI, as expected of the copy ninja Kakashi, he has shown such high talent at the age of 12, thumbs up. The third Tsuchikage, it's really amazing. There are so many geniuses in Konoha village. Mei Terumi, what's the use of Konoha's geniuses? Don't forget that Konoha village has Danzo. Unaki, thank you Danzo for strangling the genius of Konoha village in the cradle. The fourth Raikage AI, thank you Danzo, a good man safe. 4 generations of Fengying Luosha, don't forget, the reason why the Tuanzang can do is to cut the beasts. Misunderstanding is for the wood leaf, all weird, we blame the sun. Ape flying sun cut. Thousands of hands, continue to watch the video. The picture on the video continues. What happened, Kakashi? With Kakashi when we came here with the bodyguard, the two suddenly attacked the ninja. Kakashi explained. Please, please, I know I can't do it. The fallen ninja opened his eyes in a daze and said weakly. He took out a small purple scroll from his arms with difficulty, please open this letter. Kakashi saw this and handed the scroll to Minato. In theory, we can't read the content directly. Minato flipped through the scroll and asked cautiously. It's okay, don't worry, help me confirm whether this letter is real. The fallen ninja said weakly. Minato swallowed his saliva, opened the scroll, looked at the information on it, and was stunned. Obito came over curiously and soon froze in place. The scroll was blank, nothing. What's going on? Minato looked at the fallen ninja and asked cautiously. The order I received was that I or one of my teammates would hand this letter to the superior. The ninja said with difficulty, his lips were cracked. The real secret letter is in the hands of one of us. Why is this happening? Minato looked at this scene with a worried look on his face. Because there is news that there may be a traitor among the companions. The fallen ninja continued to explain. What about the real envelope? Lin asked anxiously while treating his wounds. Fourth Kazekage Raza, why don't I understand? Is there any big shot who can analyze it? Scorpion, you talk a lot. Uchiha Sasuke, young man, if nothing unexpected happens, this should be a trap set by the enemy village. Senju Tobirama, yes, I think the same as you. Uchiha Itaki, keep reading, there are too few clues now. Uchiha Sasuke, I look at your mother, you ungrateful wolf, you beast. Uchiha Mikoto. Uchiha Fugaku, Sasuke, how do you talk to your mother? Uchiha Sasuke, I'm sorry. Mom and Dad, don't worry, I will definitely kill this guy Itaki. System, alas, the truth is always hidden in the dark. Uchiha Tetsuka, hide your big, if this Uchiha Itaki can be cleaned, I will eat it upside down. Uchiha Setsuna, if Itaki can be cleaned, I will eat 3 pounds, don't compete with me. Terumi May, take a screenshot first, I'm afraid you will regret it later. Omega, hi-ya. The video is still showing. If it was in the hands of a traitor, I wouldn't have been attacked. The ninja lying on the ground continued weakly, then. Soon, Kakashi was stunned, and then he suddenly realized. The picture turned and became dark. If he guessed correctly, the ninja who fell off the bridge into the cliff should be holding an envelope in his hand. Is it him? Kakashi, where is the other person? Minato looked at Kakashi curiously. He died halfway. Kakashi shook his head. Please, please deliver the envelope. The ninja lying on the ground said weakly, and died before he finished speaking. Lin shook her head, no. At this moment, Minato immediately became alert when there was a sudden movement in the bushes. No, someone is eavesdropping. Minato whispered. Kakashi, are you going to ignore the other person? Obito patted Kakashi's shoulder. I just put the mission first and abide by the rules. Kakashi pushed Obito's hand away and said coldly. Rules? Obito was a little confused. Those who don't abide by the rules are trash. Kakashi looked at Obito coldly. But what's the result? If you hadn't abandoned your companions at that time, it wouldn't be like this now. Obito looked at Kakashi resentfully. Don't be like this, Obito, this is an accident, not Kakashi's fault. Minato patted Obito's shoulder and said gently. Damn it! I'm going to save him. Obito shook off Minato's hand and walked away. Where are you going? Kakashi asked coldly. Do you still need to ask? Of course I'm going to save him. Obito shouted angrily. But he is trapped in the enemy camp at the moment. Kakashi said indifferently. Yes, it's too dangerous. Minato looked at his disciples and advised them seriously. I don't want to fail in my first mission. Obito interrupted the two people's dissuasion. This is not a failure, it's an accident. Kakashi said indifferently. Kakashi, you are an excellent student, but your mind is not very bright. Obito turned his head and said coldly. What did you say? Kakashi was stunned. Think about it, the 4 people we protected are all missing, who can prove that this is an accident for us? Obito looked at Kakashi dissatisfiedly. The client asked us to be bodyguards and concealed the existence of the traitor from the beginning. If the village pretends not to know, then it is Minato who will be blamed. Obito continued. Fourth Kazekage Raza, I understand this time. Fourth Raikage AI, what a coincidence, I also understand this time. Mei Terumi, I won't tell you who the murderer is, everyone knows it in their hearts. Onaki, at this time, Minato is still in the voting for promotion to Hokage. If he is blamed. Senju Tobirama, monkey, what's going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, these things are all done by Danzo, and have nothing to do with me. Chapter 13. Senju Tobirama, Hiruzen, I am so disappointed in you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, I am so sorry. Shimura Danzo, teacher, Hiruzen is too indecisive, I request that I be the Hokage of Konoha village. Root Jonin, yes, Danzo-sama is the most suitable for Konoha village as the Hokage. Abarame Ryoma, second Hokage-sama. Terumi Mei, those who support Danzo as the Hokage, are they sane? Fourth Raikage Ai, what do you know, they are all Danzo's subordinates. Fourth Kazekage Raza, I understand now, completely. To put it simply, the incident in the video is a trap set by Danzo to frame Minato and leave a stain on him politically, right? Unaki, that's right. Konoha village villager, damn, I used to like Danzo and thought he was a good official, but I didn't expect he was corrupt. Konoha village villager, it seems that only Lord Hiruzen is upright. Sarutobi Hiruzen, ahem, let's continue watching the video. The video screen continues to play. Don't worry about me, the mission has been completed, Obito. Minato looked at Obito with a guilty look. I declare in advance that even if the teacher knocks me out and takes me back to the village, I will still go find the companion who was left behind. Obito declared firmly and looked back at the other members of the team. I can't just stand by and watch my companions die. Obito. The three watched Obito leave, their faces full of worry. I can't do anything about you. Minato was worried about Obito's safety, so he followed him. Deep in the woods, the two were jumping along the branches. It seems that I can't convince you, so I'll go to the place where he fell into the river to search. Minato calmly analyzed the situation. Kakashi will go downstream, and the search downstream will be left to Obito. Rin, you go with Kakashi too. Minato looked at the three team members and calmly assigned tasks. Understood. Lin nodded in response. Remember, notify me immediately once you find him. Minato looked at Obito's back in the distance and warned him seriously. Then, the four quickly dispersed in different directions. The scene switched. A ninja fell from the cliff and weakly struggled to stand up from the water. He leaned on the stone and pulled out the weapon stuck in his back. Looking up at the sky, countless shadows passed by. He tried to stand up and leave, but his body was extremely weak. He's there. The enemy found him and quickly surrounded him. They threw kunao and aimed at him. At this critical moment. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito rushed from a distance and quickly formed a seal to cast the technique. The flames instantly engulfed the flying kunao and shuriken, and the hot flames danced in the air. Cold weapons fell to the ground one after another. Obito gritted his teeth and stared at the many enemies on the cliff. There are too many enemies. At this moment, hundreds of enemies gathered on the cliff. They simultaneously threw kunao with detonating tags from high altitude, and the scene was extremely spectacular. The detonating tags fell into the river below and exploded instantly, splashing water. A dozen enemies suddenly emerged in the river. Lightning style, Chidori. Kakashi jumped out of the ground and quickly formed a seal to cast the spell. Like the cry of thousands of birds, the violent lightning knocked out the surrounding enemies. Are you okay, Obito? Rin stood behind Obito and asked with concern. Uchiha Inahim, I have a good impression of this Obito, not bad, our Uchiha clan needs such people. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Obito, this kid is very kind, you should learn more from him. Uchiha Taihuo, although I don't want to admit it, this Obito is really amazing. Nohara Lin, Obito, everyone is praising you, why don't you come out and say something? Uchiha Obito, Obito, who was watching the video, was confused and didn't know what to say. Was he going to threaten to kill everyone? Or admit that he was one of the culprits who killed the Uchiha clan? Humph! this hypocritical ninja world, just wait and see. I will soon activate the infinite Tsukuyomi and create a world where everyone can live happily and contentedly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, alas, I watched Obito grow up with my own eyes. He has been innocent and kind-hearted since he was a child. It's a pity that such an innocent child was brutally killed by the enemies of the Hidden Rock Village. Mito Kato-en, the people of the Hidden Rock Village killed our Konoha village ninja, shouldn't we give some compensation? Yuditen Koharu, +1, I strongly demand that Uegakuer compensate Konohagakuer. Onaki, humph, if you Konohagakuer could impart more practical knowledge, there wouldn't be so many children sacrificed. Senju Tobirama, monkey, what's going on? Onaki, second Hokage, you probably don't know yet, the senior leaders of Konohagakure are afraid of death and are unwilling to participate in the battle, so the rules of the ninja school have been reformed. Once the children graduate, they have to go to the battlefield. Onaki, and the graduation rules are also very simple. You only need to master the three-body technique to go to the battlefield as a genin. The requirement for participating in the Ninja World War is at least genin level. It's really chilling that Konohagakure hastily lets children go to the battlefield to die. 4th Kazekage Raza, it's funny, the cemetery of Konohagakure is full of hero monuments. If I learn the three-body technique and die on the battlefield, can I become a hero in the village? Mei Terumi, it's just a means to appease the villagers. The Konoha high-level officials are still using this trick. How shameless! Konoha village villagers, is this all true? Konoha village genin, is the third-generation grandfather really such a person? Everyone in Konoha village who watched the video was stunned. After all, in their impression, the Konoha high-level officials all uphold the will of fire and are willing to sacrifice themselves for newborns. But what is the content of the video? In the dark alley, Kakashi looked at the chat group screen with cold eyes, sighed lightly, and prepared to speak. Alas, compared to these, I still prefer to face those vulgar things. Kakashi touched the intimate paradise in his arms, his eyes still cold. Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, don't get me wrong. At that time, the economy of Konoha village was indeed scarce, especially after the Nine Tails Rebellion. The village had not yet fully recovered and encountered the Third Ninja World War. In order to protect the peace of the village, those who died heroically on the battlefield are all heroes of Konoha, and our village will always remember them. Yuditen Koharu, that's right, the older generation protects the new generation, this is the true will of fire. Hitaki Kakashi, Hokage-sama is right. Where Konoha flies, the will of fire is endless. We, the older generation, are willing to sacrifice our lives to protect the new generation. Third generation Reikage AI, singing in unison, Konoha village performed well. Senju Tobirama. Chapter 14. Pure Land Space. Senju Tobirama stared at the chat group screen, his face extremely heavy. Why did the monkey become like this? Hashirama beside him also had a heavy face. Brother, calm down first and continue watching the video. Senju Tobirama patted Hashirama's shoulder and tried to calm himself down. Those in high positions must have their own strengths. Tobirama understood that it was not appropriate to make a fuss at this moment. We can only see how Hiruzen handles the affairs in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, everyone, continue watching the video first. The video screen is still continuing. Lin, take him away first. Kakashi drew out the short knife behind him and shouted anxiously. At this moment, the surrounding ninjas have surrounded everyone. Okay, let's retreat first. Lin supported the injured ninja. Wait, scroll. The injured ninja looked around and found the scroll floating in the river in the distance. The river flows very fast, and the scroll quickly flows downstream. At this time, a ninja jumped down from the cliff and caught the scroll. Retreat. Seeing this, the enemy ninja quickly distanced themselves. Obito, Lin, Protect him. Kakashi looked at the people leaving, snorted coldly, and urged his teammates behind him. Kakashi, what about you? Obito asked anxiously. Take back the scroll. Kakashi replied coldly. Don't take risks, there are too many enemies. Obito said worriedly. I will prove it with my actions, you save people, I complete the mission. Kakashi glanced at Obito and disappeared in an instant. Kakashi. Obito looked at the direction where Kakashi disappeared, hesitant to speak. Obito, contact Minato teacher. Lin shouted anxiously while supporting the injured ninja. Okay. Obito threw a kunai with a detonating tag tied to the end, which exploded in the air with a loud noise. Minato saw this scene, sweat on his forehead. Obito. At the same time, the enemy ninja jumped on the branches and went far away, but soon stopped. They saw a familiar figure. Kakashi stood on the tree, holding a short knife, facing everyone alone. Kid, want to deal with us alone? The enemy ninja landed and looked at Kakashi jokingly. The mission must be completed. Kakashi pulled out the short knife and said coldly. Go. At an order, everyone rushed to Kakashi. The camera switched. Obito, have you found Kakashi? Minato fell from the air and asked anxiously. Kakashi rushed into the enemy camp to grab the scroll back. Obito said anxiously. Kakashi. Minato's forehead was sweating, and he hurried to Kakashi's side. The camera switched again. Ping ping pong. The sound of cold weapons fighting continued. Kakashi, holding a short sword, defeated the enemy ninjas one by one. But the enemy adopted a tactic of attrition, not giving Kakashi a chance to breathe. Take it. An enemy ninja made a seal with both hands to launch a ninjutsu, but Kakashi didn't give him a chance and stabbed him in the heart with a short sword. Don't let him get away. Before the stabbed ninja fainted, he pointed at Kakashi in the distance. Senju Tobirama, this kid named Kakashi is really good. He can hold so many ninjas at the age of 12. Kuratsuki, he can have such strength at the age of 12. 4th Kazekage Raza, is this what you call a genius? Might Guy, you are worthy of being my lifelong opponent. Kakashi, take it. Kakashi, I don't want to fight today, idiot. Mist Village Chunin, why do I feel that Might Guy looks like a fool? Mist Village Jonin, don't say that, he is a Jonin after all. Sagakure Village Ninja, are you kidding? You can be called a Jonin if you only know Taijutsu. Might Guy, why can't you be a Jonin if you only know Taijutsu? Might Guy, ignore those people who know nothing. You have to stick to your youthful path. Might Guy, father, I understand. Let your youth burn. Rock Lee, as expected of teacher Guy. Tenten, can you two be more serious? I'm embarrassed, underscore. Hyaganiji, you'll get used to it. The video screen is still continuing. At this moment, countless ninjas jumped to the top and threw kunai. Kunai flew towards Kakashi. Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly, life and death moment. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 styles. Namikaze Minato arrived instantly, threw kunai, and knocked away the ninjas along the way one by one. Minato teacher. Kakashi looked at the familiar man in front of him, his pupils shrank slightly. Minato shook his head and picked up the fallen scroll. Your method of persistence is really carried through to the end. Kakashi was stunned, and then avoided Minato's gaze. The camera switched. The sun in the sky shone on the wilderness. The mission is finally completed. Minato handed the scroll to the ninja. Thank you for saving me. The ninja was grateful. The yellow flash of Konoha, see you later. Goodbye, let's go. Minato said gently to the students. The camera turned again. Team 7 walked on the treetops. Teacher, the real mission is so difficult. Lin looked at Minato, worried. Of course, It won't be easy. Minato stared into the distance, his expression serious. But the secret scroll was finally delivered. Yet. Minato nodded. The mission is completed. Obito was excited. Maybe. Kakashi responded indifferently. Maybe? What do you mean? Obito looked at Kakashi in confusion. He just said. Kakashi shook his head, interrupting Obito and recalling the scene at that time. Thank you for saving me. The ninja looked at them gratefully. If he really completed the mission, he should mention the secret letter, not his life. Kakashi said indifferently. What do you mean? Obito was even more puzzled. The scroll in his hand was also blank, we were treated as a feint, and the real secret scroll was delivered by another unit. This is why the other party asked Minato teacher to perform sea-level missions. Kakashi explained. With the escort of ninjas like Minato teacher, our mission seems real. Kakashi said disappointedly. When did you think of it? Obito's pupils shrank after hearing this. I had a hunch when I found the first fake scroll. Then why are you fighting for a scroll that may be fake? This is a mission, my principal. Kakashi interrupted Obito coldly. Fourth Kazekage Raza, I waited in vain, I thought it was Danzo's doing. Mei Terumi, indeed, I thought it was Danzo's doing, but it wasn't, I'm a little disappointed. Unaki, I agree, I was happy for nothing. Shimura Danzo, no, don't put everything on me, you are fucking sick. Uchiha Tetsuka, Danzo, you still have the nerve to talk, I'm so fucking. Uchiha Inahim, Danzo, you idiot, I'm so fucking. Uchiha Kagami, everyone please be quiet. Sarutobi Asuma, it's hard to comment. Second Tsuchikage Mu, I couldn't hold it back. As soon as Danzo of Konoha village came out, everyone focused their fire on him. Yahiko, Danzo is just a beast. I won't accept any rebuttal. Uzumaki Nagato, beast Danzo. Deidara, yet. Everyone is scolding Danzo, so I'll scold him too. Danzo is a Shimura Danzo. Chapter 15. Konoha village. Danzo looked at everyone attacking him, speechless. Humph, these people don't know anything. I'm here to protect Konoha village. Senju Tobirama, Hiruzen, what happened when I wasn't in Konoha village? Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, Konoha village is doing well now. Shimura Danzo, let's continue watching. The video still continued. At night, the cold wind kept blowing. Namikaze Minato and Obito sat on the stone, looking up at the bright moonlight. Obito, let me tell you something. Minato looked at Obito gently. What is it? Obito was a little confused for a moment. Kakashi's father is a respected genius ninja, known as Konoha White Fang, Hatake Sakumo. White Fang. Then that person at that time. Obito's pupil shrank, and he remembered the past. But Kakashi never mentioned this to me. Obito continued, then looked at the serious Minato teacher, hesitant to speak. He is very outstanding, everyone in the village, including Kakashi, respects him. Minato shook his head and said gently. Until that thing happened. What thing? Obito was a little curious for a moment. Maybe I shouldn't tell you these things without permission, but you are Kakashi's teammate, I hope you can know. Minato sighed. What happened? Kakashi's father, Sakumo, committed suicide because of everyone's responsibility. Minato was hesitant to speak. Obito was stunned when he heard it. 5 years ago, in order to carry out a confidential mission, he sneaked into the enemy camp as a captain and faced two choices, to carry out the mission or to save his companions. Minato looked at the moonlight in the sky with a complicated expression. At that time, according to the rules of the village, abandoning the mission was strictly prohibited. But he interrupted the mission to save his companions' lives. However, the Fire Country and the companions in the village who suffered heavy losses blamed him. In the end, even the companions he saved began to blame him. Minato continued. This incident caused him to suffer a severe physical and mental injury, and he chose to commit suicide. Minato's expression became more complicated when he said this. Since then, Kakashi never mentioned his father, and became extremely stubborn in abiding by the rules. Minato lowered his head and looked at the sleeping Kakashi with some pampering in his eyes. Obito, I hope you can understand him a little bit. Kakashi has no ill intentions. Obito fell silent after hearing this. Mission, companions, which is more important? Hashirama Senju, he chose to give up the mission to protect his companions. He is such an outstanding ninja. Tobirama Senju, brother, nothing is absolute. Anbu of Kirigakure, he failed the mission to protect his companions, which caused a great blow to the village's economy. This behavior is stupid. Jounin of Iwagakure, it's hard to say, but I support Konoha White Fang's approach. Cho, hi, Konoha White Fang died well, this is his retribution. Uzumaki Naruto, shut up. White Fang sacrificed himself to protect his companions. You have no right to talk about him. Hatake Kakashi, Naruto. Cho, Do you think Konoha White Fang did the right thing? He killed my daughter-in-law and son, how can he live happily? Uzumaki Naruto, is this true? 4th Kazekage Raza, different angles, different positions. Senju Hashirama, didn't I assign the tailed beasts to you at that time? Why did you start a war? Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, I told you that your idea is too naive, and peace in the ninja world is impossible to achieve. Uzumaki Boruto, is this the story of that era? Otsutsuki Momoshiki, the ninja world is really stupid. Indra, let's continue watching the video first. The video is still showing. Boom. Kakashi stepped on the water, causing ripples. At this moment, everyone stopped. A large number of bamboos suddenly appeared in the sky and flew towards them. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito gritted his teeth and quickly formed seals with his hands. Then, hot fireballs spewed out of his mouth, extinguishing the traps that attacked from the sky one by one. The bamboo was scorched by the fire and fell into the water. The water surface heated up and mist evaporated. At this time, a ninja hid in the corner, holding a long sword, and rushed out quickly. Kakashi drew his sword in an instant, with agility. At this critical moment, Lin's screams were heard. Obito and Kakashi were both stunned and turned back anxiously. A ninja from the hidden rock village held Lin in one hand, his eyes cold. I'll take this girl away first. Stop! Kakashi wanted to step forward. But the ninja turned into smoke and disappeared. Asshole! Obito wanted to chase anxiously. Obito, don't chase! Kakashi shouted anxiously. Obito gritted his teeth and stopped. In the sky, a bamboo leaf slowly fell into the water, and stirred ripples. What did you say? Obito looked at Kakashi in confusion. Let's continue the mission. Kakashi looked up, his eyes cold. Do you know what you are talking about? Obito was still puzzled. As a ninja, you have to complete the mission even if you sacrifice your companions. Kakashi replied coldly, this is the rule. Are you going to easily abandon your teammates who are fighting side by side for the mission? Obito frowned and punched Kakashi. Kakashi staggered back, and his sleeve was tightly grasped by Obito. You really don't know anything. Obito clenched his fist, then slowly loosened it, glared at Kakashi, and turned away. What will happen to those who break the rules? Kakashi looked at Obito's back coldly. I know what you want to say. I think White Fang is the real hero. Obito said in a low voice without looking back. Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly. A cold wind passed in the distance, but Kakashi's heart trembled. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are called trash. But Obito paused, turned to look at Kakashi, his eyes firm. People who don't know how to cherish their companions are even worse than trash. After saying that, Obito turned and left. Kakashi also turned around, and the two walked in opposite directions. Hara no Sakura, hey! Isn't this what Kakashi-sensei said to us? Uchiha Sasuke, so the best friend Kakashi-sensei mentioned is this Obito. Uzumaki Naruto, that's right. As expected of Uncle Obito. Uchiha Obito. Hitaki Kakashi, Obito, how are you doing in the Pure Land now? Uchiha Obito, waste Kakashi. Hitaki Kakashi, Obito, I'm sorry, I didn't protect Rin. No Hara Rin, Obito, the situation was special at that time. Namikaze Minato, I'm sorry, I was on a mission at that time, and I didn't have time to save you. Chapter 16. Uzumaki Kushina, let's not talk about this for now. Uzumaki Kushina, at Uzumaki Naruto, little guy, how are you doing? Uzumaki Naruto, well, I'm doing very well. Grandpa Hokage gives me pocket money every month, asterisk. Uzumaki Kushina, that's good. Pure Land Space. Uzumaki Kushina watched Naruto's speech and couldn't help but feel relieved. It seems that the Sandame's care for Naruto is really thoughtful. The video screen is still playing. Found it. Obito stood on the treetop, looking down at a cave below, and felt relieved. However, at this moment, he felt a gust of cold wind behind him, and Obito's pupils shrank suddenly. With a whistling sound, a sharp blade flashed from behind. Kakashi had repelled the ninja who tried to sneak attack Obito. The ninja who was hit took a deep breath, stepped back a few steps, and jumped to the top of the tree in the distance. Kakashi, you! Obito looked at Kakashi in front of him, hesitant to speak. Silver white hair and a chakra knife shining with white light, could it be that you are Konoha White Fang? The Uegakure ninja stared at Kakashi, his pupils suddenly shrank. This is my father's relic. Kakashi gripped the blade tightly and answered coldly. So that's it, you are the son of White Fang, then there is nothing to fear. The Uegakure ninja made a seal, and then his figure disappeared into the air. Where is he? Obito swallowed his saliva. Obito, be careful, he gets behind you. Kakashi suddenly woke up and rushed forward with a long sword, but unexpectedly, in order to protect Obito, his left eye was cut. With a puff, blood gushed out. Kakashi covered his injured left eye and fell to the ground. Kakashi! Obito rushed over anxiously, helped Kakashi up, his eyes red. Don't cry if you are a ninja, I'm not dead yet. Kakashi put down his hand and said coldly, his palm was full of blood at this moment. Don't be careless. Kakashi glared at Obito. I always talk big and always rely on others to save me, but... Obito wiped his eyes and recalled his bold words to Kakashi before leaving. People who don't know how to cherish their companions are worse than trash. I don't want that to be an empty talk. Obito stood up and looked around with a cold gaze. At this moment, a cold wind whistled from behind. The invisible ninja held a kunai and quickly stabbed Obito's head. Go to hell. At this critical moment, bang! Obito held the kunai tightly with both hands and fought back decisively. At this moment, his pupils rotated rapidly. Turned into a 2-Magatama Sharingan. Everyone watching the video was stunned. Uchiha Tajima, fuck, am I seeing this right? This kid opened his eyes for the first time and got 2-Magatama. Uchiha Inahim, damn, this kid is simply invincible. Thumbs up. Uchiha Izuna, he got 2-Magatama the first time he opened his Sharingan. This kid is really talented. The Hidden Mist Village Anbu, excuse me, if he got 2-Magatama the first time he opened his Sharingan, is he a genius? Uchiha Setsuna, this is not a genius, it's a monster. No Harurin, I didn't expect Obito to be so powerful. Hitaki Kakashi, Obito. Uchiha Sasuke, excuse me, I only got one Megatama the first time I opened my Sharingan. Is that a genius? Indra, opening the eyes is nothing. The key is to look at the later stage. How old are you this year? Uchiha Sasuke, 12 years old. Indra. Ashura, there is a lot of room for improvement, thumbs up. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Shisui, it's not bad. I think I only had Manjiki when I was 12 years old. Uchiha Madara, at Uchiha Sasuke, it's okay. Just work hard in the later stage. What is your current strength? Uchiha Sasuke, thank you, Madara-sama. I am now a Chunin. Uchiha Madara, 12-year-old Chunin. Uchiha Sasuke, yeah, it's okay. Uchiha Madara, lung mist. You are only Chunin at this age. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Hikari, humph, I didn't expect the Uchiha clan to have such an idiot. The video continues. Why, you shouldn't be able to see me. The Hidden Rock Village ninja who was hit was stunned looking at Obito. At this moment, his figure gradually appeared. Obito, you. Kakashi's pupils suddenly contracted. Obito stood in front of him, holding the kunai tightly in both hands, and had pierced the abdomen of the Hidden Rock Village ninja. What happened to your eyes? The Hidden Rock Village ninja had a lot of cold sweat on his forehead. After telling his last words, he fell to the ground with a plop. At this moment, Obito's eyes were as red as blood. Looking at the enemy's body lying on the ground, Obito was panting. Obito, your eyes. Kakashi looked at Obito in astonishment. Yeah, this seems to be the Sharingan, which can see the flow and movement of chakra. Obito looked at his palms and said in disbelief. Suddenly, Kakashi covered his injured eyes tightly and groaned. Are you okay, Kakashi? Obito hurriedly supported him. It's okay, it seems that the left eye is not good. Kakashi shook his head, and then took out a bandage from the backpack behind him. I have this that Lin gave me, and I can do emergency treatment immediately. Let's go and save Linear. Kakashi looked at Obito and said. Okay. The two simply treated the wound. At this moment, the sound of birds chirping came from a forest from time to time, and the air around was extremely cold. The camera turned and came to the cave. The enemy ninja grabbed Lin's hair with one hand, unexpectedly strong. Suddenly, footsteps came from the entrance of the cave, interrupting his thoughts. Looking at the two boys who came in, the ninja of the Hidden Rock Village frowned. They are all useless guys. Obito looked at Lin and said cautiously. Lin's chakra flow is very chaotic now, and it is different from our chakra flow. This is probably a genjutsu, and it seems that she is eager to get information. Kakashi stood aside and said coldly. It seems that he is not a simple kid. I fought him once before. He moves very quickly. Be careful. Kakashi reminded again. Yes. At this moment, the enemy ninja suddenly disappeared from the spot. The two boys rushed over with blades in hand at the same time. Swish, swish, swish. The three of them suddenly disappeared from the spot. The third Kazekage, I'm curious, can these two boys really beat the Jonin? Chapter 17. Haiden, you definitely can't beat me, you'll have to beat me. Deidara, yeah. Haiden is right. Scorpion, can you two idiots be quiet? The video is still going on. At this moment, a shadow flashed in the air, and the sound of fine iron colliding was endless. Bang, bang, bang. Obito and Kakashi held the blades tightly with both hands and swung at the enemy. But the enemy was not an ordinary person. They could predict and dodge in advance every time. Then they swung the kunai in their hands. With a bang, Obito held the kunao in his hand and blocked the enemy's flying attacks one by one, creating a lot of sparks. At this time, Kakashi looked at the flying short knife, bent down suddenly, and the short knife brushed the ends of his hair, and a few white hairs fell to the ground. Kakashi gritted his teeth and continued to swing the knife to meet the enemy. Bang! 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 A lot of sparks flew. Kakashi and Obito rushed towards the enemy one after another. Whenever they were about to hit, the enemy disappeared like an afterimage. Swoosh! 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 The hurricane hit. Obito looked carefully, and the enemy in front of him was about to swing his knife at him. He bent down suddenly, and Kakashi took the opportunity to rush over quickly. Unexpectedly, the enemy's mouth showed a smile, which was a flaw he deliberately revealed. Obito's pupil shrank, and he decisively stretched out his hands to hold the enemy's head. And Kakashi swung his knife from a high altitude and chopped the enemy's head, and then stepped on the enemy's shoulder. With a plop, the enemy fell to the ground, rolling his eyes. At this moment, Kakashi and Obito quickly ran to Lin's side. Lin was tied to a wooden stake, and her consciousness was scattered. Untie! Kakashi made a seal with one hand. Soon, Lin woke up. Kakashi, Obito. Lin looked at the two boys in front of her, a little surprised. We're here to save you, Lin, it's all right now. Obito said, panting. Okay, let's retreat first. Kakashi untied Lin's restraints. Lin staggered to her feet. I see, good cooperation. The enemy who fell to the ground slowly got up. But you are just little ghosts after all, and now you are under the control of the enemy. At this moment, the Uegakure village ninja slowly formed seals with both hands, Earth Escape Iwasuka Collapse. The enemy slammed his palm on the ground. The cave suddenly changed. A large number of stones fell rapidly from the sky, and the ground began to tremble. Oh no! Run to the exit! Kakashi looked at this scene, his pupils shrank. The three of them rushed to the exit quickly, and the white light was gradually shrinking. The surroundings were filled with smoke, and they couldn't see each other clearly. A small stone fell from the sky and hit Kakashi on the head. Kakashi! Lin turned her head and looked at the fallen Kakashi, and shouted anxiously. Obito rushed over quickly and picked up Kakashi. But when he looked up, he saw that the stone from the sky was falling rapidly. Obito had no choice but to throw Kakashi over quickly. Bang! The whole cave was buried by stones. Although it is a rare source of intelligence, there is nothing we can do. The enemy had a teasing smile on his face. Senju Tobirama, Obito is a really good kid. He is willing to sacrifice himself to protect his companions. Thumbs up. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is the true will of fire. You should all learn from Obito. Udanane Koharu, Obito is a hero that Konoha village should always remember. Konoha village civilians, it turns out that there are normal people in the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Tetsuka, Obito is really a role model for our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Setsuna, Humph, I have long felt that Obito is a filial kid and will definitely become a great man in the future. It's a pity. Uchiha Sasuke, brother Obito, I want to learn more from you. Don't worry, I will definitely kill Itaki and avenge my clan. Uchiha Obito. Inside the cave. At this moment, Obito looked at the message on the chat group and began to feel confused. If this video continues to play, won't his and Madara's plan be exposed? Uchiha Obito, Banara, what should we do next? Thinking of this, Obito sent a private message to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, doesn't Nagato have the Samsara Eye? Let Black Zetsu control him and let him revive me. Obito looked at Madara's message, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Humph, revive you? You are too naive. Obito was not willing to revive Uchiha Madara, after all, Madara had placed a curse seal on his chest. As long as Madara had a thought, he would be controlled by him at will. He didn't want to be a puppet. Look, the plan has to be brought forward. Obito walked out of the cave, looking at the dark clouds in the sky, his eyes cold. Pure land space. Uchiha Madara stared at Obito, and was slightly confused as he had not received a reply for a long time, but he did not investigate further. Perhaps Obito is busy executing the plan. Humph. Thinking of his upcoming resurrection, Madara could not help but snorted softly. Hitaki Kakashi, Obito, why don't you say anything? No Hara-rin, that's right. Uchiha Obito, humph, useless Kakashi, what else can I say? Namikaze Minato, let's continue watching the video first. Senju Tobirama, no, I feel something is wrong. Senju Hashirama, oh Doubtu, you think too much, don't you? Senju Tobirama, according to my intuition over the years, this Obito may still be alive. Uchiha Taihuo, 666, if you hate our Uchiha clan, just curse us directly, there is no need to be sarcastic here. Uchiha Setsuna, this Tobirama kid is also useless, thumbs up. The video continues. The smoke gradually dissipated, and Kakashi and Lin survived. Are you okay, Linear? Kakashi. Obito's weak voice came from the cracks in the stone. Kakashi opened his eyes dazedly, and his pupils suddenly shrank when he saw the scene in front of him. Obito. Lin covered her mouth with both hands, her pupils constricted, watching the scene. Kakashi barely stood up, walked to Obito's side, and tried to push away the boulder pressing on him. However, the stone was too big, and Kakashi could not push it away. Stop, Kakashi, I can't do it anymore. Obito said weakly. My right side of the body was basically crushed, and I don't even feel it. Obito looked at Kakashi, who was trying to push the stone, and added weakly, and then laughed at himself a few times. Damn it! Kakashi clenched his fists angrily and slapped the stone. Why is this happening? Lin looked at the weak Obito, her eyes red, and tears fell. Ahem! A lot of blood flowed from the corners of Obito's mouth. Uchiha Setsuna, at Senju Tobirama, tell your dad what this is. Senju Tobirama, strange, am I overthinking? Chapter 18. Namikaze Minato, if I was there, this wouldn't have happened. Senju Tobirama, something's wrong, this Obito might still be alive. Uchiha Setsuna, damn, Obito in the video has been crushed by the rocks and can't get up. If he's still alive, I'll eat him. Uchiha Tetsuka, if Obito is still alive, I'll eat him too. Uchiha Obito, dot. The video continues. Damn it, damn it. Kakashi clenched his fists in anger, but fell to the ground powerlessly. If I had listened to you at the beginning and saved Lin with you, it wouldn't have turned out like this. Kakashi said with tears. At this moment, Lin came over and looked at Obito with a worried look on her face. What captain, what jonin? Kakashi muttered to himself in grief. Speaking of which, I forgot. Obito's weak voice came from the cracks in the stone. The two were stunned when they heard this, and their pupils shrank slightly. I'm the only one who didn't give you a gift to celebrate becoming a jonin, Kakashi. A weak smile appeared on Obito's lips. What should I give you? I've thought about it carefully, and now, I've thought about it. Obito said very weakly. Kakashi half knelt on the ground, looking at Obito with despair. What? Don't worry, don't look at me like that, it's useless. I plan to give you my Sharingan. Obito's eyes gradually faded. Hearing this, Lin and Kakashi were shocked. At this moment, the camera split into two, showing the faces of Kakashi and Obito respectively. No matter what the people in the village say, you are an excellent jonin. This is my idea. Accept my gift. Obito said weakly. Lin, use your medical ninjutsu to transplant my Sharingan and the eye axis to Kakashi's left eye. Obito looked at Lin, who was crying non-stop, and said weakly. Kakashi, come over here, we'll start right away. Lin wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, her nose was slightly red, and her eyes were particularly firm. I am about to die, but I can be your eyes and see the world after this. Obito said to Kakashi in front of him with his last breath. Uchiha Sasuke, so that's how Kakashi-sensei got his Sharingan. Harano Sakura, wow, I'm so moved. Uzumaki Naruto, Uncle Obito is so warm. He was still thinking about his friends before he died. Senju Tobirama, no, based on my years of experience, Obito is definitely still alive. He might be plotting something. Senju Hashirama, oh Doubtu, why do you think so? Senju Tobirama, just because he's an evil Uchiha, my intuition can't be wrong. Uchiha Tetsuka, you Egyptians, take what you say. Eat something good. When you die one day, be careful that people will talk about you. Uchiha and a hero, great, it's Egyptian law old, we are saved. Uchiha Fugaku, second Hokage, as a public figure, it is not appropriate for you to insult the martyrs of my clan like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen, yes, teacher, you may be wrong. Senju Tobirama, my analysis cannot be wrong. Uzumaki Mito, Tobirama, you are too stubborn, alas. Uchiha Tajima, in that case, then continue to watch. If Obito is really dead, I hope a white-haired person can apologize to the Uchiha clan. Senju Fusuma, humph, will my son make a mistake? Evil Uchiha clan. Uchiha Izuna, cunning Senju clan, this is how you will be in your life. The video continues. At this moment, the Jonin of Uegakure is sitting on a piece of wood to replenish water. Bang! A violent explosion came from the ruins behind, and a lot of smoke rose. The enemy ninja was stunned, and then turned his head to look at the smoke behind him. In the smoke, a young man walked out slowly, his face downcast, revealing unspeakable anger. It's really difficult, I didn't expect you to be alive. The enemy ninja looked at Kakashi teasingly, his eyes fell on Kakashi's left eye. There were a lot of tears flowing there. But you are still a little kid. Ninja, why are you crying? The enemy ninja looked around and confirmed that there were no other ambushes, then looked at Kakashi again. Come on, crybaby, let's make a break. The ninja of the Hidden Rock Village looked at Kakashi with disdain. Looking at Kakashi. The smoke in the distance gradually dissipated, and Kakashi's messy hair fluttered in the wind. He opened his eyes with difficulty, and his left eye quickly rotated into the shape of two Megatama. The enemy was stunned, his pupils contracted, his eyes became solemn, and he looked at Kakashi repeatedly. Kakashi stood high in the sky, looking down at the enemy. That kid is a little different from before. The enemy gritted his teeth and looked nervous. At this time, the video camera turned up. In the ruins, Obito, who was on the verge of death, showed his figure, and Rin squatted next to him. Kakashi, Rin will be left to you. Obito closed his eyes and said with difficulty. Okay. Kakashi responded. He slowly stretched out his hand and pulled out the short knife behind him, with a click. Kakashi tightly grasped the handle of the knife, stared angrily at the enemy in the distance, and then disappeared on the spot. 4th Kazekage Raza, not bad, this speed is much faster than before. Mei Terumi, is this a genius? He adapted to the Sharingan so quickly. 4th Raikage AI, is this Sharingan unable to be closed? 2nd Psuchikage Mu, can't be closed? That's right, after all, Kakashi doesn't have the blood of the Uchiha clan. The video continues. In a blink of an eye, Kakashi has quickly jumped down from a high altitude. At this moment, the boy tightly grasped the short sword and rushed towards the enemy from a high altitude. The enemy held the sword with both hands and blocked the attack. With a click, Kakashi's short sword broke, and the enemy's eyes became provocative. Kakashi stared at him coldly, and his hands quickly formed seals the moment he landed. The enemy suddenly took out the blade from his sleeve, but at the critical moment, Kakashi used Reikari. At this time, the short sword that broke in the sky was falling rapidly. Kakashi is betting that this blow can penetrate the enemy's chest. The enemy is also betting as he grits his teeth and looks at the approaching Reikari. With a puff, the short knife is fiercely inserted into the ground. The camera turns. Lin holds Obito's hand and looks at the sky with an uneasy look. Soon, footsteps are heard on the stone. It's the enemy. Lin's heart tightens and she holds Obito's hand tightly. Don't panic, Linear. Obito closes his eyes and says weakly. At this moment, Kakashi appears behind the enemy. With a plop, the enemy falls to the ground. Kakashi is also weak and half kneeling on the ground. Kato-dan, fortunately, Kakashi won. Senjutsu Nade, look at it this way, it's a blessing in disguise. Uchiha Izuna, by the way, Obito is going to die next. Uchiha Madara, ahem. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Izuna, Nissen, what's wrong with you? Is your throat uncomfortable? Namikaze Minato, Obito. Chapter 19. Anbu of the Hidden Mist Village. Why, I have a bad feeling next. Itaki Uchiha, something is not right. Sasuke Uchiha, Itaki, I will definitely kill you. Itaki Uchiha, my stupid brother, you are not qualified to kill me now. Sasuke Uchiha, shut up, I have 2 Megatama now. Sarah Uchiha, is this what Dad was like when he was a child? The video still continues. Kakashi, take Lin and leave here quickly. Obito's voice gradually weakened until it became unclear. Enemy reinforcements are about to arrive. Kakashi's eyes became dim. Obito. Rin tightly grasped Obito's hand, her face full of reluctance. Go. Obito used up his last bit of strength to break free from Lin's hand. Kakashi quickly reached out and pulled Lin out. However, he was stunned for a moment, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He found that there were a large number of enemies approaching. At this moment, countless ninjas from the Hidden Rock Village quickly formed hand seals. Earth style, earth-splitting palm. They slapped their hands to the ground, and the ground instantly cracked and shook violently. Rin, catch me! Kakashi shouted anxiously. Rin looked at Obito reluctantly, and finally took Kakashi's hand. With a loud bang, a large number of stones began to fall off, quickly burying Obito. Obito. Rin looked at the buried Obito worriedly. It's hard to get along with Kakashi, but I can't confess to Linear. Obito felt the chill around him and smiled self-deprecatingly. His body was gradually buried in the soil, as if being swallowed by the body of the tailed beast. I really want to be with everyone again. The screen suddenly turned black. Bang, bang, bang. Violent explosions continued. The whole forest was filled with gunpowder smoke. Kakashi and Lin escaped with difficulty and finally landed on a tree stump. Lin looked up at the sky, her pupils contracted. At some point, many ninjas had surrounded them from above. Kakashi gasped and shouted angrily, "Damn it!" He looked back at Lin, took a deep breath, and slowly formed a seal. "Obito, this is the ninjutsu you helped me complete." With a squeak, it was as if thousands of birds were chirping. Reikari quickly condensed in Kakashi's hands. "Oh? Still have fighting spirit in this state?" A ninja from the Hidden Rock Village looked at Kakashi teasingly. As expected of someone who can sneak behind enemy lines, he is really strong. Another ninja commented. "Lin, I'll hold them back." Kakashi held Reikari in his right hand and Kunao in his left hand, staggered to his feet, and vigilantly scanned the enemies around him. The first Tsuchikage, Can this really get you out of this? Onoki, it's very difficult. Hitaki Sakumo, if it's Kakashi, it should be no problem. Might Guy, yes, Kakashi can definitely win. Hitaki Kakashi, don't worry, you will win. The video continues. But Lin looked at the boy standing in front of her, her face full of worry. Obito asked me to do this, so I will protect you even if I risk my life. Kakashi stared at the enemy in the distance indifferently. Kakashi. Lin hesitated. Lin, Obito likes you very much and values you very much, so he wants to protect your life. Kakashi didn't look back. Lin looked at the boy in front of her, tears welled up in her eyes, then Kakashi, I will also. As soon as Lin's words came out, she was interrupted by Kakashi. I used to be a scum who wanted to give up on you. Kakashi said coldly, turning his eyes to the enemy falling from the sky, his eyes instantly cold. Go, Lin. The screen went black. The camera turned. Am I dead? Kakashi opened his eyes weakly, and what came into his eyes was the bright moonlight in the sky. Where is this? Kakashi was stunned. Are you awake? Minato's gentle voice sounded. Teacher, why? Kakashi hesitated. Because the technique on this kunao is my space-time ninjutsu, we performed a space-time jump. Minato took out a kunao from his arms, which was engraved with the mark of Flying Thunder God. What about the enemy? Kakashi's pupils shrank. I have solved them all. Minato shook his head. Lin, where is Lin? Kakashi asked anxiously. Then Minato pointed to the girl in the distance, and both of them fell into silence. Sorry, I didn't make it in time, Kakashi, I have learned about it from Linear. Minato looked apologetic. At this moment, the girl in the distance put her hands behind her back, staring at the full moon in the sky, and the breeze blew gently. I don't know what Lin was thinking. The video screen ended quickly. Then an old voiceover sounded. The Third Shinobi World War lasted for a long time. Many unknown heroes put an end to it with their lives. At the same time, many heroes became famous and became legends. The bridge was blown up by explosives, and Kakashi stood at the bridge head with a complicated look. One was engraved on the memorial tablet, and the other was later called Sharingan Kakashi, and his name was also widely spread in other countries. The camera kept switching. Finally stopped at the tombstone. There was a bouquet of exquisite flowers on the tombstone. Senju Tobirama, strange, is this Obito really dead? Senju Hashirama, Dodaudu, I think you think too much. Senju Itama, that's right, big brother, you should apologize to Obito as soon as possible. Uchiha Obito, no need. Uchiha Madara, cough cough. Deidara, What's wrong, keep coughing. Is the Shura of the ninja world going to die? Haiden, what Shura of the ninja world? In my opinion, he is not half as powerful as Kakuzu. Kakuzu. Akatsuki Organization. Kakuzu stared at Haiden and Deidara, listening to their speeches, his heart burning with anger, wishing to strangle them to death immediately. Are you sure? That's the Shura of the ninja world. He hit him with his head. Fourth Kazekage Raza, by the way, who is this Kakuzu? Does such a character really exist in the ninja world? The fourth Raikage AI, he actually defeated the god of ninja? In my opinion, the god of ninja is nothing more than that. Onoki, you are still too young, you don't understand the importance of the Shura of the ninja world and the first generation. Hanzo of the salamander, tisk tisk tisk, the older you get, the more you cherish your life. Onoki, it seems that you are no exception. Onoki, no matter what I am better than you, a coward. Kuratsuki, +1. The next chapter is about the process of Obito's darkening. Please send electricity for love, Thank you for your support. Chapter 20. Minato Namikaze. Wait, the video doesn't seem to end here. The video is still going on. At this moment, a large number of white Zetsu corpses appeared in the dim picture, and an old man sat on a chair, looking dying. The camera switched again. Obito was lying on the bed, his right arm was completely broken, and was filled with white Zetsu cells. He slowly raised his head, looked at the two people in front of him with different forms, and fell into deep thought. How do you feel? Afei looked at Obito curiously. Of course it's terrible. Obito supported his body with one hand and climbed out of the bed with difficulty. How long have I been here? It feels like a long time. Obito looked at the two people hesitantly. To be more precise, they should not be called people, but monsters. Don't worry, you don't have to pay for the rent. Zetsu said jokingly. We were born in the golem, we don't need to eat, we don't have meal money, and we don't need the toilet. Afei teased on the side, his voice hoarse, sounding creepy. But you can't compare me with you because I only have this strange thing on my right half. Obito touched the wound on his right half, gritted his teeth, and said with disdain. Thanks to it, you can survive without food or water, you should be grateful. Zetsu said with a playful look. That's right, I don't want to compare with you either. You are an artificial body without emotions, and we are artificial people. Afei pointed to his head, with emotions. And I understand the jokes better, have a richer vocabulary, and am smarter than you. Afei posed in various poses, and his words were very annoying. Stop making noises, can you shut up? Then tell me, how are you better than me? Obito shouted angrily with gritted teeth. The two looked at each other and turned to look at Obito. We are watching you. Third Reikage, these two are like clowns. Senju Tobirama, this is not the point is that Obito is still alive. Senju Hashirama, it seems so. Hitaki Kakashi, Obito, are you still alive now? Konoha Village. In a messy room. Kakashi stared at the message in the chat group. His pupils suddenly contracted. Then he excitedly typed on the keyboard, completely ignoring the deeper meaning of Obito being alive. Namikaze Minato, Obito, aren't you going to give us an explanation? Uchiha Obito. Hitaki Kakashi, teacher, what do you mean? Obito is still alive, shouldn't it be a good thing? Namikaze Minato, my thoughts are confused now, let's continue watching. Mei Terumi, why do I feel that there will be another traitor in Konoha village next? Uzumaki Nagato, humph, this hypocritical ninja world is like this. Deidara, damn, why is the person upstairs so petty? Konan, Deidara, shut up. Uchiha Itaki, let's continue watching the video. The video is still showing. You two actually said the same thing, it really pissed me off. Obito rolled his eyes and complained. The reason we are here to help you recover is because the master ordered us to make you recover to the point where he can use you before he wakes up. White Zetsu said teasingly. Obito curled his lips helplessly and looked at the old man sitting on a chair in the distance. You actually sent these two puppets who can only talk to monitor me, but you are sleeping. Obito looked at the motionless old man in the distance with disdain. Here. It is gloomy all around, with many caves, obviously not a place for people to stay, everything is weird and panic. Senju Hashirama, why do I feel a little familiar with this old man? Senju Tobirama, could it be the evil Uchiha? Uchiha Izuna, Senju Tobirama, you are sick, don't always say evil Uchiha. Senju Tobirama, humph, my feeling is not wrong. The video continues. I must escape from this place and find Lin and Kakashi. Obito looked at his palm with a firm look in his eyes. Where can I get out? Obito asked angrily while looking at the puppet in front of him. You can't get out. There is no exit. After the adults ordered us to move you here, they blocked the door with a huge rock. Fei explained jokingly. It's blocked? Obito looked at the exit blocked by a huge rock, and his pupil shrank. By the way, you kept shouting Lin 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 in your sleep. Do you want to go out and pick up bells? Zato looked at Obito curiously. At this moment, Obito's face instantly turned red, and a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, looking extremely embarrassed. Occasionally, there are also idiots, and idiot Kakashi. Zato said to himself. Yes, I have called him like this occasionally. Fei nodded in agreement. What is idiot Kakashi? Zetsu asked in confusion. I don't know, just ask him directly. Fei turned his head and pointed to Obito lying on the bed in the distance. Obito's face became more embarrassed when he heard this. Have I ever said such a thing? Chichi Gugu. The two of them were talking, and it was more like making strange noises than talking, which seemed weird. Can I ask a question? Fei raised his hand and looked at Obito innocently. Ask it. Obito looked at Fei curiously. I mean, what does it feel like to poop? Give me an example. Fei approached Obito with a curious look on his face. Obito was stunned when he heard this answer. Isn't it about the idiot Kakashi? How entangled are you with this? Is it necessary to be so angry? Then I'll ask you about Lin and the idiot Kakashi later. Ze looked at Obito speechlessly. Especially you with a round head, I hate you. Speaking of which, where did the other white guys go? Obito looked at White Zetsu curiously. Everyone went outside to collect information. Zetsu scratched his head and answered jokingly. Can you go outside? Obito's pupils shrank again. Because we can move in the soil layer. Fei teased. Senju Tobirama, hey, I have seen it, there is only one truth. This old man, if nothing unexpected happens, is Uchiha Madara. Hashirama Senju, Madara. Oh Doubtu, you must be kidding me. I remember clearly that I had pierced Madara's chest at that time, he couldn't be alive. Tobirama Senju, brother, you are too naive. Madara must be alive. I guess he may have launched some kind of illusion to deceive you. Unaki, fuck, Uchiha Madara is still alive. Iwagakure village. Unaki, who watched the video, couldn't help but swear. Chapter 21. Mei Terumi, isn't it just that Uchiha Madara is still alive? Onoki, are you so excited? Onoki, you are too young, you don't know the value of Uchiha Madara. The first Reikage, let's continue watching the video. The video is still going on. What the hell? Locking me up in this place, listening to you say some inexplicable things. Obito lay on the bed and sighed softly. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned your poop. White Zetsu saluted beside him. That's not what I meant. Obito interrupted the two of them. It's what Madara said, what about cutting off the cause and effect relationship? Madara is too old-fashioned, he shouldn't communicate with children in that way. Afei waved his hand, with a joking look on his face, simply put, it's to abandon the troubles in reality and escape into a dream full of happiness. Dream. Obito was even more confused. Because it's a dream, everything is up to you, even resurrecting the dead can be done. Afei said jokingly. Well, it's to use illusion to create a huge dream world and let everyone enter that world. Or, it's more appropriate to force everyone to enter, and it's for a lifetime. Zato made all kinds of weird poses. Obito's eyes twitched slightly, he sighed, and collapsed on the bed. It's so stupid, I don't understand it at all. With a powerful force like Madara, anything can be done. It's just that he is too weak now and can't do anything, so he needs to make some preparations. Zetsu teased. Really? I'm not interested. Obito glanced at Uchiha Madara, who was slumped in the chair, and said speechlessly. Then again, I must go out. Obito looked at the two of them with a firm tone. Then, Obito moved down from the bed little by little with one hand. I'm going to Lin and Kakashi. What? Fei looked at Obito with a puzzled look. I have to restore the mobility of this body. Obito stood up and walked away bit by bit. At this moment, Obito was like a disabled person, holding the wall with one hand, taking every step with all his strength, and a lot of cold sweat on his body. The scene of getting along with Minato's Team 7 appeared in his mind. Only Lin was willing to smile at him. So, he had to escape no matter what. But as soon as the thought flashed through his mind, Obito trembled, and when he was about to fall, Zetsu came over and supported him. Obito was stunned, panting heavily, and looked at Zetsu quietly. But the past memories still echo in my mind. In a room, Obito's wall is covered with photos of Linear. Senju Hashirama, Banara, what is your purpose? Uchiha Madara, humph, I told you, you won't understand. Senju Tobirama, humph, what did I say, these evil Uchiha really can't be trusted. Uchiha Izuna, Nissan must have his reasons for doing this. I absolutely believe in Nissan. Uchiha Tajima, humph, my son Uchiha Madara has the potential to be an emperor. 4th Kazekage Raza, wait, why don't I understand, what does Madara's plan mean? Namikaze Minato, Obito, are you still executing Madara's plan? No Hararin, Obito, come back quickly, Madara is definitely deceiving you. Hitaki Kakashi, Obito is sorry. Uchiha Obito, humph, it's too late for you to say anything. The video is still going on. Every bit of childhood memories constantly filled Obito's mind. Time passed by bit, and I don't know how long it had passed. Obito got out of bed and walked with difficulty every day. At this moment, his broken body had grown new arms. But he looked skinny now. Compared to the unstable standing some time ago, he can now walk independently. Long live! White Zetsu saw that Obito could walk, and blessed him with joy. Obito felt warm in his heart when he saw this scene. Soon the memories reappeared. Obito was holding the photo frame, and when he was about to kiss Lin in the photo frame, he suddenly froze. Finally, Obito raised his head suddenly, and saw Kakashi looking at him with dead eyes. Kuratsuki, pft, I couldn't hold it back when I saw this, asterisk. Harano Sakura, this Obito is so wretched. Yamanaka Ino, Kakashi, this guy, is so bored, why is he spying on Obito? Hyuga Hinata, I feel like Kakashi teacher, so useless chatting. Hitaki Kakashi, these are not the point. Obito, are you still alive now? Can I see you? Hitaki Kakashi, Obito, say something. 4th Kazekage Raza, stop licking, this Obito is definitely a scumbag. Hojiki Suijutsu, by the way, isn't Kakashi a man? Hojiki Mangetsu, are they gay? Uchiha Obito. The video continues. Obito controls his broken arm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He somersaulted several times in a row and caught the wood thrown into the air. Obviously, he has taken control of this new body. The bits and pieces of his childhood kept emerging in Obito's mind. He relied on the fantasy in his mind and continued to do various rehabilitation exercises. Soon, Obito was able to walk independently and even climb walls. In the warm memory fragments, Obito fell into the trap set by the enemy and his palm was bleeding. He was afraid that Lin would worry, so he hid his palm behind his back, but Lin still found it. Don't pretend to be fine if you are injured. Lin complained with dissatisfaction, I've been watching you all the time. Obito suddenly woke up from the bed and clenched his fists. I've adapted. I'll see you soon, Lin, Kakashi. Obito heard the sound of the wall cracking and stood up with a look of joy. I just went outside to take a look. The Lin you mentioned and that idiot Kakashi are not in a good situation. Ze shouted anxiously. What happened? Obito frowned when he saw this. They were surrounded by the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village alone. Zetsu also shouted loudly. Obito suddenly jumped off the bed and broke the bed without controlling his strength. He quickly rushed to the wall in the distance and punched it. With a bang. A lot of cracks appeared on the wall. Like a spider web, and Obito's arm fell off like liquid. Obito covered his injured arm and gasped. Your current body can't break the rock. Zeta jumped from the sky. I have to save Lin and Kakashi. Obito gritted his teeth. Put on my body. Zeta looked at this scene, and his body quickly turned into liquid and wrapped around Obito. Aren't you Madara's men? Is this okay? Obito looked at Zeta with a worried look. Aren't you going to save Lin and Kakashi? Zetsu shook his head. Obito clenched his fists and nodded, thank you. At this moment, the sound of cold wind whistling continued to come from the cave. Obito waved his fist, his heart beating like thunder, and slammed against the wall. The wall suddenly cracked, and with a bang, countless small stones fell to the ground, stirring up a lot of smoke. It's not easy to borrow the power of the golem while still connected to the roots. Ze watched Obito's operation from the wall, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Yakushi Kabuto, I see, things are getting interesting. The following plot is full of high energy, please rest assured. Chapter 22. Senju Tobirama, Evil Uchiha Madara, you actually set this trap to deceive this boy. Uchiha Izuna, Humph, cunning Senju clan, my brother's is called wisdom, if it were you, could you come up with such a plan? Senju Hashirama, don't argue for now, continue watching the video. Madara, why did you do this to me? Uchiha Madara, Humph, when you stabbed me in the back, did you think about this? Do you know how painful it was for me? Terumi Mei. Uchiha Sarada. Kuratsuki, what's going on? Cho, I've heard that the first Hokage has a special relationship with the Shura of the ninja world, I didn't believe it. Uzumaki Naruto, what do you mean? I don't understand it at all. Uzumaki Kushina, ahem, little guy, you don't need to know these things. Senju Tobirama, brother, what are you saying? Senju Hashirama, I'm sorry. I really didn't think so much at the time. Uchiha Madara, what's the use of your apology now? It's too late. Uzumaki Mito, what's the relationship between you two? Senju Tobirama, sister-in-law, don't be angry, they just have a misunderstanding. Senju Fusuma, Tobirama, what's the relationship between your brother and Uchiha Madara? Senju Tobirama, let's continue watching the video. The video is still showing. I'm pretty good, right? Watching the wall being easily broken by Obito, Zetsu said jokingly. Very good. Obito looked up at the broken cave, with a gleam of light in his eyes. At this moment, Uchiha Madara, who was sitting on the chair, was on the verge of death, but slowly raised his head, are you leaving? Obito did not answer Madara, but stretched out his hand to pull out the wire inserted in his head. With a puff, the vortex wrapped around Obito's face instantly bloomed, revealing his handsome face. You saved me, I am very grateful, but I have to go, I have to go. Obito said firmly. You are too anxious, it may be too early to thank me now. Uchiha Madara looked at Obito's background meaningfully. I don't think I will come back. Obito turned his head to look at Madara and said coldly, anyway, I have thanked you, I'm leaving. You will definitely come back, and then I will accept your real thanks. Madara looked at Obito coldly, with a faint murderous aura on his old face. Hey, white guy, where are Rin and Kakashi? Take me there now. Obito shouted anxiously. The one attached to you is my clone. We can communicate telepathically within a certain distance. There are other clones distributed underground to exchange information. Zetsu replied jokingly. I will use this to lead the way for you. Zetsu controlled the body attached to Obito and pointed at Obito's head. Circle. Obito was puzzled. Anyway, let's go outside first. Please. Obito quickly ran outside. At this moment, a large number of scrolls and Uchiha clan artifacts were exposed in the rock wall. Obito looked around and did not find a suitable weapon, so he put on a black robe and rushed towards the knight in the distance. Uchiha Tajima, I want to complain. There are so many weapons in this cave, and you didn't take any of them, but changed your skin. Konoha Village Chunin, being handsome is a lifelong thing. The video continues. At this moment, Obito covered his head with a dark hood and ran all the way. How are Lin and Kakashi now? Obito asked with a worried look. According to my companions, the situation is quite critical. They mentioned the experimental subjects in the Hidden Mist Village, but I don't quite understand. Zetsu answered in a strange tone. Experimental subjects. Obito was stunned, and then quickly jumped to the cliff. In short, Lin and Kakashi are surrounded by dozens of people, all of whom are powerful jonin and members of the Anbu. Zetsu answered slowly. Obito stepped on the treetops and moved quickly into the distance. What is Minato-sensei doing? Who is that? Zetsu asked. I ask you, what is the yellow flash doing? Obito became more anxious. It seems to be performing other tasks. Zetsu teased. Just at this time, Obito's eyes were a little angry. At this moment, the things he had entrusted to Kakashi before emerged in his mind. Kakashi, you promised me. Lin's figure appeared in Obito's mind. Lin put her hands behind her back and smiled sweetly at him. Kakashi, you must do your best to protect linear. Obito's speed gradually increased. The scenery in the distance kept receding in his eyes, and then quickly passed by. I'll be there soon, I must catch up. Obito became more and more anxious. Obito, I guess we will enter the battle soon. Before that, I have something to say to you. Ju interrupted Obito's thoughts at an inopportune time. What do you want to say? Obito asked angrily. Your fighting ability is not as good as mine. Now my huge body is attached to your scarred body to protect you. Ju said meaningfully, as if he had something to say. What do you want to express? Obito clenched his teeth. I think it's better for me to take your place in the battle. Ju said softly. Ban also said that the real power of the Sharingan can only be exerted when both sides are complete. Kakashi, who has a pair of Sharingan with me, is on the battlefield. As long as he and I cooperate, we will definitely be better than you. Obito continued to run. Kakashi and I will definitely protect Lin. Yes, now you have Hashirama's artificial body, and the combination of Senju and Uchiha's power may show unprecedented strength. Ze teased. At this moment, Obito jumped onto the treetops, and a few drops of rain fell from the sky and landed on his head. Obito was stunned. Why did it suddenly rain? Uchiha Sarada, logically, it shouldn't rain in this situation. Senju Tobirama, this is the ninjutsu of the Hidden Mist Village ninja. 4th Kazekage Raza, are you so sure? Senju Tobirama, no one knows water escape better than me. Terumi Mei, I don't accept it. My water escape attainments should be better than yours. Senju Tobirama, hey, where did this little girl come from? Hashirama Senju, Tobirama, now is not the time to argue about these things, what should we do next? Tobirama Senju, if nothing unexpected happens, Madara should be dead now. Hashirama Senju, what do you mean? Tobirama Senju, I guessed, but Madara must have left a backup plan and there are other ways to revive from the Pure Land space. But Hashirama Senju, but what? Tobirama Senju, Obito is not a simple guy either, he probably won't easily believe what Uchiha Madara said. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito, Madara-sama, don't listen to the evil Senju. No, the cunning Senju is nonsense. I am loyal to Madara-sama and will never betray you. Uchiha Madara, humph, Tobirama may not be very capable, but he is quite good at talking. Uchiha Izuna, that's right, my brother is very smart. How could he be attacked again? Senju Hashirama, why did you use the word again? Uchiha Izuna, do you think my elder brother is a fool? He was attacked by you, and he would do it again? If he is exposed again, I will eat shit. Black Zetsu, that's right, Madara-sama, the best in the world, I will not accept any rebuttal. Kawaki, this Uchiha Madara is a bit. Uzumaki Boruto, Kawaki, what did you say? Kawaki, nothing. Chapter 23. Uzumaki Naruto, young man. Well, Madara-sama has not been exposed, I can guarantee this. Black Zetsu, see, I was right, Madara-sama, the best in the world. Uchiha Obito, Madara-sama 666. Uchiha Madara, well, you two, keep up the good work. During the Boruto period, Naruto looked at the comments in the chat group and almost died of laughter. Ha ha ha, Sasuke, look at these people's comments. Naruto covered his stomach and laughed, if this system allows the future to be exposed, then they are, ha 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 ha. Sasuke on the side looked at him with disgust. Uchiha Sasuke, young man, you are the last one, you are so naive. Let me talk about the setting first. The characters in the Boruto period are just spectators. They cannot participate in answering questions or reveal future news. The scene on the video is still continuing. Bang! A huge waterfall explosion sounded in the woods in the distance, and countless water drops splashed into the jungle. I thought it was raining, but it turned out to be this. Obito half crouched at the top of the treetop, staring at the distance, his expression instantly became cautious. My companions sent news, it's over there. Zetsu pointed to the distance. Go. Obito nodded. At this moment, the sunset in the sky was gradually covered by dark clouds, and time passed quickly. Obito was anxious, and the boy moved forward quickly on the branches. The picture in the distance became blurred. Obito covered his eyes in pain, and a new picture emerged in his mind. A girl vomited blood and looked at him desperately. What's going on? Obito shook his head in panic and quickened his pace. The scenery kept retreating, and the rain mixed and dripped on Obito's face. Puff! The bushes were suddenly pulled apart by Obito, and he looked up and saw a desperate scene. Kakashi held Reikari in his hand and pierced Lin's chest. Kakashi! Lin looked at the boy in front of her desperately. This scene was transmitted to Obito's mind through Kakashi's Sharingan. The two boys were in pain at the same time, and their faces met. The surrounding scene suddenly changed. Puff! Lin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back a few steps. Kakashi! Subconsciously holding her, he shook his head in pain and pulled out the Reikari firmly. Puff! Blood gushed out, Kakashi's brain hurt, and the sound of empty ringing came in the air. Everything became weird. Plop! The girl fell to the ground, and Kakashi staggered back. Obito witnessed all this in the distance, and Kakashi's sight was transmitted to his mind without reservation. Drip! Drip! At some point, heavy rain fell, the light in the distance was replaced by black clouds, and the surroundings fell into darkness. Damn, he succeeded! A senior ninja from the Hidden Mist village shouted anxiously. We got it with great difficulty. Another Jonin gritted his teeth. Obito lowered his head and gasped. He didn't believe it. He couldn't accept it. Why did things turn out like this? Where were you, Minato-sensei, in this situation? Rin. Obito raised his head slowly, and the swirling liquid covered his face. His right eye spun quickly, and Kakashi's left eye also spun. 1 megatama, 2 megatama, 3 megatama, soon turned into a complex pattern. Bang! Obito's right eye was full of bloodshot, and Kakashi fell to the ground because he couldn't bear the chakra. Obito looked up at the cloudy sky. The rain ruthlessly wet his whole body. It seemed to laugh at the boy's ignorance and misfortune. The boy screamed heartbreakingly, as if to announce his arrival and his revenge to the whole world. Ah! The surrounding Kirigakure Enbu and Jonin were attracted by the cry. Obito staggered, and several branches grew behind him. Who is it? An Enbu looked cautious. Reinforcements. Idiot, he's the only one. The surrounding Enbu took out their weapons. 4th Kazekage Raza, I'm curious, can this young man Obito really defeat those Enbu members? 4th Raikage AI, it's hard to say, after all, Obito is just a chunin. No Hara-rin, Obito, run. Leave me alone. Uchiha Izuna, hey, you short-sighted guys. Obito has just awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, let me show you the true power of our Uchiha clan. Onaki, I'm curious, what exactly is the ability of Obito's Manjiki Sharingan? The video continues. At this moment, several Enbu quickly pulled out shurikens from their arms and threw them at Obito in the distance. Obito still stood there in a daze. I don't admit it. Obito said in a lost tone. Bang, bang, bang. Several shurikens should have hit Obito, but they inexplicably passed through his body and shot towards the trees behind him. Everyone was stunned. The masked boy in the distance staggered a few steps. This kind of thing. What happened just now? The pupils of the Enbu of the Hidden Mist village shrank suddenly. You actually dodged it. The Enbu next to him was also confused. I don't admit it. Obito roared to the sky, and the rain soaked his body. Bang! Obito stepped on the ground with one foot, stirring up a lot of mud, and the wind and rain in the distance instantly turned into a hurricane, driven by him. The surrounding scene quickly retreated. Obito ran over angrily. Don't underestimate the Blood Mist village. An Enbu in the distance drew out a blade and tried to chop at Obito. Obito directly hit his abdomen with his arm. With a puff, his arm changed. Several pieces of wood drilled into his body and pierced him. The trees twisted and grew wildly, passing through his body and piercing the bodies of the surrounding Jonin. Puff! A lot of blood splashed on Obito's face. Obito stepped back a few steps, took out a tree root from his arms, and looked down at the Jonin on the ground. The Jonin of the Hidden Mist village retreated like a spider, looking at Obito who was walking over in horror. Obito held the root in one hand and was about to stab him when 3 sounds of breaking air came from high in the sky. 3 Enbu held blades in their hands and were about to stab Obito. Go to hell! Obito's right pupil rotated rapidly, bang! 3 blades passed through his body and hit the Jonin on the ground. The Jonin wailed. It didn't hit. The pupils of the Enbu suddenly shrank. Without waiting for the Enbu to react, Obito quickly jumped up, spun his body around, and broke their necks. Bang! 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 The sound of breaking through the air continued, and teammates in the distance kept falling down. What kind of strange move is that? The pupils of the Enbu suddenly shrank. At least bring that woman back to the Hidden Mist village first. Another Jonin shouted anxiously. We must not hand over the girl's body to the enemy. Obito heard their shouts and saw several ninjas rushing towards Lin's body. The boy bent his legs, bang! Disappeared on the spot, like an arrow from a bow. The Hidden Mist village Enbu along the way tried to swing their swords at Obito, but all their attacks missed. This guy can really be penetrated. Obito broke through the encirclement, broke a branch from his body, and threw it to the ninja in the distance. The branch hit the Jonin and he flew backwards instantly and fell to the ground. Obito quickly formed seals with both hands, and the tree grew wildly in the Jonin's body. Suddenly he used the wood release technique. Ju looked at Obito with some surprise. Obito, I finally understand why Master Ban chose you. The horrified face of the Jonin in the distance kept retreating in Obito's eyes. Bang bang! Obito broke the Jonin's waist and hammered him to the ground. Senju Tobirama, is this Obito's Mangeki ability? Kuratsuki, why, this little brother Obito has become so powerful all of a sudden. Jonin of the Hidden Mist Village, +1, I'm also curious, I was lying on the ground and was stabbed to death by my 3 teammates. Anbu of the Hidden Mist Village. Chapter 24. Senju Tobirama, let me explain. The Uchiha clan is known as the clan of love. The stimulation they receive will stimulate the yin attribute chakra, thus awakening the Sharingan. Senju Tobirama, the ability of the Sharingan corresponds to their thoughts. This Obito probably didn't want to accept the facts and wanted to escape, so he awakened the ability to penetrate. Kabuto Yakushi, it doesn't seem reasonable to say that. If it's just penetration, it can't reflect his state of mind at the time. Senju Tobirama, you're right. So I guess his ability may involve 2 spaces, and he can keep his body in another space to achieve the effect of penetration. Namikaze Minato, so if therefore, Obito wanted to escape from reality at that time, so he awakened this Mangeki ability. 4th Reikage AI, I don't understand. Simply put, can Obito easily transfer himself to another space? Senju Tobirama, that's right. Uchiha Izuna, humph, the cunning Senju clan is making up stories again. Do you understand Uchiha or do I? I can't see what Obito is capable of. Senju Tobirama, stupid Uchiha is like this, thumbs up. Uchiha Madara, oh Doudou, ignore this fool, let's continue watching the video. Uchiha Izuna, okay, Nissan. The video continues. With a click, the spine of the senior ninja was directly twisted by Obito, and the sound was creepy. Obito grabbed his head, and the mask was instantly broken, revealing a panicked and terrified face. Obito was extremely angry, and his breathing gradually became heavier. He held the opponent's head with one hand, smashed it to the ground, and kept hitting his chest with his fist. Puff puff. Blood splattered everywhere. Obito's whole body was stained red. The Kirigakure ninjas surrounding Obito saw this scene and fell into silence. Rainwater from the sky kept falling. Who is that guy? A ninja looked at Obito with horror. Obito turned his head slowly, his empty eyes full of despair. The ninjas he was watching retreated one after another, their hearts tightened. In the distance, the boy slowly stood up. The surrounding Anbu retreated a few steps again. With a puff, the trees on Obito's shoulders grew wildly, piercing all the surrounding ninjas to the ground. At some point, the rainy night in the sky gradually turned scarlet, and everything seemed weird and absurd. Screams, wails, and pleas for mercy were heard in the rainy night. Huge branches wrapped all the bodies, and the ground was stained red with blood. I understand. Obito's eyes were crazy, he shook his head, and his breathing became more and more rapid. He stared at the blood on the ground, and his face was reflected in the water. I understand. Obito's mask gradually slipped off, and his face was full of pain. This is hell. A pool of blood all around, it was terrifying. The first Tsuchikage, do you have to be so exaggerated? This boy seems to be only 12 years old. The third Kazekage, he has reached this level at the age of 12, he is really gifted. Sagakure Village Jounin, who said Obito was the last one before. Iwagakure Village Chunin, those who said Obito was the last one have been slapped in the face now. Tenten, for some reason, it looks a bit scary. Onaki, by the way, is Obito's would release the ninjutsu of the first Hokage. Senju Hashirama, at Uchiha Obito, your idea is too radical. The world is not only dark, boy. Uchiha Obito, my heart, I have made up my mind. Sorry, I will cut off the cause and effect of this world. No Rin, Obito. Namikaze Minato, Obito, you have taken the wrong path. Hitaki Kakashi, at Uchiha Obito, Obito, it's all my fault. I didn't protect Rin. Please, come back. I am willing to bear the sin for you. Hitaki Kakashi, I can accept any way you beat and scold me. Please. Uchiha Obito, I'm sorry, I can't turn back. Senju Tobirama, humph, the evil Uchiha brat should be caught and planted with cotton. The video continues. Obito stepped on a pool of blood, and there were corpses everywhere he passed. The rain in the sky kept sliding down, mixed with blood, making it difficult to tell whether it was rain or blood. Obito staggered forward and fell into silence. The longer I live, the more I feel that there is only depression, pain, and loneliness in reality. Uchiha Madara's voice echoed in his mind. Obito used Tomadara was an abandoned child of the old times, an old man, but I didn't expect that his view was right. Why is there always pain in the world? Why are the weak bullied? This is unfair. Why? Why? Injustice and grievances surged into Obito's heart. Madara's old voice echoed in his mind. Listen carefully, everything is like this, where there is light there must be shadow, this is a cause and effect relationship, inseparable. Obito walked and saw Kakashi lying on the ground, his eyes were silent again. According to common sense. Obito pursed his lips, his face covered by shadows, he stepped over Kakashi's body and continued to move forward. This is the way to abandon the troubles of reality and escape into a happy dream. White Zetsu's voice sounded in his mind. The boy finally walked to Lin's body. Lin's chest was pierced, with an obvious hole. Obito gritted his teeth and trembled as he reached out to touch her. But his arm went through her body without touching her skin. Obito pulled his hand back in horror, his face twisted like a child. I thought I could bear everything, but I didn't expect. Obito reached out again, and this time he finally touched Lin's neck. Because it's a dream, everything is up to you. Madara's voice came. Obito cried bitterly, tears kept falling. Even resurrecting the dead can be done. Obito choked, hugged Lin tightly, and buried the pain in his heart. Create a world with only winners, peace and love. Obito held Lin's head, lowered his face and leaned close to her. Lin, I want to create a world with you. At this time, Obito's reputation was still good, because he didn't kill people from Konoha village, Tien, it's hard to imagine how painful Obito is at this moment. Yamanaka Ino, seeing Obito helpless in front of his lover, I really feel sorry for him. Hitaki Kakashi, Obito, I'm sorry. Uchiha Obito, Kakashi, your apology now is useless. Senju Tobirama, at Uchiha Obito, boy, listen to my advice, Uchiha Madara is definitely deceiving you, he is not a good person. Uchiha Madara, the cunning Senju clan is making up lies again. Senju Hashirama, Madara. Terumi Mei, I strongly protest. Konoha village killed, you must compensate the Hidden Mist village for harming so many elite ninjas. Cho, I agree with the Hidden Mist village's request. The fourth Reikage AI, humph, the Hidden Mist village's people only take advantage of others' sacrifices and eat human blood buns. Unaki, I remain neutral. Hanzo, strongly demand that Konoha village compensate the land of rain. Hashirama Senju, I don't understand, everyone has suffered losses, why only consider themselves? Uchiha Madara, humph, Hashirama, you are too naive. I said before that only by unifying the ninja world can we achieve true peace. Hashirama Senju, Madara, your ideas are too extreme. Chapter 25. Uchiha Itaki, war is like this, pathetic. Uchiha Sasuke, pathetic, Itaki, wait for me, I will definitely avenge my people. Uchiha Itaki, my stupid Odoudou, you are still too weak now, run away to a place where I can't see you. The video still continues. At night, the cold wind blows continuously. Obito hugs Rin's body tightly, slowly turns his head, and looks at Kakashi lying in a pool of blood. I want to cut off the cause and effect of this world. Obito's eyes become colder and colder. The camera switches. In the dark cave. This is the reason why I came back. Obito stares at Madara and White Zetsu sitting in the wheelchair, his voice cold. Madara looks at the boy in front of him, snorts coldly, and his expression is slightly arrogant. No one else saw it, right? Only me, Obito, saw it. He killed all the enemies, so it's okay. Zetsu answered jokingly. He just didn't want to attack Kakashi, but Kakashi didn't see anything. When the reinforcements from Konoha arrived, Kakashi was still shouting who killed the enemy. Zetsu continued jokingly. Madara looked up at Obito meaningfully, with disappointment in his tone, can't bear to attack your former companions. No, I just don't care. I don't care whether that guy is still alive or not. Obito shrugged. Madara looked at Obito carefully, and the air fell into silence. In the world I am about to create, there are Kakashi and Rin. Obito leaned on his right eye and stared at Uchiha Madara. Tell me, how can I create the world of my dreams, Madara? Obito stared at him coldly. Humph, no need to apologize, come here. A smile appeared on Madara's lips, from today on, you are the savior. At this moment, Obito slowly walked away, his black robe gently blown up by the breeze. Look into my eyes. Madara cast an illusion on Obito in front of him. With a bang, Obito came back to his senses and found himself in a white world. This is my illusion space. Although it is still blank, I can create and control everything by projecting my own will, as long as I connect to the golem and use its power. Madara explained to Obito softly. Senju Tobirama, I see, you are planning to use this method to launch the illusion? You are really naive. Can your chakra support it? Uchiha Izuna, humph, Senju Whitehair, stop yelling here, you are just jealous of my big brother. Uchiha Madara, Izuna, I have blocked this guy Tobirama, you should block him too. Uchiha Izuna, okay, got it. Senju Tobirama. Uzumaki Mito, Madara, no matter what, his method is impossible to achieve. To cover the entire ninja world, the consumption of chakra is too great. Uzumaki Boruto, young man, there is still a solution, just become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Senju Tobirama, yes, that's exactly what I'm going to say next. Tsunade Senju, in that case, if we gather all the tailed beasts from each village and keep them under strict supervision, wouldn't the ninja world be peaceful? Onoki, humph, that's easy for you to say. Where will the tailed beasts gather? How can we trust each other? Don't forget, we are all enemies. Tsunade Senju. Obito Uchiha, I will cut off the cause and effect of the ninja world and let everyone fall into illusion. Atsutsuki Hago Romo, your ideas are too naive, I will never let you succeed. Konoha Village Civilians, fuck, Six Paths Sage. Sagakure Village Genin, fuck, fairy tales really exist. Tetsuka Uchiha, I didn't expect it. The video continues. No matter how big or small, it can be done. Uchiha Madara slowly raised his palm, and his old face instantly became handsome. Just like this. Obito was stunned. Use this illusion to create the most ideal world, then cast an illusion on all mankind and bring them in. Madara continued to explain. Replace this eye with the moon, expand the size of the tree, and the world in the dream will come true. You are exaggerating, I can't understand. Obito shook his head. To explain, we have to start with the 6-path sage and the 10 tails. Madara said softly. Isn't the 10 tails a mythical creature? Obito looked at the wall that appeared out of thin air. The wall was covered with obscure patterns. Myths have their factual basis. The tailed beasts around the world are formed by the power of the 10 tails split by the 6-path sage. Banara looked at Obito with a smile on his face. Is there any evidence to prove this statement? Obito was stunned again. Yamanaka Ino, I didn't expect Uchiha Madara to be so handsome when he was young. As Uchiha Madara recovered from his old face to his youthful appearance, everyone in the chat group expressed their feelings. Tien, indeed, he is quite handsome. Harano Sakura, he was still an old man in the last second, but he seemed to have changed into a different person in the next second. Terumi Mei, it was boring to listen to the stories told by the elderly, but now I can't help but watch it. 4th Kazekage Raza, alas, time is not forgiving. Thinking back to the past, I was also very elegant when I was young. 2nd Tsuchikage Mu, don't brag here. 3rd Reikage AI, can Madara's plan really be realized? The workload seems to be too much. Uchiha Sarada, it should be possible in theory, but the prerequisite is that the chakram must be sufficient. Uchiha Mikoto, granddaughter, have you eaten? Uchiha Sarada, grandma, I have eaten. Uchiha Mikoto, that's good. How is Sasuke doing over there? Uchiha Sarada, I haven't seen my father much. Uchiha Fugaku, what's the situation? Uchiha Itaki, at Uchiha Sasuke, young man, what happened? Uchiha Sasuke, young man, I'm on a confidential mission and it's not convenient for me to go back to the village. I'm sorry, Sarada. Uchiha Sarada, it's okay, I'm used to it. Uchiha Mikoto. The video continues. Of course there is. Uchiha Madara answered Obito's question and then pulled off his sleeves, after getting the cells of Senju Hashirama. A strong chest was revealed under the sleeves, but these were not the main points. There was a human face on Madara's chest. I transplanted it to the wound. There was nothing unusual at first, until I died. Madara looked up at Obito and motioned him to look at the wall behind him. At this time, a new picture appeared on the wall. In the picture, an old man touched his eyes excitedly, and the purple eyes exuded a sense of oppression. The samsara eye opened, and at the same time, a certain seal was also lifted. I learned to summon the shell of the 10 tails from the sealing stone. Madara continued to explain. The shell of the 10 tails. Obito was stunned. I call it the outer path demon statue, and that sealing stone is what people call the moon. Madara shook his head. After that, I immediately used the body of the demon form as a catalyst to cultivate Hashirama's cells. The images on the wall kept changing, showing a large number of corpses of white Zetsu. Without the power of Uchiha and Senju, you can't open the samsara eye, let alone control the outer path demon statue. Your right half of the body has been fused with Hashirama's cells, so even if you don't open the samsara eye, you should be able to control the demon statue. Madara looked at Obito and said softly. 4th Kazekage Raza, why don't I understand? Is there any big guy who can explain it? Senju Tobirama, let me explain it. Chapter 26. Senju Tobirama, to put it simply, Madara bit off a piece of my elder brother's flesh before he died, and thus obtained the cells of the Senju clan. Senju Tobirama, Madara then used the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, causing a false death. In fact, his real body was hiding in a cave, lingering on. During this period, he has been recovering from his injuries. I'm afraid that he can live so long thanks to Hashirama's cells. Onaki, I see. 4th Kazekage Raza, but how did you analyze this? Senju Tobirama, humph, no one knows Uchiha better than me. Uchiha Izuna, humph, the cunning Senju will just talk nonsense. Senju Tobirama, these are the conclusions I came to from my analysis. Uchiha Sarada, as expected of you, the second Hokage, I will definitely become a Hokage in the future. Senju Butsuma. Senju Itama, what did I just hear? Senju Tobirama, at Uchiha Sarada, kid, what are you talking about? Uchiha Sasuke, young man at Senju Tobirama, do you have any problem with my daughter? Senju Tobirama, humph, let's continue watching the video. The video is still going on. Drip drip drip. Heavy rain pours down from the sky. Did you see the eyes of that red-haired man? Zetsu pointed at Nagato in the distance and said jokingly. Is that Madara's samsara eye? Obito put on his hood and looked at Nagato in the distance with a cold expression. That's Madara's real eye, secretly transplanted when he was young. Ze said with a teasing look. Nagato is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Apart from Madara, he is the only one who can summon the Outer Path Demon statue. Black Zetsu explained in a low and hoarse voice, first, follow Madara's plan and subdue Nagato. Obito walked slowly into the distance. What do you want to do? Ze looked at Obito curiously. Just telling the truth. Obito answered coldly. Do you want to formulate a strategy? Zetsu asked nervously. No need. In the hole on Obito's mask, the eyeballs rotated rapidly. Jiraiya, what? Nagato's eyes were transplanted by Madara. Uzumaki Nagato, no. Impossible. Konan, Nagato. Orochimaru, is this the Samsara Eye? It is called the Eye of God. I really want to study it. In the cave. Nagato stared at the screen on the video, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. My eyes were transplanted? I am the agent of God. Why is it so? Could it be that I have been deceived by that guy Madara all along? Nagato. Konan stood aside, looking at Nagato with a worried look on his face. Konan, let me calm down first. Nagato sighed heavily and shook his head. The picture continued to flow in the video. In the dark cave. Obito, I will teach you the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, the Six Paths technique, and the Yin-Yang escape technique. Uchiha Madara stared at Obito, then pointed at the white Zetsu beside him. In an instant, the left half of the white Zetsu turned black. I have integrated my will into it. You can regard half of it as me. This is the degraded form. Madara explained softly. These things created by Yin-Yang escape, you can regard them as your chess pieces. Madara made a seal with one hand. In an instant, countless tree roots spread out of the wall. That black stick is the entity of consciousness, which can be used when performing the Six Paths technique. Madara casually inserted the cerebrospinal fluid behind his back into his body. The memories in his mind gradually blurred. Obito wore a hood and slowly walked away. At this moment, the camera turned. Uchiha Madara panted heavily and sat trembling on the chair. The camera and memories intertwined and switched. Go, before I am reborn, you. Madara said in a low and hoarse voice. The camera turned. Obito walked towards Nagato and the other two. Who are you? Nagato immediately alerted and examined the people in front of him. Obito lifted his hood, and his right eye flashed with the light of the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Madara. Obito pretended to be Madara, and his voice was low and hoarse. Madara. Nagato was shocked. Obito half squinted his eyes and looked at the three people in front of him. You dare to call yourself Uchiha Madara, are you a criminal or a lunatic? Yahiko said teasingly, sweat oozing from his forehead. What is your purpose in approaching us? Nagato looked alert. Rinnegan. Obito replied coldly. Nagato was stunned. For the person who opened the Rinnegan leading the right path is the mission of our organization since ancient times. Obito stared at Nagato with a cold tone. Do you understand my eyes? Nagato looked at Obito in shock. You are the reincarnation of the will of the six-path sage who longs for world stability. Obito continued to explain to Nagato and the other two. The big country ninja village is bathed in the sun, while the small country ninja village is lingering in the shadows. That's why you opened the samsara eye during this period. Obito looked at Nagato and his tone became heavier. Deidara, the guy named Yahiko looks like our boss. Scorpion, Deidara, shut up. Jiraiya, Nagato, Konan, Yahiko, this guy is deceiving you. Konan, Teacher Jiraiya. Yahiko, Teacher Jiraiya, I'm sorry, I'm no longer alive. Jiraiya, you. Uzumaki Nagato, let's continue watching the video. I didn't expect that the masked man was actually Obito. Namikaze Minato, so Obito is sabotaging the ninja world behind the scenes in the name of Madara. Senju Tobirama, humph, the evil Uchiha is always like this. The video continues. Where there is light, there must be shadow. Where there are winners, there are also losers. Obito said with a cold look. The selfish will to protect peace will lead to war. To protect love, hatred will be born. This is a cause and effect relationship and cannot be separated. Obito looked at the three people with a sense of oppression, wearing the Mangeki Sharingan. According to common sense, we can also create a world with only winners, only peace, and only love. As long as we help you, you can find a way to create this world. Obito stretched out his hand and looked at Nagato, who was shocked in the distance. The moment you get the true power of the samsara eye, you can immediately realize your world. Obito handed over a hand. This is impossible. Do you want to use us? Just as Nagato was still thinking, Yahiko came over, blocked him behind him, and looked at Obito with a serious face. Your words are too beautiful. Yahiko looked at Obito meaningfully. Senju Tobirama, yes, it seems that this child is still quite rational. Yakushi Kabuto, I really didn't expect that there would be such little tricks in the dark side of the ninja world. It's getting more and more interesting. Chapter 27. Uzumaki Boruto, young man, there are so many things you don't know. The video continues. Only by understanding the pain of others and making the perpetrators shed the same tears can we get closer to the real world. Yahiko looked at Obito in front of him with a serious look. Shedding the same tears is revenge. Obito smiled, his eyes full of disdain. No, it's not. I mean mutual understanding. Yahiko responded with cold eyes. You'd better not dream about this. There is no such thing in the world. Obito said murderously. Drip, drip. The raindrops in the sky hit the stones, making a crisp and pleasant sound. But at this moment it seemed particularly heavy. Let's go, Konan, Nagato, we can't trust them. Yahiko said, walking out of the cave, the rain soaking his clothes. Don't get close to us again. Yahiko turned his back to Obito, his tone cold. Konan followed closely behind. When Nagato passed by Obito, he heard these words and was stunned for a moment. I will wait for you here at this time every day. One day you will understand. Obito turned his head and looked at Nagato, meaningfully. Nagato did not hesitate and followed Yahiko's steps. Seeing this, Obito retracted his gaze. Mei Terumi, this Obito is pretending to be very similar. It's a pity that he doesn't become an actor. Deidara, wait. I have a question. Unaki, you traitor, shut up quickly. Deidara, humph, old man, what do you care? This Yahiko looks like our boss. Scorpion, idiot. Konan, at Deidara, can you shut up? Deidara, oh. The fourth Reikage AI, I am looking forward to the story more and more. This Obito will take the name of Madara next. What will he do? Senju Tobirama, humph, in my opinion, this Obito will invade Konoha soon. Uzumaki Kushina, second Hokage, I feel this is unlikely. After all, Obito didn't kill Kakashi when he saw him lying beside him. Hatake Kakashi, yeah, I think so too, Obito. Uzumaki Naruto, I don't know why, when I look at this Obito, I always feel warm all over. Uchiha Obito. The video continues. At this moment, Yahiko led Nagato and Konan to implement their beliefs and protect many ordinary people. Similarly, the scale of Akatsuki is gradually expanding. At this moment, the cold wind of the night keeps blowing. Countless like-minded people run together, stepping on the stream. Yahiko. Nagato looked at his companions who were leading in the distance and called softly. What's wrong? Give us a name. We have more people now, and we can always use it in the future. Nagato glanced at his teammates behind him. Name. Yahiko looked at the fish belly white gradually rising in the distance. The morning sun sprinkled on everyone's faces. So, Akatsuki. This country has been devastated by war and has been crying, so we must become the dawn that changes this country, no, change the world. Yahiko looked at the rising sun in the distance and said cheerfully. Akatsuki. Nagato whispered, with a slight smile on his face. What a good name. Konan smiled happily. Akatsuki, it's established. Another team member behind him shouted happily. Everyone was shouting slogans. As time went by, Akatsuki gradually grew in size. Shimura Danzo, humph, a bunch of naive guys, you don't really think you can change the world, do you? Yahiko, yeah, I always believe it. Shimura Danzo, naive. Terumi Mei, tisk tisk tisk, everyone is just watching this video for fun, only the dog is desperate, I won't say who it is. Fourth Kazekage Raza, at Shimura Danzo, he called you a dog, didn't you fight back? Shimura Danzo, I'm only concerned about Konoha, you can scold me as much as you want, what does it matter if others insult me? Onaki, if someone else said this, I would admire you, but it tastes different from your mouth. Third Reikage AI, +1. Konoha Village Chunin, I always thought Danzo was a good person, but I didn't expect. Konoha Village Genin, +1, I thought so too. The video continues. Not long after, the Akatsuki organization received bad news. By the way, Nagato, where is Konan? Yahiko suddenly looked at Nagato curiously. She just went out. Nagato sighed lightly. What did she go to do? I don't know. Nagato shrugged. Soon, a paper butterfly flew over. This butterfly was drawn on paper. The butterfly gently fell to the ground. What is this? Yahiko was stunned. Konan's. Nagato hesitated. Yahiko picked up the note and opened it. Dear Sir, Konan-sama, from the first time I saw you, this is love letter. Nagato was also stunned. Please tell me your answer, I'll wait for you on the terrace at the back door. Yahiko continued to read, his brows furrowed more and more. Did Konan really go to find him? Yahiko's pupils shrank slightly. I don't know. Nagato shook his head. Yahiko swallowed his saliva at this moment, and his body trembled with nervousness. Yahiko, don't you have something to do? Nagato looked at his nervous friend, sighed softly, and tried to smooth things over. Yes, I forgot I had to go to the bathroom. Yahiko smiled awkwardly, then ran forward in a panic. Nagato looked at Yahiko's back quietly and smiled slightly. Tsunade Senju, oh, so Yahiko likes Konan. Uzumaki Mito, when I see young couples dating, I always think of my youth. Hatake Sakumo, at Hatake Kakashi, by the way, son, what will our grandchildren be named? Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Sakumo. Hatake Kakashi, Dad. I'm still single now. Hatake Sakumo, no way, you're in your 30s and still single. Hitaki Kakashi, ahem, isn't Jiraiya-sensei still single? Jiraiya, I'm pursuing art, what do you know? Tsunade Senju, hehe, the books you wrote are only read by singles, right? Jiraiya, what? Tsunade, I have a feeling that in 20 years, there will be married men studying my books. Suzuki Uchiha, who would be so stupid as to read your books after getting married? Why don't you say that he reads your books to get along well with his daughter? Kakashi Hitaki, this plot is ridiculous. I said that in 20 years, there will be an idiot holding the book Intimate Paradise to teach married men how to get closer to their daughters. Naruto Uzumaki, young man. Suzuki Uchiha, young man. Chapter 28. Uchiha Mikoto, strange, son, why do you always send periods? Uchiha Suzuki, young nothing, mom. Uchiha Fugaku, show us the photo of your granddaughter. Uchiha Suzuki, young, I'll send it to you in private. The video continues. Yahiko hid behind the wall, staring at the man in the sky, gritting his teeth and saying, that guy, not only runs fast, but also attacks quickly. A trace of cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. With more companions, there will be more rivals. Yahiko swallowed his saliva and became nervous. That's right. At this time, a familiar voice came from behind. Yahiko was stunned, turned his head stiffly, and saw Nagato smiling at him. Does Yahiko like Conan? Nagato smiled at Yahiko. Idiot, that's not the case. Yahiko took a few steps back and answered proudly. But I think Zionin likes you. Nagato shook his head, and the smile in his eyes became more obvious. Ahem. Let's not talk about this for now, that guy is gone. Yahiko shook his head, looked in the direction of Zionin, and breathed a sigh of relief. Don't hide. Zionin whispered towards the dark alley. The two were stunned and quickly retreated and hid. Yahiko, Nagato. Zionin sighed helplessly. Zionin, how did you answer? Yahiko leaned on the pole and asked with complicated eyes. I told him that there was no time to fall in love before Xiao's dream came true. Zionin smiled slightly, isn't that right? Zionin. Yahiko's eyes drooped. Yahiko, practice with me. Zionin looked at Yahiko, who was still hiding, with a doting look in his eyes. Yet. Yahiko walked out from the corner, his eyes also full of joy. Soon. The two began to spar. Nagato stood in the corner, watching the two sparring, his eyes full of smiles. That's great, it would be great if it could continue like this. Hinata Hanabi, why do I feel like there will be a knife next? Hinata Niji, by the way, where did Obito go? The video continued. Next. It showed a warm scene of Jiraiya getting along with Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan. Everyone watching the video was stunned. The camera switched, and the timeline returned to the present. At this moment, it was still pouring rain in the sky. Brother has so many commissions, can we really finish them? A member of a small organization said with a note in his hand, looking worried. Of course we have to finish them. Helping all those in need is our mission at Akatsuki. Yahiko walked over and answered calmly and seriously. At this point, I really hope there will be an organization as big as Hanzo. A member on the side sighed. After all, Hanzo is our role model. He has been fighting to bring peace to the world. One day, Akatsuki will become an organization as famous as Hanzo. Yahiko said with a firm face. The camera switched again, and Hanzo heard the report from his younger brother and learned that there was an organization called Akatsuki in the village. So, he decided to eradicate Akatsuki. The camera switched again, and the rain in the sky continued to fall. Obito wrapped in a hood and stared into the distance quietly. Hinata Hanabi, by the way, Obito really won't feel cold like this. Hinata Takuma, you don't understand this, being handsome is a lifelong thing. Hitaki Kakashi, Obito, are you doing well now? Uchiha Obito, hey, waste Kakashi, I don't need your concern. Senju Hashirama, keep watching. The video continues. After an unknown amount of time, the reputation of Akatsuki gradually expanded. Yahiko witnessed the disasters suffered by the surrounding villages, and his eyes gradually dimmed. Why are wars so frequent in this world? After the three people investigated, they found that the mastermind behind the scenes was actually from the Hidden Rock Village. Let's go, we must find the Hidden Rock Village as soon as possible to ask. Yahiko said with cold eyes. But soon, the three walked into a dead end and were surrounded by the Hidden Rock Village ninjas. So many ambushes. Yahiko dodged the attack of a ninja. Stop, are you ninjas from the Hidden Rock Village? Yahiko resisted the attacks of the surrounding ninjas and shouted loudly. We are Akatsuki, ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village, and we are here to discuss things with you. However, no matter how Yahiko responded, they kept attacking. What should I do, Yahiko? Konan looked at him in confusion. Our purpose is just to talk, don't kill anyone. As soon as Yahiko finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Yahiko subconsciously counterattacked and pierced a ninja's chest. At this moment, a cold wind blew behind him. Konan took action in time to block the attack that wanted to sneak attack the two. But the force of this attack was too great, and both Konan and Yahiko fell to the ground. Yahiko, Konan. Nagato saw his best friend lying on the ground in the distance, and shouted loudly, his pupils slightly contracted, and his breathing became rapid. The scenes of getting along with each other when he was a child emerged in his mind. Those scenes are so similar to now. In order to protect himself, his parents died tragically at the hands of Konoha ninjas. The bloody scene came to his mind. When he was a child, he was powerless and could only watch all this. Nagato, run away! The mother shouted weakly before she died. Run away, Nagato! The father shouted anxiously, and his abdomen was also pierced by the Konoha ninja. Nagato trembled all over, tears burst out of his eyes, and he roared angrily. The scene now is exactly the same as the past. Ah! Bang! The ground seemed to be broken by a giant. Several ninjas who tried to sneak attack Nagato were slapped away by the monster. At this moment, the ground around cracked and smoke rose. Countless Iwagakure ninjas were caught in this attack. Nagato, stop! Yahiko ran over and held Nagato down. Stop, Nagato! Yahiko anxiously threw Nagato to the ground. Yahiko! Nagato said weakly, and then closed his eyes. With a bang, the huge and hideous monster turned into smoke and disappeared. Let's retreat first. Yahiko glanced at Konan, helped Nagato up, and disappeared instantly. After the three walked away, a figure fell to the ground. Was that the power of the Samsara Eye just now? Danzo looked at the countless dead and wounded men around him, and his pupils shrank slightly. What a terrible power! The smoke dissipated, and the ninjas disguised as the Hidden Rock Village revealed the appearance of Konoha Village. What should we do? Since they have already dispatched Akatsuki, other troops pretending to be ninjas from other countries will also be in danger. For the future of Konoha, we must not cease fire with the Hidden Rock Village. That's why there was an action to obstruct the peace talks. But I didn't expect to accidentally discover the power of the pair of Samsara eyes, maybe I can use it. Danzo covered his chin, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Onoki, humph, the people of Konoha village dared to impersonate our Iwagakure village and sow discord between us and our allies. Doesn't Konoha village intend to give an explanation? Yahiko, Danzo, you are the one who did all this, right? Uzumaki Nagato, Achimura Danzo, you are the one who disguised yourself as Iwagakure village and killed my companions. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, why did you do this? Senju Hashirama, Danzo, the original intention of Akatsuki was good. If our reputation is growing, and the ninja world may really be able to avoid war. Senju Tobirama, Danzo, I am so disappointed in you. Shimura Danzo, teacher, you misunderstood. Nagato has the samsara eye, and I am worried that he will harm Konoha sooner or later. For the safety of Konoha, I must eliminate all threats. I am the root buried deep under Konoha. Senju Tobirama, you. Watching Danzo's performance in the video, Senju Tobirama really couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't expect that he would accept such a fool as his apprentice when he was young. Chapter 29. Mei Terumi, I can't hold it back. I think Danzo just wants this samsara eye, right? Hanzo of the Salamander, Danzo's character is really not very good. Zabuza Mamakai, tisk, 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 I never thought that a big country like Konoha village would have corrupt people. Tobirama Senju, keep watching. I want to see what Danzo will do next. Also, Hiruzen, how are you going to explain the extermination of the Uchiha clan? Hiruzen Sarutobi, teacher, I really tried my best. You can guess what Konoha was like at that time. Tobirama Senju, didn't I give the Uchiha clan the power of the guard department? Hiruzen Sarutobi, but... Hashirama Senju, keep watching. No matter what, we must give the Uchiha clan an explanation this time. The video continues. Recover all the bodies here, and don't leave any evidence about Konoha. A cold light flashed in Danzo's eyes. Yes. The ninja at the root of Konoha nodded in response. At this moment, Obito, standing on the top of the tree, quietly watched everything happening below. It's Danzo. Black Zetsu said in a low and hoarse voice. Konoha is doing something in secret. White Zetsu teased. And Obito, standing aside, looked at this scene with cold eyes, and clenched his fists in his sleeves. The camera turned. Nagato was lying on the bed, and he had not woken up. Nagato. Yahiko looked at his best friend with a worried look. Yahiko, Nagato's move just now. Konan said with the same worry. He can use this move because of his samsara eye. Yahiko sighed lightly, his tone heavy. At that time, Konan asked. I felt it, just like that time. Yahiko recalled his childhood memories. At that time, he and Konan were almost killed by a ninja. Nagato used the power of the samsara eye to break the ninja's waist. That murderous aura is frightening, and that power does not belong to this world. Nagato can't use it anymore, I'm afraid that if he uses it, even he will. Yahiko looked at the weak Nagato with a worried look. Konan nodded beside him, with a cautious look in her eyes. The camera turned again. Konan fetched water as usual, and when she was about to wipe Nagato's body, she found that the person lying on the bed had disappeared. Konan pushed the door open with a click. Konan, where is Yahiko? A familiar voice came. He went to get food. Konan turned her head and looked at Nagato with surprise. What's wrong with you? I'm afraid of my own power. Nagato closed his eyes. Nagato. Konan sat next to Nagato and looked at him gently. Last time, Teacher Jiraiya was here. I think the teacher taught me ninjutsu so that I could control this power. But now Teacher Jiraiya is gone. Nagato shook his head. Teacher Jiraiya is indeed gone now, but now you have us. Konan sighed lightly, put her hand on Nagato's arm, and said gently, we will help you control the power, forever. Looking at the fair-faced and gentle girl in front of him, Nagato's face turned a little red. Konan. He subconsciously held Konan's hand tightly, and his heartbeat began to accelerate. The camera turned. At this moment, Yahiko, who was fishing behind a tree, looked up at the sky with a complicated expression. Mei Terumi, oh, I didn't expect it to be a love triangle. Konan. Yahiko, Nagato, I told you I can give you everything else, but Konan. Uzumaki Nagato, don't get me wrong, I don't have any other thoughts about Konan. Uzumaki Mito, ah, it's great to be young. 4th Kazekage Raza, indeed, there won't be any singles in this chat group, right? Hitaki Kakashi. Jiraiya. 3rd Kazekage, stupid, can you shut up? The video continues. The rain in the sky continues. Yahiko stands alone on the top of the building, letting the rain soak his whole body. Take care, Yahiko. Konan walks over and looks at him with a worried look on her face. Don't send me off, go and heal Nagato. From now on, give him all your care, he is the core of Akatsuki. Yahiko looks at Konan with complicated eyes. The rain wet his hair, making it look a little messy. He will change this country and the world. You too. People gather because they admire you, and Nagato is one of them. One of them. Konan interrupted Yahiko. Nagato will become the bridge to peace, and my responsibility is to be the pillar supporting that bridge. Yahiko shook his head, his tone heavy. Yahiko. Konan hesitated. This country is still crying. Yahiko opened his hands and looked up at the sky, with rain sliding down his face. He is suffering. I used to hate this country that only cried, but now, I really want to save it. Because it is too much like my former tearful self, I can't ignore it. Yahiko smiled self-deprecatingly. Then, Yahiko jumped down from a high altitude. The bridge to peace should be him. It is his will. Nagato came with wounds. We believe in Yahiko. Let's go, everyone. Yes. The members of Akatsuki jumped into the sky and decided to fight Hanzo. Hanzo of the Salamander, so, Danzo is the culprit that hindered world peace. Danzo of Shimura, humph, you don't understand at all, I did this to protect Konoha. Uzumaki Kushina, then look, what have you protected? Unaki, Danzo is really sick, but Hiruzen indulges him. Senju Tobirama, at Sarutobi Hiruzen, monkey, what happened to Konoha when I was away? Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, the Uchiha clan has been exterminated. Senju Tobirama, well, I already know this. At Uchiha Itaki, do you have anything to say? Uchiha Itaki, second Hokage, I exterminated the clan just to test my limits. Senju Tobirama, young man, answer truthfully, was this done by Danzo? Uchiha Itaki. Uchiha Suzuki, second Hokage, you are wrong, Itaka killed our Uchiha clan, he is a traitor. Senju Tobirama, stop, be quiet, continue watching the video. Senju Hashirama, Odoudou, what are you planning? The video continues. Danzo listened to his subordinates' reports, sneered in his heart, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It was irreversible when we found it. Although we have not yet reached a peace negotiation with the land of Earth, we sent them here because they are members of Hanzo-sama's clan. Danzo stood outside the door, letting the rain soak him, while Hanzo inside the door was clean. Danzo, have you seen the prisoner? Hanzo asked with narrowed eyes. I'm afraid it's Akatsuki. Danzo's eyes were extremely cold. Akatsuki. Yahiko, Danzo, you bastard. Chapter 30. Shimura Danzo, humph, I'm doing this to protect Konoha, how can you understand? Uzumaki Nagato, does protecting Konoha come at the cost of hurting other weak countries? Shimura Danzo, humph, are you lecturing me? The video continues. But Akatsuki is. Hanzo listened to Danzo's speech and hesitated. It is an organization that advocates peace and has recently developed its power in the Hidden Rain village. Danzo interrupted Hanzo's speech. Yes, I heard that it is an organization with the same will as me, but... Hanzo, hesitant again. Hanzo-sama, you indulge them too much. Danzo sneered in his heart and continued. Why? It's a good thing to implement your ideals, but this is also your weakness. My weakness? Hanzo looked confused. Because you have lofty ambitions, you are too tolerant of ambitious people. Such tolerance has become a hidden danger, and eventually hurt yourself, leading to this tragedy. Danzo said coldly, and then motioned Hanzo to look at the person who fell behind him. No matter how lofty your ambitions are, the same approach cannot be applied to everyone. Even people who initially show the same pursuit of ideals as you may eventually be corrupted by desire and power and become greedy. Pull off the high-sounding coat of the Akatsuki organization, and you will find that they are just a group of rats trying to subvert the village. Master Hanzo. If this continues, the village will be taken away by them. Danzo said coldly. Hearing Danzo's speech, Hanzo gradually fell into deep thought. The rain in the sky was still dripping, and as time passed, the sky around gradually darkened. On the other side, a whirlpool twisted on the bank of a river. Two figures appeared in the whirlpool. Danzo of Konoha. Obito said coldly. An interesting guy has started to act. Obito is right, the direction of the clouds is getting weirder and weirder. White Zetsu teased. There is no peace in this world, this is reality. Obito shook his head and walked forward. Just like this surging river, no matter how it is stopped, reality will swallow everything and overthrow them ruthlessly. Obito slowly walked towards the screen in front of the camera, his right eye Sharingan, which looked particularly scarlet. There is only one way to escape such suffering. That is the infinite moon reading, the Moon Eye Project. The moonlight in the sky is particularly bright. Mei Terumi, Moon Eye Project? What does this mean? Orochimaru, he, things are getting interesting. Kabuto Yakushi, Lord Orochimaru, what do you think of this matter? Orochimaru, it doesn't matter, it has nothing to do with us, but I am looking forward to Obito's performance. Senju Tobirama at Uchiha Obito, kid, if you dare to hurt Konoha village, I will never forgive you. Senju Hashirama, calm down, Obito is kind-hearted. I don't think he will do anything to Konoha. Uchiha Tajima, indeed, after all, Kakashi fell in front of him, and Obito didn't do anything, let alone do something to his own village. Namikaze Minato, that's right. Uchiha Obito. The video continues. In the dim building, two figures leaned against the railing, staring at the rainy night outside, and fell into deep thought. Everyone is extremely tired of the battle. Nagato sighed. Yes, even if we win, Akatsuki will not get any substantial rewards. We only have ideals, but this year's fatigue may slowly wear it out. Yahiko looked up at the sky with a complicated look. Are you saying that everyone will forget why they are fighting? Nagato asked curiously. Nagato, how about you become the leader of Akatsuki? Yahiko looked at the boy in front of him with a more complicated look. I am not suitable to be the leader. Yahiko looked at his palm and fell into deep thought. That time was the first time I hurt someone. That feeling still remains in my hand. Just thinking about it makes me terrified. Yahiko's palm began to tremble, and his face was shrouded in a shadow. Yahiko. Nagato looked worried. But you are different, Nagato. You have the samsara eye, which is a symbol of a hero and will become the psychological sustenance of everyone. Yahiko looked up and looked at Nagato's eyes with complexity. Yahiko, are you going to use my samsara eye? Nagato frowned. I am afraid that I will be hurt by you. I have such eyes, and I have been suffering from it. Nagato shook his head. I understand, but Konan will always be by your side to control this power for you. Yahiko smiled bitterly. The two looked at each other and fell into silence. Brother, something big has happened. A team member came anxiously. What's wrong? Yahiko asked cautiously. Hanzo sent an envoy. The two were stunned, and then looked at each other. The camera switched. In the dim room, all members of the Akatsuki organization looked at the envoy sent by Hanzo with serious faces. "Are you the leader of Akatsuki, Mr. Yahiko?" the envoy asked curiously. "That's right. I am the deputy of Hanzo, and I have heard a little about your deeds. I heard that you do not advocate the use of force and insist on solving problems peacefully. This is exactly the philosophy of our Akatsuki," Yahiko said firmly. "Shimura Danzo, humph, a bunch of brats are too naive." "Yahiko, can you shut up?" "Uzumaki Nagato, Yahiko, I have blocked this Danzo." "Yahiko, okay, I'll listen to you." "Jiraiya, Yahiko, from this time on, has the tragedy of the Akatsuki organization appeared?" "Yahiko, yes, Jiraiya teacher." "Jiraiya, I'm sorry, I was not at the scene at the time." "Yahiko, teacher, this is not your fault." "Uzumaki Boruto, young man Danzo is not trustworthy." "Uchiha Hikaru, can I ask thee upstairs, have we met somewhere?" "Uzumaki Boruto, young man, you recognized the wrong person, I have no impression of you." The scene on the video needs to continue. "Hanzo-sama asked me to deliver a handwritten letter, please check it." Hanzo's men took out a letter from their arms and handed it to Yahiko. Yahiko slowly opened the envelope, read the contents of the letter, and his pupils shrank suddenly. At this moment, all the members of Akatsuki were also stunned. "Is this true?" someone asked. "He wants to meet you in person." Hanzo has already recognized Akatsuki. Hanzo's men smiled slightly. All the members of Akatsuki were delighted. They were recognized by their idol. This means that the scale of Akatsuki will be further expanded. Soon, this country will usher in peace. There will be no more wars in the ninja world. The camera turned. It was raining heavily in the sky, and all the members of Akatsuki stood on the river. Hanzo also hopes to entrust the Hidden Rain Village to you as the peace negotiation mission of the three countries in the future. The negotiation mission of the three countries. Great! The voices of the crowd were conveyed in the picture. Hanzo the salamander walked slowly and looked at Yahiko in front of him with complicated eyes. The two looked at each other like this, letting the rain hit them. Soon, they raised their hands at the same time, held each other tightly, and began to talk. The picture gradually faded and returned to the simple house again. All the members of the organization were reveling with joy. How many people have sacrificed for this moment, and now they have finally lived up to them. Yahiko looked up at the sky, letting the rain slide down his body, and his heart was excited. "Yahiko, your determination to understand the pain of others has moved Hanzo, you see." Nagato pointed at the members of the organization. Everyone cheered. Akatsuki has found its ideals again, and there is no need for any symbols. Everyone is willing to follow your ideals closely. Nagato stretched out his white arms and looked at Yahiko in front of him. "Nagato, we did nothing wrong." The two shook hands tightly. "Mei Terumi, what a pity, tragedy will happen next." Unaki, criticize Danzo by name. Let me say this first. Some people may think that this is off topic, but he doesn't think so. In the original work, this plot is very important. It is precisely because of the failure of the Akatsuki organization and Danzo's secret obstruction that Obito completely turned evil and eventually invaded Konoha village. This plot is mainly to enrich the character of Obito. If you think the plot is a bit boring, you can choose to skip it. Chapter 31. Uzumaki Boruto, so everyone had such a hard time in my father's era. Uchiha Sarada, it seems that peace is hard won. Uzumaki Himawari, it seems to be true. Uzumaki Boruto, Himawari, are you in the group too? Uzumaki Naruto, young. Uzumaki Kushina, this Himawari looks so cute. Namikaze Minato, at Uzumaki Naruto, young, brother, Can I ask how you are doing now? Uzumaki Naruto, young pretty well, come to think of it, I'm very grateful to Grandpa Sande. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto. Boruto Naruto Next Generations Period. Naruto sat in the office, browsing the messages in the chat group, and a warm current surged in his heart. He understood that his father was silently caring about him. But he couldn't reveal his identity yet. After all, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he should be imprisoned, and may even be handed over to Danzo for processing. However, the third-generation grandfather protected him very well. If there is a chance, I really want to see the third-generation grandfather again. Naruto smiled gently, looking at the prosperous Konoha village outside the window, with a lot of emotion in his heart. This book is moderately conspiratorial, and all the black pots are taken by Danzo. The video is still continuing. Tomorrow's meeting with Hanzo-sama, Nagato, and I will go. Yahiko said. Looking at his younger brother who cared about him, he felt a warm current in his heart. Is it okay? Big brother, let's go together. Everyone was a little worried. Don't worry, if so many of us go, I'm afraid it will scare Hanzo-sama. Yahiko shrugged and joked. Haha, you're right. The concerns in everyone's hearts disappeared immediately. By the way, where is Konan? Yahiko suddenly thought of something and asked curiously. She should be inspecting the 7th area and will be back tomorrow morning. Nagato sighed helplessly and looked at his friend with a smile. Really? It's rare to encounter such a good thing today. Anyway, Akatsuki has taken an important first step today, so everyone should forget about the mission and relax. Yahiko looked at everyone and said happily. The camera turned. The rain in the sky was getting heavier, as if telling endless sorrow. The sky and the earth were grey. In a tall building, everyone was on guard. Didn't Akatsuki notice it? Hanzo looked at Danzo with a worried look. Of course. Danzo took a sip of hot tea and looked at Hanzo in front of him. Disdain flashed in his eyes, but he quickly hid it. Anbu of the Hidden Mist Village, so these two people are beasts. Kuratsuki, I really don't understand why there are so many intrigues in this world. Uchiha Obito, humph, I've said it before, this world is hopeless, only the Moon Eye Project. Uchiha Madara, that's right, only the Moon Eye Project can save this world. Senju Hashirama, Madara, Obito, you are wrong. There are not only conspiracies in this world, but also a beautiful side. Uchiha Tetsuka, humph, then why did our Uchiha clan be exterminated, how do you explain it? Senju Tobirama, monkey, I gave you so much time to reflect, how do you plan to do it? What response? Sarutobi Hiruzen, all the Uchiha heritage will be handed over to Sasuke. Senju Tobirama, I'm really sorry to the Uchiha clan, everyone. I failed to discipline my disciples. Uchiha Setsuna, we, the Uchiha clan, wanted to integrate into Konoha village, but were rejected. Uchiha Inauri, we don't hate Hiruzen, we only hate the traitor Uchiha Itachi. He killed us. Uchiha Sasuke, young man, you don't know the truth yet, Itachi exterminated the clan because of system, future events cannot be revealed. The video continues. As long as that kid named Yahiko dies, the Akatsuki organization will naturally disband. How is the situation on your side? Danzo ignored Hanzo's speech and asked coldly. Don't worry. Hanzo nodded. The camera switched. At this time, Konan was patrolling. Suddenly, she found a ninja collapsed on the ground. Just as she was about to help him, she found that he was dead. The body suddenly swelled up and turned into black smoke. Xiaonan jumped high and subconsciously covered her mouth and nose. This is very quick. Konan felt weak in her limbs, her eyes blurred, and she collapsed to the ground. When she looked up, she saw two people standing in front of her. The hostage should have been captured by now. The ninja from the Hidden Rain village stared fiercely at Konan, who was lying on the ground. Yahiko, Master Hanzo, I admire you very much. Hanzo, humph, your theory is too idealistic and can't be realized at all. Pain, have you forgotten how you died at that time? Hanzo, damn it, if it wasn't for your sneak attack. Deidara, yet. I remember clearly that you saw our boss and retreated in fear, kneeling down and begging for mercy. Haiden, this kind of coward, even if you sacrifice him to the evil god won't want him. The video continues. If you eliminate the villains who threaten the village like this, the Hidden Rain village will belong to you. Danzo stood up, with a dark look in his eyes. The camera turned. The base of the Akatsuki organization. Everyone was drunk and collapsed on the ground. Nagato walked to the window with some worry, looking at the rainy night outside. Finally it has come to this. Nagato. A strange voice suddenly came from behind, and Nagato immediately became alert. Looking back, I saw a man wearing a white mask coming. Who are you? Reality is about to change dramatically. Now separate from Yahiko and others and act with me. Obito looked at Nagato and said hoarsely. Otherwise you. What will happen to us? Nagato's eyes became cautious, ready to take action at any time. What Yahiko said is just an ideal. What if you understand the pain of others? Others will not care about your pain, and this world does not want this. Obito said coldly. This is reality. You who have the samsara eye should be able to understand this. Obito looked at Nagato coldly. No matter what you say, I will stick to Yahiko's ideals. Nagato was stunned for a moment, then retorted. Humph. Obito slowly walked towards Nagato, with a strong sense of oppression on his body. Do you have to experience pain to experience the taste of reality? Seeing Obito approaching, Nagato took a step back. Even if you have the samsara eye, you are just a mortal in this regard, Nagato. Obito's body passed through Nagato. Well, then follow your own pain and see the real appearance. Obito's figure began to twist with the vortex in his right eye, and was quickly absorbed and disappeared on the spot. Nagato gasped, and Obito's words just echoed in his mind. Yahiko, the tragedy is about to come, but I still firmly believe in my point of view. Shimura Danzo, humph, so naive. Chapter 32. Senju Tobirama, Danzo, I'll come and settle with you after I'm resurrected. The video still continues. You're here, Nagato. Yahiko walked over with some worry. Yahiko. Nagato nodded. Who was here just now? Yahiko looked at Nagato with a worried look. No one. It's time to leave. Don't delay the meeting with Hanzo-sama. Yahiko sighed lightly. Well, let's go. Nagato's eyes became firm. Akatsuki base. At this moment, a summoned beast carrying a scroll came to the side of the crowd and bit the palm of a sleeping person, instantly waking him up. What are you doing? I'm sleeping soundly. Kusuk complained dissatisfiedly, and then took the scroll from his back. Looking at the information on it, he was quickly stunned. Hey, where are Yahiko and Nagato? This sudden exclamation woke up everyone who was sleeping soundly. We've already set off, right? Today is the day to meet Hanzo. A muscular man answered. Wake everyone up, and catch up with Big Brother and the others. What happened? I'll explain later. The camera turned. The members of Akatsuki rushed forward desperately in the heavy rain. Hey, what happened? Members near the border of Konoha sent a message that the Anbu troops of Konoha village are gathering at Hanzo. Hatosuk explained, his eyes full of panic. Konoha's Anbu? Why are they going to Hanzo? The big member looked shocked. I don't know, but don't you think this is too coincidental? And if you think about it carefully, Hanzo's promise is too good. Hatosuk shook his head and continued to stare into the distance. So, today's meeting with Hanzo. With a bang, the water flow was broken by the accelerated pace of the crowd. In short, we must tell the news to the eldest brother and others as soon as possible. Just as everyone was still moving forward, a vortex suddenly appeared in the air in the distance, and everyone stopped. The figures of Obito and Black Zetsu emerged from the vortex. Unfortunately, I can't let you go on. Obito looked at everyone coldly. Who are you? The member of Akatsuki asked cautiously. My name is Uchiha Madara. Obito answered coldly in the name of Madara. Are you sent by Hanzo? The members of Akatsuki frowned and took out their weapons. I'm not from Hanzo's side, but now, I can't let you mess up the situation. Obito said coldly, I have to let Nagato see the facts clearly. Although I don't know what the situation is, there is no time, let's kill him. Everyone rushed to the distance quickly with blades. I'll leave the miscellaneous soldiers to you. Obito said coldly. You are really good at ordering people around. Black Zetsu walked forward, and soon a large number of White Zetsu emerged from the ground. White Zetsu and the people of Akatsuki were entangled in a fight. Uechuo Kusuk, you underestimated my feat, but you will suffer. Kusuk stepped on the treetops, pulled out the long sword at his waist, and threw it quickly to Obito from a high altitude. But his body passed through Obito without causing any harm to Obito. It penetrated. What on earth is going on? Kusuk was stunned, and just as he wanted to get up, he found a sharp pain in his chest. Kusuk. The bald man looked at the chest of an acquaintance being pierced, and shouted anxiously. Why did you do this? Kusuk endured the pain and looked curiously at the person wearing a white mask in front of him. In order to let Nagato truly open his samsara eye. Obito replied coldly. What do you mean? There is no real peace in this cursed world. They should abandon their current ideals and set off for a new world. Obito looked disdainful. Wishful thinking. Hausuk stretched out his hands and hugged Obito's arms. Big Buddha, kill me too. The member called Big Buddha took a deep breath, then rushed over quickly with the hammer in both hands. See you in that world. Big Buddha took a deep breath. Water drops quickly gathered from the hammer. Then he suddenly threw the water drops to Obito in the distance. The surrounding water mixed with rainwater was instantly defeated by this blow. Obito watched the water flow over with his pupils slightly twisted. Soon, he and Hausuk were trapped in this water ball. Water prison technique? This kind of trick can't kill me. Obito glanced at this ninjutsu with cold eyes. Senju Tobirama, something's wrong. This kind of water escape ninjutsu is the first time I've seen it. Mei Terumi, that's enough. Are you the Mizukage or am I the Mizukage? Senju Tobirama, humph, little girl, my attainments in water escape are far superior to yours. Terumi Mei, but aren't you the Hokage? Senju Tobirama, it's not like the Hokage has to play with fire. Do you see my big brother playing with it? Senju Hashirama, ha ha ha, fire escape seems really useless. Sarutobi Hiruzen. The video continues. This is not an ordinary water prison. Kusuk looked at the trapped Obito and quickly formed seals with his hands. He suddenly spit out a lot of white smoke. Obito watched the scene quietly. The white smoke quickly wrapped around Obito's limbs. Is this cement? Obito's pupils shrank. I am a war orphan, and Akatsuki is the first hope I see in my wandering life. Hausuk said weakly, but seeing Obito's obvious panic, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. How can I let someone like you take it away? Obito narrowed his eyes slightly, it's just a suicide attack. Soon, his right eye stirred up a wave of vortex distortion. Mixed with cement and river water. But as the literal meaning suggests, you and I are not in the same dimension. Obito's figure gradually dissipated. Hausuk was stunned, his pupils contracted, How could this happen? The cement quickly wrapped around the water ball and broke apart instantly when it fell to the ground. Haosuk, your death will not be in vain. The Buddha sighed as he looked at the scene in front of him. Soon, a wave of vortex distortion came from behind him. The Buddha's pupil shrank. It hurts, the dry skin peels off, it hurts so much. The guy wearing a white mask appeared in the sky, speaking in a strange tone of white zetsu. The Buddha's hand slipped, the weapon fell to the ground with a clang, and his eyes fell into despair. This guy wearing a white mask is simply a monster. At this moment, Obito gradually rose to a high altitude and regained control of his body. Sorry, you will be caught here. Obito stretched out his hands, and a large number of branches grew out of his arms, extending and growing wildly, directly piercing the members of the surrounding Akatsuki organization into the ground. Crackling. The sound of the spine being broken kept coming. The screen went black. There were bloody corpses all around. Are you okay? Black Zetsu looked at Obito who was panting and asked hoarsely. Okay, let's go. Obito shook his head, his body turned into a vortex in his right eye and twisted and gradually dissipated. Let's witness Nagato's fate together. Black Zetsu's body also slowly fell to the ground. Namikaze Minato, Obito, you've gone astray. No Hara-rin, Obito, I beg you, don't do this again, okay? Hitaki Kakashi, Obito. Uzumaki Kushina, Obito, you're so stupid, Madara is obviously manipulating you. Uchiha Obito, Minato-sensei, Rin, Kushina sister, I can't turn back. This video will reveal more of my actions, I don't ask you to forgive me. I just want to create a new world, I don't want anyone to get hurt anymore. Uchiha Obito, believe me, soon, I will cut off all the causes and effects in this world. Uzumaki Naruto, it sounds so domineering. Konoha Village Jounin, I never thought that the one who used to be the last one in the group would now have the strength of Kage. Konoha Village Chunin, I agree. Some people may think that this is nonsense. Let me explain. In the original work, Obito turned evil because he witnessed the constant wars in the ninja world and was determined to change the world. For this reason, he chose to implement Madara's Moon Eye plan. However, it was Obito who launched the Moon Eye plan, not Uchiha Madara, because Obito was not sure whether Madara would have other dangerous ideas. In order to escape the surveillance of Madara, Obito had been carefully planning and laying out in the early stage. Chapter 33. Might Guy, that sounds amazing, but I won't let you have your wish. For this reason, I decided to run around Konoha Village 100 more times. Rock Lee, as expected of Teacher Guy. The Chunin of the Hidden Mist Village, you two are idiots. Obito is already Kage level. No matter how much you train, can you beat him? Zabuza Mamakai, kid, you don't understand the horror of the 8 gates. Mangetsu Hojiki. Kisame Hashigaki, I heard that there is a ninja in Konoha Village who specializes in physical skills. In order to protect his teammates from retreating, he used forbidden techniques on the 7 ninja swordsmen and injured them. I don't know if this is true or not. Might Guy, that must be true. The one who injured the 7 was my father. Might Guy, haha, that's right, it's me. Guy, let's sweat out our youth together. I'm also practicing in the Pure Land space. Might Guy, father, you're amazing. Anbu of the Hidden Mist Village, damn, are all physical ninjas so strong? Mei Terumi, idiot, that's because he practiced the 8 gates. Uchiha Madara, at Might Guy, which gate of the 8 gates can you open now? I'm looking forward to fighting you. Might Guy, humph, my opponent is Kakashi. Uchiha Madara, tisk, don't you know my reputation? Hitaki Kakashi, ahem, let's finish watching the video first. The video is still going on. The rain from the sky is pouring down without stopping. At this moment, A space in the corner began to twist and form a vortex. Obito and Black Zetsu stood in the sky, watching everything below indifferently. Nagato and Yahiko were surrounded by people, in a deep pit, in a harsh environment. Above, Hanzo of the Salamander took Konan hostage. Danzo also had cold eyes, staring at Nagato's samsara eye, with a hint of excitement in his heart. Yahiko, I want you, the leader, to die here. If you dare to resist, this woman will die. Hanzo of the Salamander grabbed Konan's hair and pointed the kunai at her neck. Konan frowned. Seeing this, Yahiko's heart was in his throat. Seeing Yahiko's expression, Hanzo was quite satisfied, and then threw down a kunai. Red-haired man, use this kunai to kill Yahiko. Hanzo of the Salamander said expressionlessly. As long as you do it, I will let you go. Stop, Nagato. Leave me alone. Run. Konan shouted anxiously. Nagato. Yahiko closed his eyes tightly and looked at Nagato with complicated eyes. Kill me. Nagato gasped when he saw this scene. Nagato. Yahiko shouted loudly. No. Konan looked down desperately. Hurry up, don't you care about this woman's life? Hanzo urged. Nagato took a deep breath, raised the kunai tremblingly, and kept gasping for breath, as if the weak old man in the ward was about to die. The weapon that could be easily lifted on weekdays was as heavy as 1,000 pounds at this moment. Nagato looked up at the sky, his pupils contracted, and his face was desperate. Konan. Yahiko. As soon as he turned his head, Yahiko rushed over. With a puff, the kunai pierced Yahiko's abdomen. Nagato staggered back a few steps, his face horrified, as if he had seen something he shouldn't have seen. Obito, who was high up, was also stunned. In his mind, he saw the scene of Kakashi holding Reikari and piercing Rin's chest. Boom! 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 Nagato's heartbeat was like a drum and began to accelerate violently. You and Konan, you must survive no matter what. Yahiko said weakly, his eyes gradually blurred, because you are the savior of this world. If it were you. Yahiko fell to the ground with a plop before he finished speaking. Yahiko. Konan looked at the fallen Yahiko in despair, her face full of pain. Nagato stood there in despair, staring blankly at the people around him. People gathered in a circle, and the expressions on their faces caught his eyes. Joking, mocking, disdain, pity. The sound of whispering came into his ears. Everyone is laughing. Everyone is laughing at him. The rain in the sky is getting heavier, as if mocking Nagato and his rough fate. When he was a child, his parents were hurt by Konoha ninjas because he was unable to protect them. Now, even though he has the power, he still can't protect the people he wants to protect. Uzumaki Sunflower, I feel this scene is so desperate. Why? 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 Konan's heart-wrenching, desperate cry echoed in the air, and Hanzo teased the look in his eyes was chilling. These echoed in Nagato's mind one by one. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several kunai cut through the rain curtain and shot from high in the sky. Nagato's pupils shrank suddenly, and he instinctively raised his hand. The kunai that was about to hit him was instantly bounced away by a repulsive force. All bounced away. The ninjas of the Hidden Rain Village widened their eyes in surprise. What's going on? Nagato bent his legs and leaped up high. Seeing this, Hanzo quickly distanced himself from the rushing Nagato and slapped the ground with one hand. And the place where Konan was already full of traps. A large number of detonating tags appeared on the ground instantly. Nagato subconsciously protected Konan in his arms, but the detonating tags were attached to his legs. A flash of white light, bang! A violent explosion sounded, and smoke filled the air. Did it succeed? Hanzo looked into the distance, with a cautious tone in his tone. The smoke gradually dissipated, and Nagato loosened the rope tied to Konan. His legs had been engulfed by flames. After the flames dissipated, the white bones were exposed, which was shocking. Nagato. Konan squatted beside him, looking at him worriedly. Nagato glanced at Konan and warned. Konan, hold Yahiko, don't run around. It's not easy, kid, you can get away after being hit by my fire escape. Hanzo passed through the smoke and looked at the injured Nagato coldly. Rain continued to fall from the sky. Nagato's pupils shrank, and he stared at Hanzo with murderous intent. You are really not an ordinary person. Your eyes. Hanzo looked at Nagato thoughtfully. Everyone, hurry up. The Anbu of Konoha village instantly jumped into the sky and rushed towards Nagato. The rain curtain was cut by their blades. Surrounded by enemies, Nagato slapped the ground with one hand. Summoning Jutsu, Outer Path Demon Statue. The ground cracked, and a giant hand suddenly stretched out, knocking away the surrounding Anbu. The Outer Path Demon Statue stretched out its arm, grabbed the ground, and roared to the sky. Looking at the huge monster in the distance, Obito and Black Zetsu both became interested. It appeared. Black Zetsu looked playful. He summoned the empty shell of the 10 tails. Obito's eyes became cautious. What is that? Hanzo stood there in a daze, staring at the huge monster. Nagato can't use this. Konan looked at Nagato worriedly. But Nagato couldn't listen to Konan's words at this moment. He roared heartbreakingly, as if venting his anger to the sky. A large number of iron rods instantly emerged from the Outer Path Demon Statue, inserted into Nagato's back, and absorbed his chakra. Konoha Village Chunin, fuck, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Chapter 34. Senju Tobirama, I have never seen it before, so let's continue watching. The video still continues. The Outer Path statue absorbed Nagato's chakra, and a huge amount of chakra condensed in its mouth. Soon, it spit out a huge string of white dragon-shaped energy. The white flying dragon quickly took off and swept away the surrounding Rain Village ninjas. After a while, the souls of the ninjas that were swept up dissipated one after another. If you touch that thing, you will die. A Rain Village ninja said in horror with his pupils constricted. Seeing this, everyone began to run away. Nagato let out a heartbreaking cry and began to control the huge white flying dragon. Hanzo, who was standing in the corner, witnessed this scene, and his eyes became colder and colder. The dragon came to him, and Hanzo whispered. It seems that you are the leader behind the scenes. I am really surprised that you have the Samsara eye. The dragon gathered by chakra rose to the sky and stared at Hanzo on the ground. Nagato. Konan supported Yahiko and looked at Nagato with a worried look. Hearing Konan's worry, Nagato exerted all his strength and gritted his teeth. At this moment, the dragon roared in the sky and rushed towards Hanzo quickly. Instant body technique. Hanzo raised one hand calmly and dodged instantly. With a bang, the dragon's head quickly bit the ground exploded, and the stone slabs flew across. Waves of smoke filled the air, and the heavy rain was still heavy, and the rain and smoke intertwined. The smoke gradually dissipated, and there was no one in the huge deep pit on the ground. With a bang, the black stick stuck behind Nagato broke due to the loss of chakra supply. The Outer Path demon statue turned into smoke and dissipated. The smoke did not dissipate for a long time. Nagato was weak all over, with a weak smile on the corner of his mouth, staring into the distance. Obito, standing high in the sky, looked at Nagato with complicated eyes. Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, I will let you meet again in the dream world. I promise. Obito looked at everything below with complicated eyes, but his expression was still indifferent. The camera turned. The door was pushed open. I'm right, right. Obito looked at Nagato sitting on the chair coldly. I finally understand that the selfish will to maintain peace will lead to war. In order to protect love, hatred will also arise. In this cursed world, there is no real peace. Nagato said weakly. Hearing Nagato's answer, Obito nodded. That's it. At this moment, Obito's body was absorbed by a whirlpool, and black Zetsu also drilled into the ground. The two gradually left. A sound of footsteps came. A new figure walked out of the light in the distance. It was Pain. The leader of Akatsuki will always be you, Yahiko. Nagato looked at the puppet he created with a complicated look. Jiraiya, I didn't expect these things to happen, I'm very sorry. Konan, teacher Jiraiya, this is not your fault. Mei Terumi, it's all because of the people in Konoha village who messed around, causing a cage-level strongman to rise. Kuratsuki, Akatsuki's original intention was good, but unfortunately it met Danzo. Onaki, I have to talk about Hanzo, the beast. Uzumaki Nagato, it doesn't matter, he's dead. Hanzo, humph, if you hadn't attacked me at that time. Namikaze Minato, Obito, can the Moon Eye Project really achieve peace in the ninja world? Uchiha Obito, I don't know, but it's better to let everyone fall into illusions than now. Nohara Rin, Obito, look at me. The ninja world is not only cruel, but also has more beauty. Hitaki Kakashi, yes, Obito. Uchiha Obito, no matter what you say, it's useless. I have made up my mind. Inside the cave, Obito looked at the message in the chat group, and a trace of warmth surged in his heart, but it was quickly hidden. Humph, the Moon Eye Project will be realized soon. Uchiha Madara, hurry up and let Nagato revive me. With a ding, Madara's private message came. Obito looked at Madara's private message with disdain in his eyes. Uchiha Madara, you should stay in the Pure Land space honestly. Obito walked out of the cave coldly. System, the following plot is full of high energy, please be prepared. 4th Kazekage Raza, what's going on? How is it so high energy? 3rd Kazekage, idiot, can you stop talking and damage the image of the Sand Village? Mei Terumi, the following plot can't possibly be about destroying Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, impossible, Obito is such a kid, I watched you grow up, and you will never do anything to harm the Leaf Village. Yuditen Koharu, that's right, I watched you grow up too. Black Earth, you two should stop being so close. The video still continues. At this moment, the music turns sad, showing a series of miserable scenes. Countless villages have sacrificed a large number of people, corpses are lying everywhere, and dogs on the roadside are gnawing at these unfortunate people. Due to the long-term wars in the ninja world, famines have occurred frequently in various places, and people have starved to death. Obito, wearing a white Zetsu mask, watched all this quietly. Sure enough, this world is hopeless. Only the Moon Eye Project can save everyone. Time flies, and Obito's mask gradually turns into tiger stripes. He has completely adapted to the white Zetsu cells. In the past few years, he has been running around with black Zetsu and witnessed the cruelty of human nature. The so-called ninja is nothing more than a tool for killing. Uzumaki Naruto, how can this be? Shouldn't ninjas exist to protect others? Mamakai Zabuza, kid, you are too naive. Ninjas are nothing more than tools for killing people. No matter how you whitewash it, this will not change. Uzumaki Naruto, but Senju Hashirama, I clearly assigned the tailed beasts to you, and you promised not to start a war again. Why is it still like this? The first generation of shadows. Senju Tobirama, brother, you are too naive. To achieve peace in the ninja world, the only way is to unify. Uchiha Madara, unification will also lead to division. Senju Whitehair, don't you even understand this? Senju Tobirama, humph, evil Uchiha Madara. Terumi Mei, can the future ninja world really usher in peace? Uzumaki Boruto, well, it's peaceful now. There will be no more wars in the ninja world. Unaki, how is this possible? Uzumaki Boruto, really, Grandpa, I didn't lie to you, you are still alive in my era. 4th Kazekage Raza, how can Onoki live so long? Uchiha Madara, at Uzumaki Boruto, kid, you are still too naive. I guess there were 2 strong men supporting your era, so there was no war, right? Uzumaki Boruto, no, there was only one strong man, Uncle Sasuke. As for my father, he bought the position of Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Senju Tsunade. Senju Tobirama, Hokage can be bought? Kid, do you know what you are talking about? Uzumaki Boruto, I didn't lie, my father is. System, ahem, you can't reveal things about the future, otherwise you will be banned. Uzumaki Boruto, okay. Pure Land Space. Doudou, do you think what this kid said is true? Has Konoha become so corrupt? Senju Hashirama looked at the chat group with a worried look on his face. Tobirama patted Hashirama's shoulder and sighed. Brother, I guess it's his father who has been busy with work all year round and has no time to take care of him, which led to this kid's rebellion. He was dissatisfied and thought that his father's position as Hokage was bought. Oh, so that's the case, Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha Sasuke, at Uzumaki Boruto, did I become the strongest person in your era? Uzumaki Boruto, yes, Master Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, if that's the case, I must have killed that guy Itaki, ha 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 ha. Uchiha Sasuke, Itaki, did you see that your ending is to be killed by me? Uchiha Itaki, you are not qualified to talk to me now, get stronger as soon as possible, my stupid brother. Chapter 35. Senju Tobirama, let's continue watching the video first. The video is still showing. Congratulations. The doctor looked at the report in his hand and looked at Kushina with joy. Hey! Kushina was stunned. The due date is October 10th. The doctor nodded. Really? Uzumaki Kushina was excited. The camera turned and came to the warm little house. At this moment, Namikaze Minato was cooking. Hearing Kushina's words, he was stunned. Are you having a baby? I'm going to be a mother. Uzumaki Kushina nodded. I'm going to be a father. Minato hadn't come back to his senses yet. Being a mother. I'm going to be a father. That's right. Both of them were filled with excitement. Hashirama Senju, ha ha ha, how come this video suddenly changed? Hiruzen Sarutobi, Minato. Minato Namikaze, Shadame Hokage-sama, the people in the video are me and my wife. Hashirama Senju, is that so? You must be living happily now, right? Minato Namikaze, well. I was killed by the Nine Tails to protect the village, and so was my wife. Hashirama Senju. Minato Namikaze, any questions? Shodame-sama. Hashirama Senju, no, can the nine-tailed beast kill people? Namikaze Minato. 4th Kazekage Raza, the nine-tailed beast is the most powerful tailed beast after all. Unaki, humph, you don't understand the value of the god of ninja. Senju Tobirama, enough, big brother, not everyone is as powerful as you. Senju Hashirama, really? I think the nine-tailed beast is really easy to beat. I let it use both hands, and the nine-tailed beast may not be able to beat me. Kurama. The video continues. Kakashi, put down the task in your hands first. I have a special task for you now. Minato said gently to Kakashi, who was wearing a mask and had a cold temperament in front of him. What's wrong? Kakashi asked. This is a secret. Kushina is pregnant. Minato continued with a smile in his eyes. Congratulations. Kakashi was stunned for a moment and didn't know how to respond. However, as a Jinchuriki woman, the chakra used for sealing during pregnancy will be transferred to the fetus, and the seal of the tailed beast will be weakened. so, I would like to ask you. Minato said to Kakashi tactfully. I understand. Kakashi nodded. The next scene quickly switched. Kakashi, wearing an Anbyo costume, hid in a corner, constantly confirming Kushina's safety. As the days passed, Uzumaki Kushina's belly became bigger and bigger. Kakashi sat on the roof, watching the scene of Minato teacher and Kushina's sister getting along, and the chill in his heart gradually dissipated. Thank you for protecting Kushina. Minato said to Kakashi gratefully. Then he briefly explained the cause and effect of the matter, and said that there would be a special Anbu to protect Kushina's safety next. Then I will continue to do the task first. Kakashi hesitated. Don't be so anxious, you can rest for a while. Minato looked at Kakashi gently. Uzumaki Kushina, Kakashi, I never thought that you have been protecting me behind my back. Hitaki Kakashi, Sister Kushina, I just... Uzumaki Kushina, don't say anything, Kakashi, thank you. Uzumaki Boruto, wait. I have a question. Namikaze Minato, what's the question? Uzumaki Boruto, nothing, I feel it's not good to say it. The fourth Reikage AI, could it be that there is an undercover agent in Konoha village, leaked the information of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, right? Meiterumi, yes, how did Obito know the location where Kushina gave birth? There must be an undercover agent. Hitaki Kakashi, impossible. The Anbu of Konoha village is well guarded. Onaki, then how did Obito know? Namikaze Minato, just keep watching. Obito, I don't want you to be the murderer of the Nine Tails Rebellion, do you understand? Uchiha Obito, Teacher Minato. The video continues. In the distant sky, a touch of fish belly white gradually sank, and the sunset was reflected on the back mountain of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi squatted in front of Lin's grave, gently wiped the tombstone, and then took out the bright flowers and placed them in front of the grave. I'm sorry, I haven't seen you for a long time. I swear, I don't want to forget you. There is something I want to tell you, but I can't do it for the time being. It's a secret. Kakashi looked at Lin's tombstone with complicated eyes. Minato's child is about to be born, and this generation will live in peace forever. If we were born later. Kakashi's eyes were wet and he sighed softly. Forget it, go tell Obito again. I'm leaving, Linear. Kakashi said gently, and then walked away. In the bushes. Obito put on his hood and looked at the scene in the distance with cold eyes. He walked to Lin's tombstone, took out the flowers inserted in front of the grave, and scattered them in the air. If you can't protect the people you should protect, what's the point of having this power? Minato teacher, I'm sorry. Fourth generation Kazekage Raza, good guy, after all this time, it turns out that Kakashi is the traitor. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this. Hitaki Kakashi. Senju Tobirama, keep watching. The camera turned. High altitude. The moon in the sky illuminated the village of Konoha, bright and clear. The villagers of Konoha were still walking leisurely on the streets with laughter and joy. At this moment, Kakashi suddenly froze, his eyes narrowed into a slit. There was a faint chill in the air around. In Konoha village, the powerful ninjas all noticed something was wrong. They stopped their work and looked up at the full moon in the sky. The camera switched again. Itake was holding his younger brother Suzuki, and was also stunned. Suzuki began to cry anxiously in the cradle. Itake quickly comforted him softly. Don't cry, Suzuki, no matter what happens in the future, your brother will protect you. The camera switched again. In the dim alley, Obito walked out slowly with a hood on, and slapped the ground with one hand. Bang! Suddenly, a large cloud of smoke filled the sky above Konoha village, and the strong impact blew away the surrounding civilians. Kiribi, is this the most powerful of the nine-tailed beasts? Baka Yalu. The fourth Reikage AI, Humph, I would like to see what kind of strength the nine-tailed beast has. Iwagakure Village. Kirabi stared at the video and became excited instantly, humming rap non-stop. Bye, can you be quiet for a while? Stop singing this ugly thing, or your big brother will come and beat you up again. Jiaogui complained dissatisfiedly. Xiao Bie, my big brother doesn't know how to appreciate it at all, what a fool. Kirabi said with a gesture. By the way, Xiao Bie, who is more powerful between you and the nine-tailed beast? If I must say, Kuabai is much stronger than me. Jiaoqi thought for a moment and replied. It's incredible that he's stronger than you, Hachi-chan. Kirabi screamed, completely ignoring the disgusted looks from the surrounding villagers. Next is Obito vs Minato. The rest of the events will be quickly schemed over, and Obito's performance during the Fourth War will be described in detail. There is also the Six Paths mode. The data of the new book is very important, please don't keep the book, add more bookshelves, comment more, and click more to urge for more updates. These are really important to the author. Chapter 36. Uzumaki Boruto, young man, to be honest, the Nine Tails has too many flaws, so it's easy to deal with. Mist Village Chunin, I feel like the guy upstairs has cage-level strength. Judging from the style of the painting, he's not simple. Mei Terumi, he's a handsome guy. The video continues. The thick smoke in the sky gradually dissipated, revealing scarlet eyes. When the villagers saw this scene, their pupils shrank suddenly, and they immediately thought of the Nine Tails. At this moment, there were panic shouts from the street. Nine Tails, go! Obito ordered coldly. Soon, the pupils of the Nine Tails turned into the shape of three Megatama, and it was completely controlled by Obito, and it would only attack Konoha village blindly. Bang, bang, bang! The surrounding buildings collapsed instantly. The huge body of the Nine Tails with sharp claws caused Konoha village to fall into chaos instantly, causing countless casualties. And countless civilians were buried under the ruins. Soon, Anbu found the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He quickly put on his uniform and led the Anbu to stop the Nine Tails. In order to protect the new generation of Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen issued a puzzling order. The young people in the village were responsible for evacuating civilians. And the older generation followed him, stopping the Nine Tails at all costs, even at the cost of their lives. And the other Anbu members were responsible for notifying the Uchiha clan. After all, the Uchiha clan is also part of Konoha village. However, the next scene made the pupils of the people in Konoha village shrink again. The Uchiha clan has not appeared on the battlefield for a long time. What are the Uchiha clan doing at this time? Moonlight Gale, strange. Why did the Uchiha clan disappear collectively? Yui Shinku, the Uchiha clan is indeed not seen in the video. Senju Tobirama, at Uchiha Fugaku, what happened to you at that time? Uchiha Fugaku, second Hokage, our Uchiha clan wanted to help Konoha village, but was blocked by Elder Danzo. In desperation, we can only appease the civilians. Senju Tobirama, at Shimura Danzo, you are so stupid. Uchiha, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan can control the Nine Tails, why did you stop them? Shimura Danzo, teacher, don't forget that the Uchiha clan can also control the Nine Tails in another way. And the situation was critical at the time, and the Nine Tails' eyes reappeared Sharingan, it is hard not to suspect that it was the Uchiha clan's work. Uchiha Madara, humph, the people of Konoha village just don't want to accept us Uchiha. I asked you to leave the village with me, what did you think? Uchiha Setsuna, Madara-sama. In the Pure Land space, all the Uchiha clan members looked at the messages in the chat group, and their hearts were full of guilt. It turned out that they misunderstood Madara-sama. They really deserved to die, believing the lies of Senju Tobirama. Senju Hashirama, I'm sorry, Madara, I never expected that the Uchiha clan would end up like this. Uchiha Madara, humph, I don't accept your apology. Senju Tobirama, at Sarutobi Hiruzen, monkey, I now order you to immediately deprive Danzo of all his power. You will still be the Hokage of Konoha village, okay? Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, I understand. Senju Hashirama, oh Doubtu, are you sure you still want Hiruzen to be the Hokage? Senju Tobirama, well, with this chat group, as long as Hiruzen listens to me completely, there will be no problem. Okay, let's continue watching the video first. Sarutobi Hiruzen, thank you for your trust, teacher. The video continues. At night, the cold wind kept blowing, like a blade scraping on everyone's face. At the same time, a cozy little house was incompatible with the severe cold outside. Minato hugged his wife tightly, and then gently put her on the soft bed. Minato, why? Uzumaki Kushina looked at Namikaze Minato worriedly. Don't ask, stay with Naruto. Minato's eyes were complicated, looking at his wife hugging Naruto tightly, his brows furrowed. As a husband, he longed to take his wife and children away from this dangerous village. But he is the Hokage of Konoha village. Naruto. Kushina pressed her face against Naruto's face, tears bursting out of her eyes. Minato looked at this scene, clenched his teeth, his eyes dim, and clenched his fists. With a bang, the closet was opened angrily by him. Minato, thank you, be careful on the road. Kushina heard the sound of the closet and guessed Minato's plan. Well, I'll be back soon. Minato quickly put on his cloak. Betting on the name of Hokage Justice, I must not lose this competition. Uzumaki Naruto, so I have a family too. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I'm sorry, Naruto, I kept it a secret from you for so long. Uzumaki Naruto, well, Grandpa Sandame, thank you. Namikaze Minato, Sir Sandame, how is Naruto doing now? Seeing that the video had exposed Naruto's identity, Minato no longer planned to hide it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I'm sorry, Minato, I didn't take good care of Naruto. The economic situation of Konoha village was very dangerous at that time. Uzumaki Kushina, third generation, what do you mean by this? Konoha villager, so Naruto is actually the son of the fourth generation, not the fox demon. Mask shop owner, Naruto, I'm sorry. Konoha village genin, Naruto, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have treated you like that before. Namikaze Minato, third generation Hokage, what's going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minato, I'm really sorry. Senju Tobirama, monkey, it seems that you have done a lot of wrong things. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I'm sorry, teacher. Senju Hashirama, Hiruzen, what happened? Tell me. Pure Land Space. Senju Hashirama stared at the chat screen with a frown. For some reason, he always felt that something was not right. Doubtu, what do you think of Sarutobi Hiruzen? This guy has been the Hokage for too long, and now he has become indecisive. But this is understandable, big brother. Senju Tobirama patted Hashirama's shoulder. Why do you say that? I think that at that time, Konoha village had experienced the Nine Tails Rebellion, and the economy must be on the verge of collapse. The combatants in the village suffered heavy casualties, and the new generation had not yet grown up. In addition, Danzo was making trouble. Senju Tobirama shook his head and sighed. Do you think he is a good person? Not good. As the shadow of the village, he is too indecisive. If he was tougher, he would have killed Danzo earlier. Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes, and murderous intent was overflowing. Brother, this chat group has the function of resurrecting the dead. If you get the resurrection coin one day, resurrect me first and I will govern the village. I know. Senju Hashirama nodded with a serious face. In the original work, Hiruzen was a villain at first, but after Naruto became popular, Kishimoto began to change Hiruzen's character. Therefore, a large number of bugs appeared in some of the previous and later plots. This is why there is a conspiracy theory. This book combines the bugs in the original work to objectively evaluate Hiruzen. Chapter 37. The video screen is still going on. On the Hokage rock, a figure flashed instantly. Minato Namikaze looked up at the huge nine tails in the distance, and his eyes became cautious. The evening breeze kept blowing across Minato's handsome face, and his yellow hair gently covered his eyes, adding a bit of coldness to him. The nine tails looked up with a grin in the distance, and his eyes were also locked on Minato on the Hokage rock. "Did you notice me?" Minato's eyes became more cautious. At this time, the nine tails opened its huge mouth and began to gather the tailed beast ball. "But don't think about destroying this place." Minato quickly formed seals with both hands. Just as the tailed beast ball was about to hit the Hokage rock, it suddenly stopped, and a sealing technique appeared in the air. The tailed beast ball was absorbed into the sealing technique, and Minato raised his hands slightly, holding a kunai. The camera switched. A violent explosion occurred on the hilltop in the corner in the distance, and the aftermath quickly swept across Konoha village. Minato Namikaze's long hair swayed gently in the wind. He briefly analyzed the power of the explosion and decided to move next. Yamakatsu Ino, the fourth generation, is so handsome. Yamakatsu Ino, daughter, can you be more careful with your words? Kuratsuki, is this the fourth generation Hokage of Konoha village? He is really handsome. Unaki, what's the use of being handsome? Didn't he die young? Fourth generation Kazekage Raza, just as handsome as I was when I was young, very good, thumbs up, dot. Second generation Tsuchikage Mu, you were not handsome when you were young. The scene continued. At this moment, the ninja of Konoha village recognized Minato Namikaze's space ninjutsu and was delighted. The camera switched. Minato looked at the nine-tailed beast in the distance and decided to report its power to the third generation immediately. Just as he was thinking, a cold wind suddenly blew from behind. Minato's pupils shrank suddenly, and his body reacted instinctively, with the kunai flying quickly towards the head of the man in black. However, the attack penetrated the man in black without causing any damage to him. Obito took advantage of the moment of virtualization and grabbed Minato's swung arm. "Your opponent is me, and it ends here." Kamui. Obito's pupils shrank, and he looked directly at Minato. A wave of space distortion was released from Obito's right eye. Minato's body began to twist, and he was about to be sucked into the Kamui space, but suddenly there was a click. Minato disappeared on the spot, leaving only a corner of his cloak in the air. Obito pounced on nothing, gnashing his teeth and said, "Did you fly away? You're so fast, next time I must get rid of you as soon as possible. It's better to defeat you the moment I touch you." Obito stretched out one hand and made a seal. The camera switched again. Minato used the mark of Flying Thunder God to teleport to the place where Kushina gave birth. He had marked this place before, but he didn't expect it would come in handy at this moment. Minato stumbled a few steps and fell to the ground. He struggled to get up and analyzed Obito's ability. He had no time to hesitate at this moment. What kind of ninjutsu did that guy use? Suddenly, a vortex twisted in front of Minato, and a hooded man in black walked out of it. Looking at the tiger mask on his face and the Mangeki Sharingan in his right eye, Minato's heart tightened. Can this guy also use time-space ninjutsu? He can teleport with Kushina, probably because of this ability. Minato stood up slowly, his thoughts like lightning. This guy knows where Kushina gave birth, which means there is a traitor in Konoha village. So who is this traitor? As far as I know, there is only one ninja who can enter and exit freely without being blocked by Konoha's barrier. Minato looked at Obito and analyzed in his heart. You are Uchiha Madara, right? Minato looked at Obito cautiously. Obito's expression froze under the mask, and he was obviously dissatisfied with Minato's guess. He subconsciously took off his hood, hoping that Minato would recognize him. No. It's unlikely. Uchiha Madara has been dead for a long time. Minato shook his head and continued to delay time. Hearing Minato's answer, Obito's mood was a little gloomy. Who knows, whether he is dead or not, this may not be. Faced with Obito's ridicule, Minato fell silent again. He was full of doubts, but the situation was urgent and he couldn't think too much. No Hara-rin, Obito, you've gone too far. Hatake Kakashi, Obito, you are really wrong this time, you killed Minato teacher. Uzumaki Kushina, Obito, don't you have anything to say? Uchiha Obito, I'm sorry, Sister Kushina, I'm a bastard. Namikaze Minato, Obito, it's not too late to apologize now. There are resurrection coins in this chat group. Try to get them. As long as you can revive Kushina, I can forgive you. Uchiha Obito, I have made up my mind. I'm sorry, Minato-sensei. Uchiha Madara, Humph, Obito, you've also seen that only the Moon Eye Project can achieve peace in this ninja world. It's full of greed. Black Zetsu, Madara-sama, you're right. Senju Tobirama, evil Uchiha Madara, talking nonsense again. Senju Hashirama, just keep reading, Madara. I apologize for the wrong I did to you before. Uchiha Madara, it's too late. The video continues. Obito slowly took out the chain from his sleeve, staring at Minato with cold eyes. No matter what, this guy is not an ordinary person. Minato took out a kunai from his arms, and his mind was racing. In just a few seconds of fighting, he had analyzed some of Obito's abilities. Although it is not completely certain, it can only be concluded here. As for the Nine Tails, the third Hokage needs to delay it. At this moment, Obito looked at Minato, who was staring at him cautiously from a distance, and felt a little uncomfortable. But compared to these, he was more eager to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. After all, this ninja world was beyond redemption. As long as he activated the infinite Tsukuyomi, even if he killed Sister Kushina and Teacher Minato here, they would be resurrected and reunited on the other side. However, facing Teacher Minato's gaze, Obito couldn't help but feel a little flustered. After all, this was someone he was familiar with. Obito handcuffed the steel chain handcuffs tightly to his arms, shaking his hands, trying to cover up his inner panic. The moonlight in the sky was bright and clear. The dark clouds seemed to be pushed away by an invisible hand. The moonlight fell on the two on the person. A gust of cold wind blew by. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The two men moved at the same time, and the scenery in the distance quickly receded in their eyes. Minato held a kunai in one hand and tried to stab Obito's abdomen. The result was the same as before, the attack penetrated and did not cause any damage. The two bodies began to overlap and penetrate each other, as if they had the skill of passing through walls. But they did not pass through the wall, and their lower bodies remained on the other side of each other's body. At this moment, Obito seized the opportunity of the hollowing of Kamui and decisively tightened the chain. The chain tied Minato's abdomen. Minato's pupils shrank. Decisively used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape from the chains. Seeing that the chains failed to bind Minato's body, Obito's expression froze. Sure enough, is this Minato? Ordinary attacks are ineffective against him, it seems that he can only use his trump card next. Obito looked at Minato in the distance. Thoughts were racing in his mind. Analyzing what kind of ninjutsu should be used in the next fight. Wood release? Not quite suitable, after all, Minato has the Flying Thunder God technique. Senju Tobirama, Obito is a kid with no practical experience. Senju Hashirama, that's true. Obito obviously has advantages in many aspects. As long as he drags it out slowly, he will definitely win. Terumi Mei, calculate the time, how old should Obito be now? 4th Kazekage Raza, I don't know, but he should be over 20. Hitaki Kakashi, I was only 14 years old at that time. Cho. 1st Tsuchikage. 2nd Mizukage Hojiki Gengetsu, am I seeing things right? He challenged the Hokage at the age of 14. Everyone watching the chat group was shocked. Challenging the Hokage at the age of 14, this can no longer be described as genius. Chapter 38. Senju Hashirama, fuck, Obito's talent is better than mine. Uchiha Madara, humph, I knew it, I was right. Black Zetsu, as expected of Madara-sama. The video continues. I'm afraid my physical attack won't work on that guy's body. His body only materializes when he attacks. In other words, he can only aim at the moment when we attack and kill each other. Minato's mind was full of thoughts, and he glanced coldly at Obito in the distance. Obito in the distance was eager to try, staring at Minato Namikaze. After making up his mind, Minato clenched his fists and took out a kunai with the Flying Thunder God mark from his arms. Whoever attacks faster will decide everything. Minato made up his mind and quickly rushed towards Obito in the distance. Obito saw this and rushed over. This was the second round of the fight. Through the moment of the fight just now, Obito analyzed Minato's weakness. As long as he is not hit by Minato, he will be fine. The advantage is mine. Obito sneered in his heart, watching Minato teacher in the distance throw a kunai. Obito was not careless, and decisively activated the hollowing of Kamui, and time slowed down at this moment. He silently calculated the time of Kamui, raised his right hand, and tried to touch Minato's head. Namikaze Minato was also calculating the time. The two of them were completely gambling at this moment. After the Flying Thunder God kunai passed through Obito's head, Obito breathed a sigh of relief and put his mind at ease. But at this moment, there was a bang in the distance, and a gust of wind came. In the dark night, a blue light was particularly dazzling. It turned out to be Minato teacher's Raise Nan. Obito didn't take it seriously, and when he was about to touch Minato's head, he lifted the hollowing of Kamui. I won. Obito sneered in his heart. Swoosh! The Namikaze Minato in front of him disappeared. Obito looked at the Minato teacher who suddenly disappeared, and his heart tightened. The camera turned. Minato was teleported to the sky above Obito through the Flying Thunder God seal that he had just thrown. At this moment, the rhythmic music came. The sound of drums and piano intertwined. The people watching the video were all excited. Minato appeared above Obito, decisively twisted his body, gathered all his strength, and slammed the Raise Nan on Obito's back. Oh no, did he jump with the kunai just now? Obito felt a sharp pain from his back, and his pupils contracted violently. Bang 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 bang! The ground began to crack. This is the second stage of Flying Thunder God. Namikaze Minato's yellow hair was blown by the cold wind, and he said very calmly. With a thud, the ground cracked on a large scale, like a spider web. Minato broke Obito's back and quickly carved the Flying Thunder God mark on his back. Everyone watching the video was shocked. Senju Tobirama, Minato Namikaze is a really good guy, with great fighting talent. Uzumaki Boruto, young man, so Flying Thunder God can be used like this, the fourth Hokage is really amazing. Senju Hashirama, damn, this is too awesome, Minato Namikaze's appearance is not inferior to mine. Uzumaki Mito, where are you handsome? Terumi Mei, I've heard that the fourth Hokage of Konoha village is amazingly fast. Today, I saw it and it's really as good as it is. Konoha village Anbu, the fourth Hokage is too fast, I can't see clearly at all. Anbu of Kirigakure, you are all praising Minato Namikaze, then I will praise Obito, he is only 14 years old now, and he can compete with the Hokage for so long. Jounin of Iwagakure, Obito is a terrible kid, he will definitely be a cage-level strongman in the future. Kawaki, is this the ninja of the old times? He can fight like this without relying on the wedge at all. Uchiha Madara, kid, what is the wedge? Kawaki, humph, a relic of the old times, you don't need to know this. The video is still going on. The smoke is everywhere, and Obito's figure is blurred. At this moment, the music is still echoing, and Obito appears in a mess in the smoke in the distance. He quickly jumped onto the rock, covered his injured arm, and looked at Minato Namikaze in the distance. In a moment, his arm gradually fell off like liquid. This is the arm transplanted with white Zetsu cells. The same scene reappeared. Namikaze Minato staggered a few steps, stood firm, and his yellow hair fluttered in the wind. He stared at Obito with cold eyes. I didn't expect you to trick me. Is this what you call being elusive? You really can't be careless. Obito looked at Minato, and before he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Minato used Flying Thunder God. The technique instantly appeared in front of Obito. Obito's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was full of shock. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? Facing Minato's cold eyes, Obito suddenly realized. So that's it, you marked me. At this moment, Minato pressed Obito's abdomen, twisted his wrist, and the black technique instantly appeared. Is this a sealing technique? Are you going to separate me and the Nine Tails? Obito's pupils shrank again. The Nine Tails will no longer be yours. Minato replied coldly. At this point, the screen went black. Are you satisfied with this scoring plot? If not, I can delete it later. System, ding dong. Next is the question and answer time. Please rate according to Obito's performance in the video. The full score is 10 and the passing score is 6. 3 points is equivalent to the level of ordinary Jonin. 6 points is a standard cage level powerhouse, at the peak of the cage level. 7 points is a super cage level powerhouse, at the peak of the super cage. 9 points has surpassed mortals and entered the threshold of the 6 paths. 15 points is the super 6 paths level. We will give the scorers corresponding rewards based on the rationality of the scores, and we will also count the rewards for the characters in the video. Mei Terumi, in other words, as long as we score reasonably, we can get rewards. Senju Tobirama, it does seem so. Uchiha Tajima, I'll give 9 out of 10. After all, Obito was only 14 years old at this time, and his actual combat experience was not very rich. Uchiha Taihuo, this guy is really strong, I can only say this, I also give 9 points. At this moment, in the chat group, the average score appeared below Obito's avatar. Since 2 people gave 9 points, Obito's score is now 9 points. Hashirama Senju, well, how should I put it? For me, Obito has too many flaws during this period, I'll give him 5 points, just the level of cage. The 4th Raikage AI, that's right, Obito's Kamui ability is really strong, I can give him 7 points. Without the intelligence advantage, it would be really difficult to deal with Obito. Tobirama Senju, I give 0 points. I don't want to evaluate the evil Uchiha. System, don't give random scores, otherwise there will be penalties. Senju Tobirama. Forget it, I'll give it 6 points. Onoki, I'll give it 6 points. After all, Obito's actual combat experience at this time was too weak. It was okay to fight against a Jonin, but once he encountered a normal cage-level strongman, the information about Kamui would be exposed after a few rounds of fighting. Obito's advantage would be gone once the information was leaked. Kiribi, I think it's pretty good. I give it 8 points, Yakeashi. As everyone in the ninja world gave their scores, Obito's average score fluctuated. Soon, the average score reached 5.7 points, which is the standard peak of cage level. System, since Obito is the first character to be rated, the average score may be slightly lower. But based on the performance in the video, reward Obito with another Kamui. Reward Namikaze Minato with a chance to revive, and he can regain his peak combat power after revival. Onaki, what? The yellow flash of Konoha village has resurrected. 4th Kazekage Raza, System, can you take inventory of me? System, we are still taking inventory of Obito. After the inventory is completed, other characters will be randomly selected. Uzumaki Boruto, why do I feel that I will be the next one to be counted? Uzumaki Naruto, young man, count you? You skip classes every day to play games. What's there to count about you? You little bastard, you only know how to skip classes all day long. Uzumaki Boruto, humph, at least I'm better than you, idiot. Can you accept this scoring plot? Or should we just give rewards to the characters who are counted? Chapter 39. Is this Susanoo? Obito stared at his palms, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. A huge black Susanoo surrounded Obito tightly. Inside Konoha village. At this moment, Minato Namikaze had just been resurrected and quickly found Naruto. Naruto, Daddy misses you so much, how have you been recently? Minato hugged Naruto with joy, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Do you know how painful my life is, idiot dad? Naruto sobbed, tears bursting out of his eyes. He just punched his father. Of course. If it was his mother who was resurrected, he would definitely not do this. Senju Tobirama, monkey, give the position of Hokage to the 4th Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, okay, teacher, I understand. Shimura Danzo, teacher, Minato is still too young and gentle. He is not suitable to be the Hokage of Konoha village. Let me do it. Senju Tobirama, get out of here. I don't want to see you. Senju Hashirama, Odoudou, be quiet. There are still pictures on the video. Keep watching. The pictures on the video are still continuing. Without Obito's control, the pupils of the Nine Tails returned to their normal color. Soon, Hiruzen led the Anbu of Konoha village to stop the Nine Tails. Minato, where are you now? Hiruzen began to worry about Minato's safety. After all, he watched Minato grow up, and he always regarded Minato as his grandson. The camera turned. Obito stood on a high place, and blood kept dripping from his arm. You are worthy of being the 4th Hokage. I didn't expect you to hurt me and separate the Nine Tails. However, the Nine Tails will be mine sooner or later. Obito sneered. I am the one who can unify the world, and I have many ways. Then, his body was twisted and absorbed by a vortex, and soon disappeared from the spot. Watching the masked man disappear in the distance, Minato breathed a sigh of relief. That feeling doesn't seem like a lie. A trace of cold sweat ran down Minato's forehead. After all, this masked guy is the most powerful person he has ever met. That weird ability. Others can't deal with it at all. The camera switched again. The people of Konoha village are trying to stop the Nine Tails, but countless people were killed and injured. Everyone must hold it back, and hold it back before the 4th Hokage arrives. The civilians of Konoha village shouted anxiously. Among them, Domino Irika watched his parents being killed by the Nine Tails, his eyes full of despair. The young ninjas in the village followed Hiruzen's orders and hid in a safe place. At this moment, Minato landed on the Hokage rock. Looking at the huge Nine Tails in the distance and the tailed beast ball that was condensing in its mouth, Minato's pupils shrank slightly. The Konoha village in front of him was in a mess, and a large number of buildings were destroyed. It's really horrible. Senju Tobirama, monkey, you are really old now, how come you are gone so soon? Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, I. Senju Hashirama, the village's cage should be left to the young. Okay, Don't talk about this, keep watching. Uzumaki Boruto, by the way, why hasn't your father appeared in the video yet? Namikaze Minato, Boruto, your father is still a baby in the video, lying on the bed. Uzumaki Boruto, oh, so, are you my grandfather? Namikaze Minato, yeah. Uzumaki Kushina, as expected of my grandson, so cute. Uzumaki Boruto, Grandpa, you are much more handsome than my idiot father. Namikaze Minato, why do you say that? Uzumaki Naruto, hey, I'm your father after all, how can you talk like that? Uzumaki Boruto, idiot. Uzumaki Naruto, idiot. Jiraiya, ha ha ha, you two are really alike, both are innocent. Uzumaki Boruto, by the way, uncle, I remember you, there is a photo of you in my dad's photo album. Jiraiya, ha ha ha, really? It seems that my reputation will be quite high in the future. The video is still showing. Just when the Nine Tails was about to send out the tailed beast ball. Summoning technique. Minato quickly formed seals with both hands. Soon, a huge toad jumped down from the air and stepped on the Nine Tails. The fourth Hokage is here. It's the fourth Hokage. The crowd was instantly excited. Minato looked at the Nine Tails below. The guy wearing a mask appeared in his mind, and he said guiltily. Kushina, I'm sorry. He looked at Gamabunta anxiously. Please suppress the Nine Tails. Gamabunta's pupil shrank. Even if I am the one who can control this guy. The tailed beast ball in the Nine Tails' mouth is still condensing. Minato thought to himself. To divert an attack of this magnitude, it must consume a lot of chakra. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Nine Tails figure quickly disappeared from the spot. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at this scene, his pupils shrank. Minato teleported away with the Nine Tails. Soon, a huge white light came from the top of the mountain. In that direction, everyone looked towards the top of the mountain, feeling uneasy. The camera turned. At this moment, this side of the mountain was already a ruin. In the billowing smoke, Minato hugged Kushina's body and jumped to the treetops. We have to deploy the barrier as soon as possible. Minato frowned. Just now, he relied on Kushina's chakra and his own chakra to transfer the Nine Tails here. I still have chakra in my body, I can hold on for a while, Minato. Kushina bit her lower lip tightly, and the golden chain quickly rushed out of her body and tied up the Nine Tails in the distance. Kushina. Minato looked at his wife with a worried look. At this moment, the crying of the baby came, foreshadowing something ominous. Sorry, I woke you up, I'm sorry, Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina looked at her son lovingly. If I hold the Nine Tails back like this, I will die, but this way I can delay the resurrection of the Nine Tails a little later. I will use my remaining chakra to help you, this is the only way. Thank you for everything you have done for me all the time. Uzumaki Kushina looked at the baby and Minato weakly. Onoki, alas, Obito made a huge mistake. Namikaze Minato, Obito, you still have my Flying Thunder God mark on you, you should understand what I mean. Uchiha Obito, teacher, I'm sorry. Uzumaki Kushina, Obito, I understand your feelings. It must be painful to watch your beloved girl die in front of you. Obito. Uchiha Obito, I'm sorry, Sister Kushina. I don't want to make this book too complicated, and let Danzo take all the blame. Please do this for love, the author really needs this now. Hiya was fired from the factory because of frequent illness, and has not received his salary, Chapter 40. The video continues. Kushina. You made me the fourth Hokage, your husband and the father of this child. However, Minato's face showed a bitter expression, looking at his wife sadly, without any trace of the title of Yellow Flash. Minato, don't be like this, I'm very happy. You love me, and today is the child's birthday. Kushina looked at the silly Naruto in the cradle, and a touch of pampering flashed in her eyes. The most important thing is, if I am still alive, what else can I imagine besides imagining the happy life of our family of 3 in the future? Uzumaki Kushina said weakly. Looking at his wife like this, Minato's eyes left a tear, and then gradually firmed up. I only have one wish, I really want to see Naruto when he grows up. Kushina said sadly. Kushina, you don't have to die with the 9 tails. I will use your remaining chakra to let you see Naruto. I will seal all your remaining chakra into Naruto. Minato wiped his tears and said firmly. In addition, let me deal with the 9 tails. I am not a Jinchuriki, so I can only use the Shiki sealing. Minato shook his head. But, that sealing technique. Kushina was stunned and looked at Minato in amazement. Also, the 9 tails sealed in me is only half. Such a powerful force is not feasible from a strategic point of view if it cannot be preserved in a physical way. The 9 tails seal requires your participation. Minato explained softly to his wife. The 9 tails, bound by the seal, gritted its teeth and tried to break free from the golden chain. Kuratsuki, it's over, the 9 tails is about to break free from the seal. Uzumaki Kushina, I never thought that my conversation with Minato would be watched live by so many people. I'm really embarrassed. Uzumaki Mito, Kushina, do you remember what I told you before? Uzumaki Kushina, yes, Mito, I already know. I found my home, and I also found Uzumaki. Senju Hashirama, wife, what did you say to Kushina? Uzumaki Mito, who cares? Why don't you go find that Uchiha Madara and fool around? Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara, humph, Senju Hashirama, you look so embarrassed. Senju Hashirama, Madara, can't you comfort me? Uchiha Madara, I will never forgive you for what you did to me before. Senju Hashirama, Madara, it was indeed my fault, but the situation was really special at that time. 4th Kazekage Raza, can you two stop chatting? Everyone knows that you two have a special relationship. Mei Terumi, indeed, I always thought those rumors were false, but I didn't expect them to be true. Senju Tsunade, Grandpa, are you and Uchiha Madara really in that kind of relationship? Tancho Street. Tsunade watched the avatars of Madara and Hashirama switch back and forth in the chat group, her eyebrows slightly frowned. The more she looked, the more she felt something was wrong. Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama, haha, since you have all discovered it, then I will reveal my cards. Madara and I are good gays. Uchiha Madara, idiot, do you know what you are talking about? Senju Hashirama, ah? Doesn't good gays mean a very good relationship? Uchiha Madara, idiot. You are not it stupid, that's called a good friend, you. Senju Hashirama. Mei Terumi, at Uzumaki Mito, I sympathize with you for a second. Kuratsuki, sympathy. Tenten, I feel that the first Hokage is so irresponsible, abandoning his wife and hanging out with other men. Anbu of Konoha village, hey! Little girl! Don't say that! Tenten has withdrawn a message. The video continues. Minato began to make seals with both hands and quickly summoned the phantom of the god of death behind him. Kushina, let's believe in Naruto together, he is our son. Minato looked at the trapped 9 tails in the distance with a firm face. That seal, could it be? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who hurried over, saw the distance and his eyes became complicated instantly. After the seal of the Shiki is completed, I will seal your chakra in Naruto. I hope you can help him when he tries to control the 9 tails as a Jinchuriki. But he is our son, and that is why I don't want you to bear such a heavy responsibility. Kushina looked at Naruto in the cradle with a complicated look in her eyes. Besides, why did you use the Shiki sealing? Just to let Naruto and I meet briefly, you have to die. I just hope you can stay with Naruto and protect him until he grows up. For the balance of the tailed beasts, the country, and the village, Naruto has to be sacrificed? You have to sacrifice for me. Kushina looked at her husband with dissatisfaction and roared angrily. Abandoning the country and the village is like abandoning a child. You have experienced the pain of losing your country, and you should know the cruel life you are forced to live. Minato looked at his wife with a sad face. And the god of death standing behind Minato watched this scene helplessly. If it could speak, it would definitely knock on Minato's head and complain, "You talk too much all day long." 4th Kazekage Raza, to be honest, Minato is a good husband and an excellent Kage, but not a good father. Mei Terumi, anyone can say that, but it's ridiculous when you say it. 4th Raikage Ai, you mean, you used your family to test the one tail. Onaki, it's ridiculous, Raza did such a thing to test the one tail Jinchuriki. What a cruel thing. 4th Kazekage Raza. 3rd Kazekage, Raza, you are not qualified to judge Minato. Jiraiya, compared to Minato Namikaze, everyone is inferior. Senju Tobirama, indeed, he is even willing to sacrifice his life to protect the village. Thumbs up. Uchiha Izuna, well, it can be seen that Obito has completely turned evil, and even the teacher can do it. The video screen is still continuing. When Minato started the ceremony, Kushina's body suddenly became weak. At this moment, the seal that bound the 9 tails began to shrink. Kyubai's eyes flashed with murderous intent, staring at Naruto on the bed. Then, the 9 tails suddenly stretched out its finger and quickly stabbed at Naruto. Kushina and Minato saw this scene, and their pupils shrank suddenly. The screen darkened. A line of blood spurted out quickly. Out of fatherly and motherly love, Minato and Kushina subconsciously protected the child with their bodies. At this moment, everyone watching the video was stunned. With a ticking sound, a drop of blood dripped down the 9 tails nails onto Naruto's chest, but Naruto was still asleep and was fine. Chapter 41. Onoki, alas! I can't bear to see this at an old age. 3rd Raikage Ai, to protect my child, a subconscious action. The video still continues. I've said it before. This is a father's duty, to the best of his ability. Minato said weakly. In that case, the mother should fulfill this duty even more. Uzumaki Kushina's mouth was bleeding, and she smiled bitterly. Is the child still inside? Hiruzen, who was watching the battle from a distance, saw this scene and his pupils shrank suddenly. Kyuubi was unable to move at this moment, and glared at Minato and Kushina with his teeth bared. This is the first time I've lost to you in a couple's quarrel. I understand how serious you are. Kushina panted heavily. I understand. A trace of blood slid from the corner of Minato's mouth, and then he quickly formed seals with his hands and summoned a summoning technique. 4th Hokage, what happened? The summoned toad watched the scene with his pupils constricted. Gamma Yin, I'll give you the sealing key, and then I'll ask Jiraiya to keep it for you. Minato said weakly. I see, Minato plans to make Naruto a Jinchuriki. Hiruzen was stunned. Soon, Gamma Yin put away the key and left. Minato breathed a sigh of relief, he felt his life was slipping away. Kushina, it seems we can't hold on for much longer, is there anything you want to say to this child? Minato looked at the baby lying in the cradle lovingly. At this moment, the picture is accompanied by touching music, and the atmosphere becomes more and more heavy. Naruto, don't be picky about food. Kushina nodded with difficulty, with a bitter smile on her lips. Her pupils are gradually dilating, and she can no longer see Naruto clearly. Naruto's appearance keeps flickering in her pupils. Eat well every day, grow up quickly, remember to take a hot bath on time every day, and don't stay up late, and get enough sleep. In addition, make more friends. It doesn't matter if you don't have many friends. A few trustworthy ones are enough. Although mom is not good at socializing, but you have to study hard. Everyone has things they are good at and not good at. Even if you don't learn well, there is no need to be dejected. Respect teachers and seniors. There is another important thing. Regarding the 3 prohibitions of ninjas, first of all, you can't borrow money at will. Save the money you earn well, and drink alcohol after you become an adult. Of course, you can drink now, but drinking too much is not good for your health. You should know when to stop. And if you want to find a girlfriend, mom is a woman and doesn't understand these things. In short, this world is divided into men and women. Sooner or later, you will be interested in women. Be careful not to be stared at by strange girls. If you want to find one, find a good girl like mom. Seeing Kushina getting weaker and weaker, she had to use a lot of strength to say every word. Minato's mouth corners slowly rose, blood continued to overflow from the corners of his mouth, and his pupils gradually became blurred. And you have to be careful of Jiraiya teacher, don't learn bad things from him. Kushina didn't know if Naruto could understand her, after all, he was still a baby and was sleeping. Mom can't accompany you in the future. No matter how bitter or painful it is in the future. You will experience a lot. You must keep your own pace, believe in yourself, and don't care about the eyes of others. Then put your dreams into practice, have confidence in yourself. Kushina panted heavily, tears kept falling. Naruto, lying in the cradle, was still sleeping. I really can't bear to leave you, Naruto. Mommy still has a lot to say to you. I love you. I'm sorry, husband. I said so much, but you didn't have a chance to say it. Kushina thought of something and turned her head to look at Minato with difficulty. No, it's okay. Minato shook his head gently, then looked at his child affectionately. Naruto, what daddy wants to say is the same as your nagging mother. But now it's time. Bagua seal. After Minato gave his last words, the couple's lives ended at this moment. On the other side of the mountain, a touch of fish belly white gradually shone directly over. The originally dim weather had a glimmer of light. Naruto, lying in the cradle, frowned. He couldn't understand what was happening. He just felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. The first Raikage, ah! Minato is such a real man. I recognize him. Hoshigaki Kisame, Mr. Itaki, this story looks really touching. Scorpion, is this the power of fatherly and motherly love? Cho, Scorpion, your parents loved you as much as they did in the video. Scorpion, Grandma Cho, are you lying to me? Cho, I'm not lying to you. Gaara, at Uzumaki Naruto, you have parents who love you deeply, I'm so envious. 4th Kazekage Raza, Gaara, your mother has always loved you deeply, and the sand that protects you is not the power of the one tail. Karura, Raza, it seems that you didn't take good care of Gaara. 4th Kazekage Raza, I'm sorry. Uchiha Tajima, so this is a large-scale family recognition scene. System, next, we will take stock of Obito in the next period, nuclear energy ahead, please be prepared. At this moment, the screen suddenly went black. In the sky, heavy rain poured down. The soul-destroying Obito walked alone on the road. The hidden rain village was still crying silently, but this time, the situation was different. After Obito solved the 4th Hokage, he became the mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization and had been secretly controlling Nagato. Nagato also got what he wanted and began to gather people. After everything was settled, after many years, Obito returned to Konoha village again. At night, the cold wind howled. In the sky, a bright moon hung high, casting its bright light on Obito. At this time, Obito's long hair fell behind his head, and he wore a tiger-striped mask on his face. He shuttled through the woods and met Uchiha Itaki. I want to ask you for a favor. Itaki slowly approached and said. soon. Uchiha Itachi explained his plan to Obito. But this video was edited out by the system, and everyone didn't know the specific content. After listening, Obito nodded slightly. The camera turned. Itachi held the mask in his hand, staring at the Uchiha clan emblem in the distance. Then he put on the mask and rushed into the Uchiha clan's territory. On the high railing, a vortex twisted and appeared. Obito put his hands in his pockets and looked at the Konoha village guard in the distance. His body began to flash, and he sneaked into the guard in an instant. "Who are you?" There was a cry of surprise from the guard. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of blood gushed out, and screams came one after another. Due to the video editing, everyone was confused about what happened. Fourth Kazekage Raza, what does this mean? Mei Terumi, if I'm not mistaken, it seems to be the night when the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Moonlight Gale, is the information wrong? In other words, it was not Itachi who exterminated the clan, but this Obito. Uchiha Sasuke, no. Impossible. I saw with my own eyes that Itachi killed a bunch of clan members. Uchiha Itachi, my stupid brother, I killed these clan members just to test my ability. You are still too weak now. Third Raikage AI, I think this matter is a bit strange. The extermination of the Uchiha clan cannot be so simple. Senju Tobirama said, if I'm not mistaken, Itachi and Obito have joined forces. Obito is responsible for dealing with the high-end combat power of the Uchiha clan, while Itachi is responsible for eliminating the old, weak, and disabled. Chapter 42. Hashirama Senju, if you look at it this way, Itachi is quite an asshole. Tobirama Senju, brother, don't jump to conclusions so early. Just keep watching. The video is still going on. Uchiha Obito stood on the roof, staring at the full moon, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Calculating the time, Itachi should have dealt with his parents. Suddenly, a cold wind blew from behind. Obito had already noticed it, and turned around to see Itachi wearing a mask. It's over. You. Obito looked at Itachi, hesitant to speak. Forget it, let's go. Obito shook his head, interrupting the concern that was about to come out. You go first, I'll go talk to the Konoha high-level officials. Itachi sighed lightly, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Obito nodded, and then his body was twisted and absorbed by a vortex. Itachi looked at the disappearing Banara, collapsed and knelt on the ground, tears kept falling, along the bridge of his nose, dripping on the ground. The camera switched. First of all, I want to apologize to you. You are a good child. In this way, Konoha village avoided civil war and kept peace. Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a Hokage hat, a cigarette in his mouth, and looked at the prosperous Konoha village outside the window with complicated eyes. Yes. Uchiha Itachi half knelt on the ground and nodded respectfully. But until now, I still regret that I couldn't find another way. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head to look at Itachi, his eyes full of heartache. I'm sorry. Itachi lowered his head and said self-blamingly. I should apologize. From now on, Konoha will regard you as a defector ninja who killed a clan, and put you on the wanted list, regardless of life or death. Hiruzen looked at the boy in front of him, hesitant to speak. That's natural. Itachi nodded and sighed softly. What are you going to do in the future? Hiruzen looked at Itachi with concern. After all, the extermination of the Uchiha clan was also related to him. It was all because he was old and had no time to manage Konoha. Alas! Looking at the boy in front of him, Hiruzen was full of shame. I found someone from the Akatsuki organization to help me. I will follow him to prevent him from breaking his oath. Itachi looked up and hesitated. The camera switched again. In the dark night, you can't see your hand in front of you. The moon in the sky illuminated the boy's face, and his skin was as white as cream. Uchiha Itachi stood on the treetop, looking at Konoha village reluctantly. At this moment, there was a movement in the bushes behind him. Itachi slowly turned his head and looked at the two root personnel with a complicated look. "What are you doing now?" "The captain is a defecting ninja on the wanted list, and he is also S level." One of the people wearing a birdman mask said coldly. "As the root, we still have to give chase and show some appearance. Captain Itachi, please show mercy." After saying that, the two took out their blades from their arms and faced the boy. In the dark woods, there was the sound of cold weapons clashing. The blades collided, and hot sparks were rubbed out. Itachi landed from a high altitude and looked at the two coldly. "You are so cruel, it's not like you. Sharingan is useless. We won't look into the captain's eyes." The two said with a joking look on their faces, and then pulled away. The next moment, they appeared beside Itachi and stabbed the blade into Itachi's chest. The camera switched. Itachi Uchiha in front of them disappeared without knowing when. They had just been slashing at the air. Illusion. The two stabbed their blades into each other's chests, and then fell to the ground. When did it start? Before they died, they stared at Itachi, who came out of the corner in amazement. "When you were assigned to my squad." Itachi looked at the two and explained in person. The picture began to blur, revealing the memory scene at that time. "From today on, we are your subordinates." Looking at the two root members in front of him, a hint of blood appeared in Itachi's pupils. "I hinted that once you attack me, the illusion will be activated." Itachi continued to explain. "From the beginning, you didn't believe us. I am a double agent, both the eyes of Konoha and the eyes of Uchiha. Which side's spy am I? I still don't understand." Itachi looked at the two with complicated eyes, and they had lost their breath. Anbu of the Hidden Mist Village, alas, it feels like this Uchiha Itachi also has a story. Uzumaki Boruto, this person looks a bit like Master Sasuke. Uchiha Sarada, idiot Boruto, he is my uncle, my father's brother. Uzumaki Boruto, oh, no wonder he looks so handsome, just like Master Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, Itachi is not handsome at all, he is just an ungrateful person who killed all his clan members. Senju Tobirama, at Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Kid, watch the video carefully, your brother must have other reasons for exterminating the clan. Dunaki, at Uchiha Sasuke, by the way, why didn't your brother kill you? Uchiha Sasuke, that makes sense. Itachi, why didn't you kill me at that time? Uchiha Itachi, you are still too weak, my stupid brother. The video continues. In the dark night sky, a bright moon hangs high, bright and clear. On the calm lake, a small black sailed boat is moving slowly. In the organization, everyone calls me a Fae. Obito put on a new mask and spoke in a cold tone. "I am not an official member of the organization, just a trainee with no great ability. After entering the organization, pay attention to your attitude towards me." Obito stared at Itachi coldly. Uchiha Itachi's expression was equally cold. "Why hide your identity?" "Because if people knew that Uchiha Madara was still alive, it would be very troublesome. Next, I will take you to see the leader of Akatsuki." Obito stood outside the boat, looking at Itachi in the boat, and warned. "Knowing my true identity will not end well." Itachi was silent, with a cold expression. The pontoon boat sailed on the calm lake for a long time, and finally the two entered a cave. "Oh, isn't this Itachi? Long time no see." Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Itachi, who walked in, and said in a low and hoarse voice. "Orochimaru." Itachi was stunned. He didn't expect that Orochimaru was also in this organization. "You two are from the same hometown. What a nostalgic reunion." Obito said in a strange tone. "I heard that you are also a ninja from here." Orochimaru ignored Obito's teasing and stared at Itachi. "Here?" Itachi didn't quite understand what Orochimaru meant. It's a ninja who regards the village, family, and companions as a burden. Orochimaru licked his tongue and looked at Itake with admiration. Tien, this Orochimaru is disgusting. Yamanaka Ino, +1, but I didn't expect that Sasuke's brother is so handsome. Harano Sakura, not as handsome as Sasuke. Kuratsuki, I feel that the people of the Uchiha clan are not bad in appearance. Mei Terumi, that's true. Chapter 43. Deidara, wait, I'm a little confused. Akatsuki Organization. Deidara looked at Afei beside him, wanting to say something but stopping himself. You are Obito in the video. Yes. Afei restrained his usual laughter and nodded indifferently. Then what do you do next? Before Deidara finished speaking, Obito in front of him had disappeared without a trace. Deidara, Afei, where have you been? Hoshigaki Kisame, Deidara, get back to work, be careful of being punished. Deidara, no, I'm alone, what should I do next? Hoshigaki Kisame, you have to get used to working alone. Anyway, when I'm with Mr. Itake, he always helps me share the work. Deidara, maybe Itake used a genjutsu on you and made you work alone. Hoshigaki Kisame, don't I know whether he used a genjutsu on me or not? I'm not a fool, really. Uchiha Itake. Onaki, Deidara, you traitor, get back to the village. The video continues. Akatsuki's goal is true peace in the ninja world, that is, Akatsuki will dominate the world instead of the 5 major ninja nations. Pain stared at Uchiha Itake in front of him and said in a cold tone. What a grand wish. Itake nodded, but looking at Pain's purple eyes, his heart was full of caution. Beside the two, the bonfire was crackling, and the atmosphere seemed a little solemn. For this, we have gathered excellent ninjas, regardless of their background and experience. Itake of Konoha, welcome to join Akatsuki. Pain looked at Uchiha Itake again, his tone still cold. Now, you must deny Konoha more firmly. The camera turned. Uchiha Itake placed the forehead protector of the Konoha ninja on the rock, took out a kunai from his arms, and scratched a deep mark on the forehead protector. The whole process seemed extremely painful. Watching Pain approach, Itake raised his head cautiously. From now on, you are a member of Akatsuki, Itake. Pain spread his palm, and a red ring engraved with red characters appeared in his palm. The scene kept changing. All members of Akatsuki stood on the top of the mountain, looking at a fish belly white in the distance. Let the world feel the pain. Juzo, you and Uchiha Itake form a 2-person team. Pain ordered coldly. Follow me, newcomer. Juzo glanced at Uchiha Itake and walked away. At this moment, Orochimaru looked at Itake meaningfully before leaving. The scene ends here. 4th Kazekage Raza, why do I feel that this Orochimaru has some bad intentions towards Uchiha Itake? Mei Terumi, why do you say that? Hashirama Senju, could it be that they are gay like me and Madara? Uchiha Madara, idiot. That's a gay friend, and my relationship with you is not good at all. Hashirama Senju, Madara. The scene on the video is still continuing. At this moment, Obito began to stop Naruto and his group. They were planning to rescue Uchiha Sasuke. And Sasuke was fighting a life and death battle with Itake. Given Itake's character, he would definitely lose to his brother on purpose. Obito can never tolerate Itake being alive, as his survival would seriously disrupt my plan. Raise Nan. Naruto tightly grasped the Raise Nan and rushed towards Obito, but it pierced through his body without causing any harm. Success. Wood release. Yamato quickly formed a seal. Wood instantly emerged from the ground, trapping Obito, but he broke free in an instant. Naruto and his group watched Obito in full alert. At this time, a figure flashed by the treetops. It was Black Zetsu. How? Obito looked at Black Zetsu in a tone of rudeness. It's over. Black Zetsu answered in a low voice. The Akatsuki list left by Kabuto shows that Sasuke won and Uchiha Itachi is dead. Black Zetsu declared in a low voice again. Hearing this news, Obito was shocked and took a step back exaggeratedly. Wow, it's unbelievable. You're lying. Just as I expected. Obito suddenly changed his tone and became serious and low. In this scene, Obito's temperament suddenly changed, and he was full of murderous aura. The same words made Naruto and his group's pupils shrink and their lips tremble. The masked man who was originally funny became a completely different person in an instant. As if he could harvest their lives at any time. It turned out that his funny appearance before, that seemingly invincible disguise, were all illusions he carefully arranged. Obito's pupils shrank in the sky, and he stared at Kakashi coldly. I'll deal with you next time, is that Sharingan? Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly, his eyebrows twitched wildly, and a lot of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Who on earth is that guy? He is so powerful and has Sharingan. Goodbye. Obito looked at Kakashi and others. Raised his hand to cover his head. Slowly fell. Like a magician. His head disappeared. Then his whole body twisted and disappeared in the vortex. Uzumaki Kushina, the one in the video is Naruto when he grows up. Husband, did you see it? Namikaze Minato, I saw it. Harano Akaki, ha ha ha, the one in the video is Sakura, she is such a beauty when she grows up. Harano Mabuki, it looks like it, she really inherited my genes. Harano Sakura, Mom and Dad, don't talk like that. The video continues. Heavy rain poured down from the sky. The sky and the earth were dark. The ground was in a mess. Stones were broken and scattered. Obito sat on the stone, looking meaningfully at Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke who were lying on the ground. He looked at Itachi's eyes that were still open, and sighed softly. So slow. I'm not you, how can I move so fast? A figure slowly emerged from the ground. Since you are watching, you should have taken a good picture, right? Obito asked coldly. Don't worry, everything is recorded. Black Zetsu answered hoarsely. I'll take a closer look later, take Itachi's body, and leave here immediately. Obito said coldly. The camera turned. Sasuke opened his eyes in a daze, and there was darkness in front of him. In the dim cave, Obito had lit a candle. I've bandaged your wound. Obito whispered, looking at Sasuke. Sasuke sat up slowly, looked around curiously, but found no one. You won. Obito's voice came from the darkness. At this moment, Sasuke's eyes were complicated. He had already won Itachi. He would never be shrouded by Itachi's fear again. He had already won. Won. But you were also seriously injured. Obito's voice came from the darkness along with the sound of footsteps. Don't force yourself, let your body rest well. Sasuke lowered his head, lost. Revenge was successful, what should he do next? We have met before. Obito's figure appeared from the darkness, and the candle light shone on him. He took off the Akatsuki organization's clothes that were soaked by the rain, revealing his muscular body under his underwear. Hitaki Kakashi, Obito, you are like this now. Uchiha Obito, waste Kakashi, what do you want to say? Hitaki Kakashi, nothing. Due to system editing, the scene of Itachi and Sasuke fighting did not appear. At this moment, Sasuke looked at the scene of his successful revenge in the video, and his face became excited. Great, I won. Uchiha Sasuke, humph, Itachi, did you see what happened to me? You died in my hands. Uchiha Itachi, at least I'm safe now, my stupid brother. You're not qualified to challenge me now. Uchiha Sasuke, damn it, just wait. Uzumaki Naruto, Sasuke, calm down. Hashigaki Kisame, I didn't expect Sasuke to beat Mr. Itachi. It's incredible. Deidara, Itachi, I will avenge you. Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 44. The video continues. At this moment, Obito walked out of the dark corner. I brought you here to tell you something. Don't you have any interest at all? Obito looked at Sasuke, his eyes were dull when he lowered his head, and he seemed a little discouraged. Maybe if I say this, you will be interested in listening to the story about Uchiha Itachi. Obito looked at Sasuke meaningfully. You think you know your brother very well, but in fact you know nothing. Obito looked at Sasuke in front of him and gently placed his hand on the mask. I can't help it. Then let's start with introducing myself. I am a survivor of the Uchiha clan like you. Obito slowly lifted a corner of the mask, revealing the right face that was crushed by the stone. I am the one who knows the truth about Uchiha Itachi. Before Obito finished speaking, Sasuke's left eye changed, the lines of the Mangekyo began to rotate unconsciously, and a line of blood slid down his cheek. Seeing this, Obito's pupils shrank. Could it be? Bang! A trace of black flame rose on Obito's shoulder. Obito felt pain and hid in a dark corner in embarrassment. Sasuke also covered his left eye tightly, with a painful look on his face. The screams in the dark corner soon subsided. Sasuke gasped and slowly put down his arms. What happened? What was that just now? At this time, footsteps were heard again in the dark corner. Obito picked up the fallen mask. That was the Amaterasu transplanted into your body by Itachi. Hearing the word Itachi, Sasuke was stunned, his pupils full of anxiety. Damn, Itachi, did he still want to hurt me after I killed him? Obito put on the mask, walked out of the dark corner, and entered Sasuke's sight. Itachi is indeed worthy of his name. Even his death still surprises me. He actually thought so carefully. What are you talking about? Sasuke looked at Obito with cold eyes. He cast a ninjutsu on you to kill me. No, to keep me away from you. Obito sighed and looked at Sasuke with complicated eyes. Tia-nation, what's going on? Could it be that Sasuke's brother doesn't want to hurt Sasuke? Yamanaka Ino, in that case. Is Itachi trying to protect Sasuke? Uchiha Sasuke, what are you two talking about? Itachi has been killed by me, and he died with his eyes open, and he used that power to curse me. Senju Tobirama, Sasuke, have you ever thought that your brother actually wanted to protect you? Uchiha Sasuke, no. Impossible. I don't believe it. You must be lying to me, this is just an illusion Itachi cast on me. Konoha village. At this moment, Sasuke sat on the sofa, looking at the chat group with a collapsed expression. He always thought that Itachi was the enemy who hurt his family, and the only purpose of his life was revenge. But what if Itachi was trying to protect himself? How could he continue to live without the target of revenge? Hitaki Kakashi, Sasuke, calm down, just keep watching. The video still continued. I'm afraid Itachi has set it so that once you see my Sharingan, Amaterasu will be released automatically. Obito said in a low voice. It seems that even Itachi can't fully understand me, otherwise I would have died long ago. Obito sighed in his heart. This is probably Itachi's last struggle, but it means nothing to me. Obito turned his head and chuckled. What are you talking about? Sasuke stared at him coldly. Itachi must have done something to you before he died. Obito looked at Sasuke coldly, his eyes full of sarcasm. Sasuke was stunned, and his pupils became dull. In his mind, the scarred Itachi appeared, the corners of his mouth weakly raised, and like a child, he stretched out his finger and tapped his forehead. In the end, for you, he injected his pupil power into your body. Obito said coldly. What did you say? Why did Itachi do that? Sasuke gritted his teeth and stared at Obito angrily. Don't you understand yet? Obito frowned. Of course he did this to protect you. Sasuke was stunned. When he heard Obito's answer, his pupils shrank sharply and his lips trembled. The screen went black and the video ended here. Onoki, humph, I knew that the Uchiha clan extermination was far from simple. Uchiha Sasuke, what the hell are you talking about? Didn't Itaka do it to kill me? Senju Tobirama, at Uchiha Sasuke, boy, please calm down. Why did all your clan members die, but you survived? Uchiha Sasuke, but... Uchiha Obito, humph, Sasuke, you are so naive. Your brother loves you more than anything else he has. Uchiha Sasuke, I don't believe your absurd words. Where is the evidence? What is the reason? Senju Tobirama, the evidence is your survival, young man. Are you satisfied with this answer? Uchiha Sasuke, Itaki, you bastard. What else are you hiding from me? Tell me now. Otherwise I will kill you. You also saw how miserable you were in the video. Uchiha Itaki, my stupid brother, you are not qualified to know the truth now. The video is still going on. Due to the editing of the video, the people have not yet learned the truth about the night of the genocide. The camera switches. After learning all the truth, Sasuke stands on the reef with a painful look on his face. At this moment, he stares at the front, biting his lips tightly, his face full of pain. In the distance, a touch of fish belly white gradually rises, and a strong wind blows in, ruffling Sasuke's hair. Obito stands in the distance, looking at Sasuke with a complicated look. The other members of the eagle team also looked at him with confusion. The cry of an eagle came from the sky. We are free from the snake. Sasuke slowly said, from now on, our team will take action in the name of eagle. The sea water kept hitting the reef, as if Sasuke was venting his anger. Eagle has only one goal. Sasuke paused when he said this. Obito narrowed his eyes slightly, and his mood was also complicated. Bang! Sasuke opened his eyes, and complex patterns appeared in his eyes. We want to destroy Konoha. Sasuke gritted his teeth and said angrily. Looking at the fish belly white in the distance, Sasuke's eyes became more and more determined. Senju Tobirama, little devil, you dare. Senju Hashirama, calm down, Tobirama. Uchiha Sasuke, so, Mom and Dad, what happened? Can you tell me the truth? Uchiha Fugaku, Sasuke, your proud eyes don't see through everything your brother has done for you. Uchiha Mikoto, Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, Itaki, I don't know the truth, but I will find it myself and walk my own path. I don't need you to arrange it. Uchiha Sasuke, you killed my clan, I will definitely take revenge on you. Uchiha Itaki, humph, let's see your strength first, just relying on your 2 Megatama? Stupid brother. Sarutobi Hiruzen, ah. Chapter 45. Hitaki Kakashi, Obito, are you lying to Sasuke? Uchiha Obito, humph, I didn't lie to him. The ninja world is so cruel. Trash Kakashi. The video continues. The ninja world has been gone for many years. Obito was stunned when he heard the news of Nagato's death. I didn't expect Nagato would fail. Obito looked up at the sky with cold eyes. Due to the video editing, everyone knows nothing about the cause of Nagato's death. It is not clear how he was killed and who killed him. Uchiha Madara, how did Nagato die? Who killed him? Deidara, fuck, our boss is dead. Haiden, hey. Yahiko, Nagato, think about it, who might have killed him? Uzumaki Nagato, I don't know, but death may be a relief for me. Uzumaki Naruto, it's impossible that I defeated him. Kigakura Enbu, this Nagato is a cage-level strongman, can you defeat him? How is it possible? Uzumaki Naruto, that's not necessarily true, uncle. Kigakura Enbu, Don't dream, young people always like to fantasize. Alas! If you can defeat pain, I'll eat it. Uzumaki Naruto, young man. The video is still going on. Obito walked out of the cave and glanced at the outside world with cold eyes. At this moment, in a dark corner, a handsome young man pushed his reflective glasses and raised a smug smile. In a mansion in Konoha village, Orochimaru disguised himself as the fourth Kazekage Raza, and looked at the video screen. His pupils suddenly contracted. Kabuto, was that you just now? It's me, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto, dressed as a member of the Anbu, half knelt on the ground. I didn't expect you to master the fairy art of the Ryokai cave, it's really amazing. Orochimaru resisted the urge to lick his tongue and teased. I don't deserve it, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto shook his head. Let's continue watching. Orochimaru nodded, staring at the video screen with a fanatical face. Deidara, wait. Why do I feel that something will happen to Sister Ziona next? Scorpion, idiot, can you shut up? The video screen continued to unfold. In the sky, heavy rain poured down. On the top of a complex building, Konan stood, looking up at the sky with complicated eyes, letting the rain wash over her body. A smile appeared on her lips, and her thoughts drifted back to her childhood. At that time, she got along so well with Yahiko, Nagato, and Jiraiya. But now, she is left alone. In the distance, a whirlpool twisted on a building, and Obito looked around, as if searching for something. Are you looking for something? Konan stared at Obito's back coldly. In the hole of Obito's mask, the Sharingan appeared, and his tone was equally cold. Where did you hide Nagato's body? Not here. Konan nodded, and then her body turned into countless pieces of paper, flying into the air and turning into a butterfly. Obito watched this scene quietly, then turned around, and his body was swallowed by the whirlpool. On the vast sea, two abandoned buildings drifted like duckweed. In a flash, the paper gathered on one of the buildings, and Konan reappeared. She stared at the distant building, and the vortex twisted again. Rinnegan. It seems that you don't want to reveal Nagato's whereabouts. Obito faced Konan, hesitant to speak. I have been waiting here for a long time, just to end your life. Konan's eyes became colder and colder. Obito stared at Konan with scarlet eyes, threatening words. But he still couldn't understand. Why did Konan and Nagato betray him? They had reached a consensus at the beginning. Due to the video editing, the conversation between the two confused everyone, and they didn't know that Naruto had defeated Pain. Do you really think that guy is so important? Obito looked at Konan meaningfully. He is the light. Let people hold the flower of hope in their hands. Konan slowly raised her hand, and the paper rose with it. Obito was obviously displeased when he heard this. Don't underestimate the power of the Uchiha clan. He stared at Konan in anger in the distance. The pieces of paper behind Konan gathered into huge wings, and she flapped her wings and flew high, full of murderous intent, rushing straight towards Obito. Obito watched Konan pierce through his body, indifferent. The pieces of paper passed through Obito like air, trying to break his Kamui with the advantage of numbers. Want to break my ability with this? Obito glanced at the pieces of paper, but suddenly found that Konan's beautiful face was looming in the paper. Found it! Obito he quickly reached out, grabbed Konan's throat, and launched Kamui. However, during the absorption process, he found that there were several detonating tags mixed in the paper. The space continued to distort, and the detonating tags exploded instantly. Bang! The surroundings were all white. Deidara, so many detonating tags, it seems that Konan's sister has been prepared. Kakuzu, wait! Why do I have a bad feeling? Hiden, Kakuzu, what's wrong with you? From just now, you have been holding your heart and breathing. Fourth Kazekage Raza, is it going to happen? Kakuzu, at Konan, tell me, whose money did you use to buy these detonating tags? Konan, of course I used my own money. Kakuzu, it seems that I overthink. The video screen is still continuing. The white light slowly dissipated, and on the sea surface, a large number of torn pieces of paper drifted with the waves, and soon slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. At the same time, a Akatsuki robe slowly floated to the surface of the water, accompanied by a half-damaged mask. Obito had one arm broken, and the mask was broken by 1/3, revealing a handsome but slightly embarrassed face. He barely stood on the sea surface. I underestimated you. Obito whispered, and his eyes finally showed anger. Konan's situation was also critical, her lower body had disappeared, and only her upper body was suspended in the air. Are you going to die with me? Unfortunately, you didn't do it. My movements were faster, and I even absorbed the explosion, although I was slightly injured. Obito stared at Konan in the air with cold eyes. Konan gasped and ignored Obito's words. Obito looked at the silent Konan and staggered to his feet. Uchiha Madara, I ask you. Konan finally spoke, his voice weak. What do you want to say? Obito asked. Do you want to know why we betrayed you and why we chose to trust you? Konan raised a mocking smile and stared at Obito's miserable figure. Chapter 56 reveals that this is Naruto. Unaki, so, who do Konan and Nagato really trust? 4th Reikage AI, this video has been muted, and the muted person is obviously an important character. Mei Terumi, could it be Sasuke? After all, the last video was Obito and Sasuke talking. Jiraiya, you mean, Sasuke defeated Nagato? Uchiha Sasuke, hey, is Nagato very powerful? In my opinion, it's just so-so. Uzumaki Nagato, will my future self be defeated by Sasuke? Sasuke, I hope you can create a better future for the ninja world. Uchiha Sasuke, humph, as long as I feel like it. Uzumaki Naruto, Sasuke, this idiot, is really good at pretending to be cool, hey. Uchiha Sasuke, stupid Naruto, you will only be worthy of being suppressed by me in the future. Namikaze Minato, Naruto, you and Sasuke seem to have a good relationship. Please urge for more. Please generate electricity for love. Chapter 46. Konoha Village. Minato looked at Naruto's aggrieved look, and his eyes twitched slightly. It's broken. Naruto and Sasuke, they can't really be that kind of relationship, right? Although, he doesn't mind the sexual orientation of children. Uchiha Sasuke, humph, I don't have a good relationship with this last place Naruto, don't get me wrong. Senju Hashirama, ha 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 ha, I admit you two are more gay than me and Madara. Cho. Hitaki Kakashi, gay. Passionate. Senju Tobirama, brother, are you stupid? That's called passionate. Senju Hashirama, really? Ha ha ha, it's not important, just keep watching the video, asterisk. The video continues to flow. I don't know, that's what you should worry about. Besides, that guy is just an immature kid who talks about ideals. Obito's face was as cold as frost, staring at Konan. Then, Obito began to mock Konan and Nagato. Konan was unmoved, looking back at Obito with cold eyes. After meeting him, I realized one thing. The picture gradually blurred. Konan fell into memories. She looked at Pain lying on the ground and pasted a lot of paper on his body. Are you going to take him with you? Due to video editing, Naruto's voice was deliberately disguised, and the key parts would be muted. His whole body was hidden in the mist, and his face was blurred. Everyone watching the video speculated on his identity. Yes, Pain Tendal was made of Yahiko's bones, and he is very important to us. Konan nodded. Yahiko, is that him? Naruto was shocked. Konan did not respond to Naruto. So what are you going to do next? You won't go back to that organization, right? Naruto asked curiously. I want to leave that organization. They are everything to me, Yahiko's dream, Nagato's dream. Since they put their hopes on you, then from now on, you are their dream. We choose to believe in you, and I am willing to believe in you too. The Hidden Rain Village is willing to pursue their dreams with you. Konan looked at Naruto tenderly. The name Naruto represents the will to never give up, and pain. Naruto took a deep breath and looked at Konan firmly. This is what I inherited from my master and senior brother. Naruto looked at Konan with a firm look in his eyes. At this time, a breeze blew by, gently blowing their hair. Konan looked at Naruto, smiled slightly, and then waved her hand lightly, and a flower took shape instantly. I hope you can truly become a flower of hope that never fades this time. Konan looked at Naruto with love. Uzumaki Kushina, could this blurry figure in the video be Naruto? Uchiha Mikoto, Kushina, are you overthinking? Uchiha Sasuke, in other words, is this blurry figure in the video me? Kuratsuki, it should be you, otherwise the content of the previous video is too weird. Jiraiya, well. So, Sasuke. In the land of fire. Jiraiya walked on the desolate path, staring at the video screen, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Could Sasuke be the child of prophecy in the prophecy of the Toad Sage? But the identity of Uchiha is indeed a bit tricky. Well, forget it, since he is the child of prophecy, he can't be let go easily. He made up his mind to return to Konoha village as soon as possible and accept Sasuke as his apprentice. Uzumaki Naruto, sexy sage, when will you return to Konoha village? Jiraiya, I'll be back now, haha. And, you stupid idiot, you have to respectfully call me Toad Sage, Jiraiya-sama. Uzumaki Naruto, you said I'm a stupid idiot? You are, idiot. Namikaze Minato, haha, Jiraiya-sensei and Naruto have a good relationship. The video screen is still continuing. At this moment, the sky is full of paper rolls flying. Like a white storm sweeping across the sky. Cutting the rain curtain in the sky into pieces. Konan controlled countless paper rolls with one hand, staring at Obito on the ground with a sharp gaze. In a world without light, flowers can only wither. The sea level where Obito stood suddenly trembled violently, as if an earthquake had hit. Obito was stunned. At some point, the originally tranquil sea level was split in two. The abyss quietly cracked where the naked eye could not reach. Obito stared at the unsightly sea below. The pupils suddenly shrank at the visible abyss. Countless detonating tags came into view, as dense as stars, suffocating. Why are there so many detonating tags? The camera slowly rose, and everyone watching the video was dumbfounded. The originally vast sea level was now split by an abyss. And under the center, the darkness was deep and indescribable. The air was filled with the death breath of the detonating tags. And the entire sea level seemed to be covered by endless detonating tags. In the sky, rain poured down, lightning and thunder, deafening. The rain ruthlessly hit Obito. As if it was mocking his despair. Obito fell rapidly in the air, and countless detonating tags approached rapidly as if they were upstream. He hurriedly reached out and pressed the mask, trying to escape into the Kamui space. However, Konan had already seen through his intentions, and the detonating tag instantly attached to him. Seeing this, Obito had no choice but to give up the idea of escaping into the Kamui space. Because once he entered, the detonating tag would explode in it, blowing him to pieces. Only by becoming a hollow could he have a glimmer of hope. Obito immediately turned on the hollow mode, but it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous explosions were endless. The detonating tags were attached to Obito like a drum washing machine. Finally, they exploded on him. In the sky, Konan stared coldly at Obito below, with a cold light flashing in her eyes. Many years ago, she began to study Obito's weaknesses, just for this moment. Obito was in a desperate situation at this moment. He fell helplessly in the air. There were endless detonating tags in front of him, and the breath of death enveloped him. Deidara, Sister Konan, you are so handsome. Cho, by the way, why are there so many detonating talismans? 4th Kazekage Raza, I'm afraid there are tens of millions of detonating talismans. Cord, is this a story from the old times? It looks so shocking. Unaki, now we have to figure out where this guy got so many detonating talismans. Senju Tobirama, based on the previous video, if nothing unexpected happens, Konan should have the ability to make detonating talismans. But it's too slow to make them yourself, and there must be a lot of them bought. Senju Hashirama, then this money is too much. Kakuzu, Konan, answer me honestly, whose money did you use for these detonating talismans? Konan, my own. Akatsuki Organization. Kakuzu looked at the video, holding his heart tightly, and breathing heavily. For some reason, he always felt uneasy. Mr. Kakuzu, Zionan said that she used her own money, so don't think too much about it. Deidara, who was standing by, looked at the trembling Kakuzu speechlessly. At this moment, he was like a patient in a mental hospital, lost and distraught. No Hara-rin, am I the only one who cares about Obito? Uchiha Obito, Rin. Please generate electricity for love, please urge for more. Hiye was fired from the factory because of poor health and illness every day, and has not received his salary yet. Oh. Now I really need to generate electricity for love. Chapter 47. Hitaki Kakashi, Obito should be fine. Uchiha Obito, useless Kakashi, I don't need your concern. The video continues. Obito fell rapidly, looked around, and saw exploding talismans everywhere, and his pupils shrank suddenly. If I hadn't interrupted the time-space movement in time and turned to penetrate the explosion, I'm afraid it would be really dangerous. Obito looked up at Konan in the sky with cold eyes. Konan glared at Obito with disdain and began to control a large number of exploding talismans, which drilled into Obito's body like snakes. These are all exploding talismans. Obito looked down at his feet, which was bottomless and surrounded by exploding talismans. 2 rows of exploding talismans were densely covered, like an endless abyss. In order to kill you, I prepared 600 billion exploding talismans, enough to explode continuously for a long time, you can enjoy it. Konan stared at Obito with cold eyes, and then waved his hand violently. In an instant, the detonating tags in the abyss exploded one after another, and the flames shot up into the sky, deafening. Obito did not dare to be careless and decisively activated Izanagi. At this moment, his eyes burst into a scarlet light. Bang 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 bang! The violent explosion was like a volcanic eruption. The entire sea level was blown to pieces, huge waves were surging, and water splashed everywhere. The water vapor evaporated, forming a thick fog. The water drops fell on Zionan's beautiful face in the sky like drizzle. However, her expression remained cold as she continued to manipulate the detonating tags, and the explosions continued. 4th Kazekage Raza, even if Obito doesn't die, he'll be skinned alive. Unaki, so many detonating tags are too much. Hashirama Senju, oh Doubdu, how did she get so many detonating tags? Tobirama Senju, if nothing unexpected happens, she made them herself. As for the materials, I guess she emptied the funds of their organization. Kakuzu, Konan, are you sure you didn't use my money? Konan, don't worry, I won't. Deidara, Uncle Kakuzu, don't worry about this all the time. I think you're just thinking too much. Haiden, +1. The video continued. The entire sea level began to boil violently. Konan stared at the bottom, and countless past events emerged in her mind. Therefore, she made up her mind to completely solve Uchiha Obito. "I won't let you get in his way!" Konan shouted, her pupils suddenly dilated, and she continued to manipulate the detonating talisman. A large amount of smoke rose from the sea surface, and then gradually dissipated. I don't know how long it took. Konan sat on the ground exhausted, surrounded by water vapor. The sea was destroyed beyond recognition by the endless aftermath of the explosion, and paper scraps floated on the sea. The god's paper art has been unlocked. I didn't expect that this attack would consume such a huge amount of chakra. Konan panted, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, but, in this way. Ban, he should be dead. Suddenly, Konan felt a chill on her back, her pupils solidified, and the paper crane on her forehead fell on the water. Dead. Obito's eyes were cold and scarlet. At this moment, the music became solemn and sacred. Tick-tick. Blood kept dripping on the water. "You, how are you still alive?" Konan looked at Obito in disbelief, her pupils constricted. "Logically, you should have been defeated," Konan said weakly after a steel pipe pierced her abdomen. People don't like to read the answers, so the author deleted it directly. Suzuki was punished to wear women's clothes for the wrong answer, and Senju Tobirama obtained S-level ninjutsu. Uchiha Suzuki, damn, I'm obviously a boy. The video screen continued. "I used the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan Izanagi, and lost the light of one eye in exchange for the chance of survival." Obito's left eye gradually lost its light, and he stared at Konan coldly with his only remaining right eye. "Why do you have such a strong power?" Konan's pupils suddenly shrank. Obito then explained the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan to Konan. The pupils of the people watching the video shrank. "Kuratsuki, the Uchiha clan's foundation is so strong. Yamanaka Ino, Obito is so handsome. Fourth Kazekage Raza, now is not the time to be crazy, Obito is still alive, how should we deal with him? Fourth Raikage AI, humph, I think Obito is just bluffing." System Senju Tobirama answered the question correctly, and he will be rewarded with S-level ninjutsu Kirin. System, Uchiha Suzuki answered the question incorrectly, and the punishment is to wear women's clothes for a whole day. Uchiha Suzuki. A plot has been deleted here, so you can fill it in your mind. Uchiha Mikoto, Naruto, have you seen my son? Can you send me a photo? Uchiha Fugaku, at Uzumaki Naruto, can you help me? Uchiha Suzuki, the last one, don't look at me like that. Bastard. Uzumaki Naruto, Suzuki, I won't take a sneak shot of you, don't press on me. Unaki, something's wrong. Fourth Kazekage Raza, is this the friendship of Konoha village? Our thinking is still a little backward. Fourth Raikage AI, as expected of a big village, the level of openness of thinking. Uzumaki Kushina, hey, Naruto, what's wrong with you and Suzuki? Namikaze Minato, this. Everyone should pay more attention to keeping warm and don't get sick. Chapter 48. Pure Land Space. After Senju Tobirama obtained the S-level ninjutsu Kirin, he began to think about its principle. Tobirama, what do you think of this ninjutsu? Hashirama looked at his brother curiously. Well, not very good, this ninjutsu is full of evil, I guess it was created by the Uchiha clan. Tobirama said murderously. Tobirama, are you overthinking? Senju Hashirama's eyes twitched slightly. Uzumaki Kushina, Minato, what is the relationship between Naruto and Suzuki? Namikaze Minato was rushing to the clan land of the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, he received a private message from his wife. Namikaze Minato, Kushina, they are just clothes, there shouldn't be anything special. Third Raikage AI, by the way, can you really get those rewards by answering this question? Senju Tobirama, well, the principle of ninjutsu appeared directly in my mind, it's amazing. Second Mizukage Hojiki Gengetsu, so awesome. The video continues. Obito quickly explained the story of the Shadame Hokage. After hearing this, Konan's pupils suddenly contracted. She didn't expect Uchiha Madara to have such a long-term vision. At this moment, Konan suddenly broke free from Obito's arms and staggered forward a few steps, but soon felt weak. Blood gushed out of her chest. In another world, you too will regret being deceived by that kid's lies. There is no real peace in this world. Obito's eyes were cold, staring at Konan who was staggering forward. Konan covered her chest, her face full of pain, and continued to move forward. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. This, could it be? The rain that never stopped has stopped. Obito looked up, equally surprised. Yahiko, Nagato, their wishes will not fail. I choose to believe that guy, this time he will definitely become a bridge of peace. And I will be the force that supports him. Konan staggered forward a few steps and threw out the remaining pieces of paper in her hand. The pieces of paper gathered into a ring, and Konan quickly threw the ring to Obito in the distance. The ring cut through the water, stirring up layers of waves. Obito quickly dodged and tried to rush towards Konan, but there was another violent sound of waves on the sea level in the distance. Konan controlled the ring to surround Obito, and Obito jumped up and dodged the attack in the air. Then, Konan controlled the remaining pieces of paper, cut through the smoke, and rushed towards Obito in the sky. Obito held the black stick in one hand, trying to smash the paper that rushed over. With a bang, one of the black sticks broke. After a fight, Obito grabbed Konan's neck. When I finish the illusion, you will die. Before that, tell me the origin of the samsara eye. After Konan struggled for a few times, she gradually lost her strength and her eyes were unfocused. The camera switched. Obito walked into a hall. Looking at the bodies of Yahiko and Nagato lying in the center, his eyes were complicated. He looked at Nagato's eyes that were still open. Gently closed his eyes. Then he transferred Nagato's body into the Kamui space. We wasted some time. It's time to go. Obito jumped into the air. Kuratsuki, wait a minute, I'm a little curious, why did Obito take Nagato's body? Senju Tobirama, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the samsara eye. Third generation Reikage AI, will Obito become even stronger after getting the samsara eye? Uzumaki Nagato, Obito, are you sure your ideas can achieve peace? Uchiha Obito, well, why do you want to give me the samsara eye? Uzumaki Nagato, sorry, I don't know what you think, I don't plan to take the risk. Uchiha Obito, humph, you will regret it. Shimura Danzo, why do I feel like this sentence is familiar? The video continues. On the endless ocean. A person with a miserable and beautiful appearance collapsed on the sea level, covered in blood. At this moment, a bright red note rolled up from her chest, fluttering in the wind, and finally blowing away. Tick tick tick, a lot of raindrops fell on the water surface. Next is a flashback plot, briefly explaining how Jiraiya taught the Konan trio. At this time, the red paper fluttering in the distance fell into a deserted hut. This hut was where Jiraiya taught the trio before. The scene ends here. The camera turned. A huge white mask appeared on the screen. Kabuto pushed his glasses and looked at Obito in front of him. Your efforts paid off, you got a good eye, right? It originally belonged to me. Obito answered coldly, looking directly at Kabuto. He had changed his clothes at this moment. The originally broken arm had been restored with the white Zetsu cells. Kawaki, so strong. Uchiha Madara, yes, after replenishing the samsara eye, Obito's strength has increased rapidly. Onaki, I'm afraid Obito now has the power of the six paths. Senju Hashirama, it should be correct, but the key is whether he can use the Samsara Eye reasonably. The video screen is still continuing. Everyone in the chat group was amazed at Obito's current strength. Bang! A clear sound. Obito inserted the Uchiha fan into the ground. Listening to the information reported by Kabuto, his eyes were cold and dim. I'll go capture the 9 tails right now. Senju Tobirama, haha, capture the 9 tails, you evil Uchiha brat, I know you have no good intentions. Uchiha Obito, I want to capture the 9 tails, can you stop me? Senju Tobirama, kid, don't be so arrogant. System, friendly reminder, Obito's next chapter is full of high energy. The video is still showing. After several months, Obito has successfully controlled many tailed beasts, leaving only the 8 tails and the 9 tails untamed. The camera switches. Uzumaki Naruto is leaping forward on the treetops, but suddenly stops and freezes. He sees Obito standing in the distance wearing a white mask. And 6 tailed beasts following closely behind him. Naruto tries to hit Obito's mask with his head, but Obito looks at him with disdain. Then, the two distance themselves. Killer Bee quickly grabbed Naruto. Naruto, calm down. Damn, this mask is so hard, there's not even a crack. Naruto gritted his teeth, his eyes locked on the mask in the distance. Obito was still unharmed. You don't have to fight me head-on. You can't even break my mask. You shouldn't be so weak after mastering the power of the 9 tails. Obito half-crouched and controlled the tailed beast Jinchuriki to quickly attack Naruto. Lava style, burning river rock technique. Old Purple quickly formed seals with both hands, and then spit out a large amount of lava from his mouth. Naruto and Killer Bee quickly jumped away and rushed to the Jinchuriki encirclement in the distance. Water style, water mirror technique. The third Mizukage performed a ninjutsu and quickly copied the images of Killer Bee and Naruto. With a bang, the two attacks collided. The same attack. Kirabe's eyes became cautious. The two retreated in the air and encountered dense foam attacks again. Uzumaki Kushina, wait, is that Naruto in the video? Why is he like that? Sarutobi Hiruzen, it seems that Naruto has mastered the power of the 9 tails. Namikaze Minato, as expected of Naruto. Really amazing. Terumi Mei, wait. Aren't those the Jinchuriki of each village in the video? Lao Zi, am I being controlled in the video? Nibi Yukato, Obito, this guy, can actually control me. Hijao, controlling 6-tailed beast Jinchuriki at the same time, this is too exaggerated. Kaed, really? Really amazing. 4th Kazekage Raza, damn, Obito is so strong, how can we play this? Onaki, now, we must protect the Jinchuriki of the village. Mariboshi Kasuke, it looks a bit tricky. Chapter 49. Mori Shinpeiki, hey, this is not a question of whether it is easy or not, Obito's strength is too strong. Uchiha Sasuke, damn, why haven't I appeared in the video yet? Konoha Village. Minato looked at his excited son. Dad, why do I glow with golden light in the video? Naruto asked in confusion. Son, it seems that you have successfully tamed the 9 tails in the future. Minato said gently. Senju Hashirama, Obito's strength is super shadow at this time. Senju Tobirama, very strong, controlling 6-tailed beasts at the same time, and there is no flaw. The video is still going on. This ninjutsu is a bubble. Naruto was stunned and turned his head to look at Ujao in the distance. When the bubble approached Naruto, he instantly entered a strange space. Soon, Ujao began to tell Naruto about what happened along the way. The camera switches. In the space. They seem to have talked for nearly an hour, but in fact only 2 or 3 seconds have passed in the outside world. Suddenly, there is a crisp explosion behind Naruto. Naruto quickly grabs the branch and looks up at Ujao in the sky. Ujao snaps his fingers with one hand. Instantly, the bubbles floating in the air burst. Kirabe and Naruto are being attacked by the six-tailed beasts, and the situation is becoming more and more critical. Why do they have one Sharingan and one Samsara eye? A trace of cold sweat seeps from Kirabe's forehead. Bara's eyes are the same as theirs, and the mask is different from what he wore before, and now there are two holes. Naruto stares at Uchiha Obito standing on the top of the treetop, his eyes become cautious. This mask is specially made, strong and durable, and designed for combat. Obito teased, looking at Naruto's confused eyes. The left eye is hidden, just like Nagato and Madara over there, both have the Samsara eye. Naruto's eyes turned cold. He didn't believe that the masked man in front of him was Uchiha Madara. I will definitely stop you two Madaras. You. Obito was stunned, and the previous scene appeared in his mind. At that time, Yakushi Kabuto summoned Uchiha Madara's body through the impure world reincarnation. Could that guy have successfully resurrected Madara? Asshole Kabuto. Obito gritted his teeth, his tone was low, and he wanted to tear Yakushi Kabuto apart immediately. He then chuckled, "You should call me by my old name Afei, the war has already started, and the name is no longer important. Madara, Afei, whatever you want." Obito stared at Naruto closely. "Who are you?" Naruto's eyes became cautious. "I am nobody, and I don't want to be anyone. As long as the Moon Eye project succeeds, this desperate world is worthless." Obito stared coldly at Naruto through the hole in his mask. Then, the two started another debate. Obito increased his pupil power output, and the six-tailed beasts instantly began to transform into tailed beasts. "8-tail, 9-tail, I want to catch you and get the Moon Eye." Obito stared at Killer Bee and Naruto. "The fourth Raikage AI, asshole. If you dare to hurt even a hair, I will never forgive you. Mei Terumi, you act as if you can beat others. Sure enough, those who work out are muscle idiots." "Onoki, everyone calm down first, let's analyze it." According to the situation in the video, Obito obviously doesn't want to revive Madara. "Senju Tobirama, that's true. If I'm not mistaken, Uchiha Madara may have left some marks on Obito, and he can control him at any time." "Senju Hashirama, what are you two talking about?" "Senju Tobirama, brother, Madara may have planted a curse seal on Obito, and he can control him with just one seal." "Onoki, that's right. Madara and Obito, after all, they are not on the same side. The two may fight over the plan later." "Fourth Kazekage Raza, Dunaki, I don't believe your analysis." "Second Mizukage Hojiki Gengetsu, ah. Are young people so strong nowadays?" "Third Raikage AI, there is also a man wearing glasses and a cloak in the video. Which camp does he belong to?" "Jiraiya, Orochimaru, is that you? Tell the truth." "Orochimaru, idiot, what do you think? White Snake Sage, it's not Orochimaru. The guy in the video has mastered the fairy art of our Ryokai cave." "Slug Sage, I didn't expect the White Snake Sage to speak out." "Atsutsuki Urashiki, humph, in my opinion, Obito is just relying on his Kamui ability to act recklessly. Without this ability, he is nothing." "Aida, Tisk, you seem a bit ugly, I still prefer to believe Obito." "Uzumaki Boruto, by the way, was my father really that powerful when he was young?" "Nara Shikamaru, young man Boruto, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Your father was very strong when he was young." "Uzumaki Boruto, why do I not believe it? The more I see, he can't even beat Obito." "Uzumaki Naruto, hey, you idiot, who said that about their own father?" "Uzumaki Boruto, I don't recognize you as my father, idiot." "Uzumaki Himawari, stop arguing." The video is still going on. Naruto and Killer Bee quietly hid and prepared to launch a surprise attack. However, faced with the tacit cooperation of the tailed beasts. They seemed particularly struggling, and at the same time they had to be alert to Obito in the dark. Obito fell leisurely from the air, easily avoiding Naruto's attack, and chuckled. Even if we are both Jinkriki, 6-2 is quite tricky, right? When my hand touches you, I win. Looking at Naruto who couldn't move, Obito was full of confidence. Just as his hand was about to touch Naruto, a cold wind suddenly blew behind him. Obito made a prompt decision and activated the hollow again. Konoha Whirlwind! Might Guy shouted passionately. Kakashi quickly rescued Naruto. At this moment, the music suddenly became passionate, and Obito looked at his empty hand with a little surprise. Using Naruto as bait, just waiting for the moment when I materialize. Obito turned around with cold eyes. Two more guys are in the way. Teacher Kakashi, teacher with thick eyebrows. Naruto lay on the ground, looking at the two tall figures in front of him, and a sense of security arose spontaneously. Humph, even if there are two more people, you can't resist my pupil power and the power of the tailed beast. Obito turned to Kakashi. As for Might Guy, he was completely ignored by him. After all, physical ninjas are only half-baked. I also have the Sharingan. Kakashi responded coldly. Plus the arrogant blue beast of Konoha. Might Guy took a Wing Chun stance. The two stood on the left and right, ready to fight, staring at Obito in the sky. Gang Zisha, damn, Kakashi and Might Guy look so cool in this pose. Kamizuki Izumo, it's broken, let these two guys install it. Shiranui Genma, Obito can fight 4 alone, can he handle it? Iwagakure Enbu, well, it seems that only Kakashi and Might Guy can interfere with Obito's actions. As for Naruto and Killer Bee, they don't seem to be able to deal with Obito. Hyuga it's not Naruto's fault that he's weak, but Obito is too strong. Chapter 50. Hinata Takuma, that's true. Uchiha Sasuke, by the way, why haven't I appeared in the video yet? The video is still showing. At this moment, the air suddenly became silent. Teacher Kakashi, be careful, that guy has Sharingan and Samsara Eye. Naruto warned cautiously. Before the three of them could move, the Five Tails had already rushed over from the corner in the distance. Obito extended one hand disdainfully, and a chain instantly grabbed the Five Tails' neck. Boom! The huge body of the Five Tails fell to the ground in pain. Obito tightly grasped the chain in his hand and began to control it. Then, he skillfully controlled the seven-tailed beasts through the outer path demon statue. Kakashi and Might Guy were defeated. Naruto and Killer Bee were also helpless. But Naruto soon began to communicate with the Nine Tails, and the two understood each other's pain. The Nine Tails finally chose to believe Naruto, and Naruto smiled and nodded, unsealing the Nine Tails. A string of golden light immediately appeared on Naruto, and a cloak was draped behind him. Obito also began to control the seven-tailed beasts, and the seven-tailed beasts condensed the tailed beast jade in their mouths, and the scene was shocking. A large number of hurricanes drove the quicksand on the ground and flew everywhere. This is bad. Might Guy looked at this scene, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Kai, don't act rashly, I will use the power of my left eye to knock them away. Kakashi said calmly. Looking at the seven huge-tailed beast jades approaching, Might Guy was hesitant to speak. There are too many, and the pupil power alone is not enough. In this case, I will use the 8 gates. Might Guy took a deep breath. Idiot, you will die if you do this. But, just as the seven-tailed beast jades rushed from the air, a golden light flashed in the distance, and the scene was shocking. A large number of hurricanes soared. At this moment, music suddenly sounded. Kakashi looked at Naruto's back in the distance, his pupils contracted. Teacher. He looked again, it turned out to be Naruto. Seven-tailed beasts were thrown quickly from a distance. Naruto used the Nine Tails tail and directly swept the seven-tailed beasts to the distant hilltops. Bang! A large number of hilltops began to collapse, and the scene was extremely terrifying. Obito, who was standing on the top of the outer path demon statue, looked down, his pupils also contracted, they all bounced back, so Obito began to control the seven-tailed beasts again. Go, Kurama! Naruto directly turned into a tailed beast and stopped the seven-tailed beasts. The seven-tailed beasts were instantly knocked to the ground. At this moment, everyone watching the video was stunned. Anbu of Konoha village, fuck, this Naruto is cheating, right? Chunin of Sand village, Obito is not even fighting. These seven-tailed beasts were knocked to the ground by Naruto. Gaara, is this the most powerful of the nine-tailed beasts? Fourth Kazekage Raza, alas! What a pity, our village has the weakest one-tailed beast. One-tailed Shikaku, idiot, I'm not weak. No Rin, Obito, don't get into trouble. Uchiha Obito, Rin. The video continues. Naruto quickly crossed his fingers and summoned a shadow clone in an instant. Go check the positions of all the nails first. Naruto gave the order. At the same time, the voice of the nine-tailed beast echoed in Naruto's mind, telling Naruto that his current state could only last for 5 minutes. That's enough. Naruto raised his lips and looked into the distance confidently. Then, Naruto bent his legs, flashed, and disappeared instantly. Soon, Naruto cooperated with his shadow clone and successfully pulled out the nails on the tailed beast. The scene was shocking. Everyone watching the video began to doubt their own cognition. Is this really the limit that a ninja can reach? Destroy a mountain at any time. I didn't expect it to be like this, it seems that I have to kill him. Obito stared at Naruto in the distance, his eyes became cautious, he raised one hand and quickly formed a seal. At this moment, the tailed beast, which was originally in a weak position, suddenly became violent. Then gathered together, and the tailed beast jade quickly condensed in everyone's mouth. Bang bang bang! The huge momentum directly shook the surrounding earth. Hey, Kakashi, is this too big? Might Guy looked at the distance, and his pupils couldn't help shrinking. The power of all the tailed beasts is concentrated together. Kakashi explained softly. What should Naruto do? Might Guy asked anxiously. Naruto shook his head and began to condense the tailed beast ball. The tailed beast ball kept rising and became bigger and bigger. The 8-tail and the 9-tail were released together. Move the tailed beast ball and aim at the distance. Violent explosions intertwined. Strong hurricanes directly blew everyone present. Countless golden lights and flames exploded in the air in an instant, and the whole world seemed to be destroyed by this blow. Naruto controlled the tailed beast ball to hit the top from below. Successfully offset the tailed beast ball condensed by the 7-tailed beasts in the distance. The smoke gradually dissipated. Naruto controlled the chakra arm to grab the nails on the 7-tailed beasts. These nails are the key to Obito's control of them. As long as these nails are pulled out, Obito will no longer be able to control these tailed beasts. Kurama, pull them out in one breath. Naruto said confidently. Anbu of the Hidden Mist Village, fuck, it's on fire, it's on fire. Jiraiya, come on Naruto. You must beat Obito in the video. No Rin, then. Come on Obito. Uchiha Obito. The picture on the video is still continuing. I want to liberate them and save all the tailed beasts. Absolutely. Naruto's eyes became more determined. In a flash, Naruto stepped into another space and began to communicate with the remaining 7-tailed beasts. The tailed beasts stared at Naruto, gradually stunned, because they saw the shadow of the old man in Naruto. The camera switched. In the real world, Naruto pulled the sticks off the tailed beasts by the roots. At this moment, the form on his body gradually dissipated. Well done, Naruto. The eight-tailed cow demon looked at him with admiration. It can completely control the nine-tailed, but it seems that it can't last. It's the same as before. Obito stood on the outer path demon statue and looked down at Naruto. Then 7 chains were ejected from the mouth of the outer path demon statue again, tightly wrapped around the 7-tailed beasts. The tailed beasts were instantly swallowed by the outer path demon statue. How can it be the same as before? Naruto came with a disdainful voice. Obito was stunned. Someone told me a lot of names that I can't remember at once. Naruto covered his abdomen, with a smile on his lips. Names that I can't remember? What names? Obito's eyes became alert. So you don't know? Naruto looked at Obito with disdain, then made a face, I won't tell you. Obito looked at the 4 people below who were united, with a complicated look in his eyes. That face. Obito took a deep breath, stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the fan behind him, his fingers trembling slightly. At this moment, a drop of sweat suddenly slipped from Obito's wrist. Obito was stunned. Sweat. After a while, light rain began to fall from the sky, and soon it poured down, and the sky was instantly gloomy. No, it's rain. How could I sweat when fighting with such an opponent? Obito spread his hands and looked up at the pouring rain. Naruto is just a chess piece for me to test Sasuke. To me, he is just a sideshow. I have already mastered his power. This strange feeling is definitely not from power. What is going on? What happened? Obito stared at Naruto, clenching his teeth. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who Naruto is. When this war is over, the past and the future will cease to exist, and even existence itself will become meaningless. Hitaki Kakashi, are you panicking, Obito? Unaki, subconsciously thinking it's sweat, you've exposed your inner thoughts. Mei Terumi, by the way, will Obito lose next? After all his tailed beasts are gone. Senju Tobirama, it's hard to say, after all, Obito's combat power during this period is too terrifying. Obito can be reviewed in about 60 chapters. It will take longer to review Obito in the 6 paths mode. Please urge for more, please send me love, please add me to the bookshelf. Since I updated 4 chapters, please send me 3 love. New book data is very important, please. After reviewing Obito, who do you want to see next? Chapter 51. Hashirama Senju, to be honest, I don't have the confidence to beat Obito in a one-on-one duel. The video is still going on. The heavy rain in the sky is still pouring down. At this moment, the battlefield has fallen into chaos. Everyone watching the video was instantly surprised. Onoki, I didn't expect the future ninja world to be so chaotic. 4th Kazekage Raza, but it seems that everyone seems to be united. Hashirama Senju, haha, Madara, you see, I said that the ninja world will be united, and this world is not only cruel. Uchiha Madara, haha, Hashirama, you are still too naive. Don't forget why everyone is united, it's nothing more than because there are stronger enemies. Hashirama Senju, Madara, you think too much, everyone can live in harmony. Uchiha Madara, hey! The sky around him gradually darkened. Obito stood on a high place, controlling the outer path statue, and his expression under the mask became complicated. He especially looked at Naruto in the distance, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Teacher, your son is really like you. On the other side, Uchiha Madara was about to kill Tsunade, and suddenly his body turned into a white light. At the same time, Susanoo also gradually dissipated. It seems that there are also capable guys in your ninja coalition. Madara's pupils shrank slightly, and his tone was a little surprised. Senju Tobirama, humph, it seems that someone in the Shinobi Alliance knows the technique of impure world reincarnation, not bad. Senju Hashirama, fuck, I'm so scared, Tsunade almost died. Senju Tsunade, Grandpa, don't be so exaggerated. Unaki, in other words, the future Uchiha Madara will be resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, but the ninjas of the Shinobi Alliance have unlocked the technique of impure world reincarnation, so Uchiha Madara did not succeed in resurrecting, right? 4th Kazekage Raza, if you look at it this way, the Shinobi Alliance will definitely win. Terumi Mei, it's hard to say, there's still one left, Obito. Uchiha Izuna, now the question is, who unlocked the technique of impure world reincarnation? Uchiha Sasuke Uchiha, could it be me? Hitaki Kakashi, it's possible. Sasuke has not appeared in the video. It is likely that Sasuke has unlocked the impure world reincarnation technique. Uzumaki Naruto, great, Sasuke. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Uchiha Sasuke, humph, the last one should not be the only one to steal the show. Uchiha Itachi, my stupid brother, you are still too weak now. Uchiha Sasuke, shut up, Itachi. The future me has unlocked the impure world reincarnation technique, and you can only watch the ending of my revenge. Uchiha Itachi, really? I am looking forward to it. The video continues. Obito controls the Outer Path Demon statue. Kakashi and others try to attack the Outer Path Demon statue. Obito quickly intercepts the attack of the three. Bang! The fierce attack was resisted by Obito with his fan, and the ground trembled. Obito jumped away decisively and landed on a broken stone in the distance. You look painful. Naruto looked at Obito, who was unharmed in the distance, and teased. What do you mean? Obito looked confused. Because you covered your face, I can think whatever I want. Naruto pointed at Obito's face with disdain. If you don't accept it, take off the mask and let me see how calm you are. Obito fell silent after hearing the ridicule. Well said, Naruto. Might Guy shouted loudly. Don't provoke your opponent. Kakashi sighed. Obito looked into the distance, clapped his hands, and smoke suddenly rose beside him. In the smoke, two great artifacts appeared. There is no way, I can only take action. Obito sighed. What is that? The big gourd and the big jar. Naruto was stunned, his pupils constricted. I was going to revive it in its complete form. Obito controlled the Outer Path Demon statue to swallow the artifact, but even if only a part of it, the power will not be weakened. He looked at the four people in the distance coldly. Under Obito's control, the Outer Path Demon statue let out a heart-wrenching roar. Then drilled out from the ground, showing a body that was 100 meters high. It's too late, the agreed time has come. Obito said coldly. At this moment, the stones on the ground rose irregularly, and a lot of blood flowed from the Outer Path Demon statue. Obito put his hands together and looked at Naruto without fear. The huge body of the Ushio protects Naruto, Kakashi, and Might Guy. Swallow that thing from the golem. Things were not right from the beginning. Might Guy frowned. That is. Naruto's pupil shrank, as if he remembered something. Watch carefully and experience the resurrection of the Ten Tails and the beginning of the end of the world. Obito's eyes were cold. So that's it, this demon statue is the body of the Ten Tails. Kakashi suddenly realized. Then, Kakashi explained Obito's plan, and everyone watching the chat group fell silent instantly. Onaki, I'm not afraid of the enemy's strength, I'm afraid that the enemy is not only strong, but also has a high IQ. Senju Tobirama, after so many years, Obito, this kid, has a lot of practical experience. Namikaze Minato, it does look tricky. Kuratsuki, by the way, Kakashi can analyze Obito's plan, Kakashi is also very smart. Harano Sakura, as expected of teacher Kakashi. Come on, beat that bastard Obito. Hitaki Kakashi, ahem. The video screen continued to play. The 8 tails and the 9 tails have not been recovered yet. Is he just trying to scare us? Kakashi nervously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. In the tense atmosphere, the stone trembled violently and irregularly, rising high into the sky. Both sides knew each other's weaknesses and began to be cautious. A life of regret suits you very well, Kakashi. Obito taunted Kakashi. Who are you? Might Guy asked vigilantly. You can't even remember other people's faces, so it's useless to tell you. Obito responded indifferently. The outer path demon statue screamed in pain, blood gushing from its eyeballs. My goal is to implement the infinite Tsukuyomi, so that everyone falls into the same illusion and create a perfect world without war. Obito stared at Naruto coldly. This world does not need heroes in the future. Even if the Ten Tails is not completely resurrected, I can achieve infinite moon reading, let reality end, and only eternal dreams remain. Obito's eyes were like ice. I have parents and a lustful sage. I yearn for heroes, so I rush forward firmly. I want to become a Hokage who is more powerful than all the previous generations. Naruto retorted to Obito, this is my dream, you idiot. The music reached a climax at this moment, arousing the emotions of the audience. Obito was stunned, as if he saw his childhood in Naruto. Naruto turned into golden light and rushed towards the outer path demon statue. Just when the attack was about to succeed, Obito rushed forward and blocked Naruto's raise Nen with a round fan. With a bang, Naruto was thrown away. I'm going to take off your mask first. Naruto jumped up with the force and stared at Obito. With me here, you can't touch the outer path demon statue. Obito held the fan tightly, stood firmly in front of the outer path demon statue, and looked at the four people coldly. Senju Hashirama, fuck, Obito is so handsome. Senju Tobirama, brother, now is not the time to discuss this. Obito's combat power is obviously stronger than these four people. How can they stop Obito next? Senju Hashirama, damn, Odoudou, you make sense. Obito is too shameless to have a divine weapon. Recommend an old book. He can't afford to eat now. Chapter 52. Hinata Hanabi, I'm a little curious, what can this fan do? Uchiha Izuna, hey, you're really short-sighted. This is the Uchiha clan's sacred weapon, the Uchiha fan, which can deflect all ninjutsu attacks. Kuratsuki, it's so powerful. Uzumaki Boruto, fuck, this is awesome, it's much cooler than daddy. Uzumaki Naruto, hey. You idiot son, didn't you see me showing off my skills before? Uzumaki Boruto, tisk, but that can only last for 5 minutes. Uzumaki Himawari, brother, stop talking about daddy like that, he'll be sad. Namikaze Minato, ha ha ha, is this my granddaughter? So cute. Uzumaki Kushina, by the way, Naruto, who is your wife? Uzumaki Naruto, young this. Boruto Naruto Next Generations period. Naruto was sitting in the living room, reading a newspaper. Then he glanced at his wife who was busy in the kitchen, and hesitated to speak. Let's not talk about it. Little Hinata will probably faint later. Uzumaki Naruto, young man, well, I won't talk about this for now. Sorry, mom and dad. Uzumaki Kushina, it's okay, son, we understand. Hyuga Hinata, Naruto-kun. The video continues. The limbs of the outer path demon elephant gradually grow, and a large number of branches extend from its body. Its body is getting bigger and bigger, and blood is flowing from its eyes. Obito holds the fan tightly in one hand, staring coldly at Naruto in the distance. At this moment, the stone is suspended in the air. Naruto crosses his fingers and summons a shadow clone. Kakashi reminded, Naruto, you know his ability, right? The moment he absorbs as an opportunity, he will materialize at that time, and blindly attacking will only be futile. Might Guy said worriedly, it seems that only one blow can kill, Naruto. Naruto nodded and responded, I understand, so I used the clone. After that, he quickly rushed towards Obito. Kakashi stared at Obito, ready to assist Naruto. Might Guy took out the nunchaku from his arms. Everyone cooperated with Naruto to attack. Naruto held the tailed beast ball, Might Guy held the nunchaku tightly, and Kakashi opened the kamui in the sky. Obito instantly understood the current situation and frowned. Facing the rushing Naruto, he easily avoided the attack and waved the fan to slap the shadow clone behind Naruto. It seems to be wrong, is this the real body? Obito glanced at Naruto with disdain, turned on the virtual mode to avoid the attack, and quickly rushed towards Naruto. Just as he was about to grab Naruto's head, there was a sound of breaking air from the sky. Obito had to continue to activate Kamui. Might Guy had expected Obito to do this, and his nunchaku pierced through Obito's head. The timing is perfect. Might Guy's mouth curled up. Obito and Naruto passed through each other's bodies. As soon as Obito stood firm, Might Guy swung his nunchaku at him. Obito raised his fan disdainfully to block the attack. Bang bang bang! Obito activated his hollow form, and Might Guy passed through the fan. Obito wanted to attack again, but Might Guy spun his stick around and rubbed Obito's head. Obito had no choice but to retreat and threw out 3 kunai. Bang bang bang! The kunai were blocked one by Might Guy with his nunchaku. Speaking of which, among these 4 people, the most useless one should be Might Guy. Senju Tobirama, hey, you are so short-sighted. Might Guy plays the biggest role. 4th Kazekage Raza, indeed, it can be seen from the beginning that Might Guy led the rhythm for several key attacks. Mist Village Genin, damn, why didn't I see it? Mist Village ANBU, it means you are not good enough. You need to practice more. Might Guy, son, come on. Don't care about those insignificant eyes. Might Guy, I understand, father. Sarutobi Hiruzen, haha. Might Guy's personality is still as sunny and cheerful as before. Might Guy, Hokage-sama, how is it? Do you want to spend the sweat of youth with me? Sarutobi Hiruzen, haha. Of course I can if I have time, but it's a pity that I'm old now and can't run anymore. Alas. Senju Tobirama, monkey, how is Minato managing Konoha village now? Sarutobi Hiruzen, well. Teacher, Minato manages much better than me. Namikaze Minato, no. I can manage Konoha village well only with the support of the 3rd Hokage. Senju Hashirama, I'm very happy to see you two getting along well. Did we solve that guy Danzo? Namikaze Minato, Shadame Hokage, Danzo escaped and we couldn't catch him. Shimura Danzo, humph, you will regret it, I will definitely come back. Uzumaki Kushina, shut up, Konoha village doesn't want to see people like you. The video still continues. Might Guy holds nunchakus and fights with Obito. First. Obito's eyes turned cold. Looking at Might Guy rushing in front of him, Obito quickly turned on his hollow and reached out to try to catch him. First, I'll solve you. Just as Obito was about to release his hollow and grab Might Guy's chest, his nunchaku pierced through his head. People in the distance witnessed this scene, and their pupils suddenly contracted. A bizarre scene took place. Might Guy hit the nunchaku on the bottom of his foot, stepped on it, and bounced the nunchaku back again. Obito had no choice but to activate his hollow again. The 2 bodies crossed each other, and Obito suddenly threw the fan at Might Guy in the air. Might Guy was prepared, and put the nunchaku behind his back to block the attack. So handsome, worthy of being the thick-browed teacher. Naruto's pupils contracted when he saw this scene, and he began to rub his hands to prepare the tailed beast ball. Very good, with so much chakra gathered, it should be enough. Kakashi's pupils condensed, staring at the outer path demon statue. Sorry, my target is the outer path demon statue. And Naruto stretched out his arms, trying to interfere with Obito. Obito dodged Naruto's attack, but suddenly saw Kakashi launching Kamui in the distance, and his pupils stagnated. Kamui. As long as you twist off his head, even if the outer path demon statue is powerful, it will not survive. Kakashi's left eye widened, staring at the outer path demon statue. At this moment, the head of the outer path demon statue began to twist. Obito hurriedly waved the fan and attacked Kakashi, but was stopped by Naruto. Just when the head of the outer path demon statue was about to be completely twisted, Kamui suddenly stopped. Kakashi's pupils contracted. You are too naive. Obito looked at Kakashi kneeling on the ground with disdain. What happened just now? Could it be? Kakashi gasped and looked at Obito in shock. Some uneasy guesses flashed through his mind. Uzumaki Naruto, wait. In other words, Obito just interfered with Kakashi's Kamui. Senju Tobirama, it's obvious. How did you just see it? Senju Hashirama, Kakashi, are you a little weak? You're already panting after just a few strokes. Hitaki Kakashi, Shadame Hokage, I don't have too much chakra. Senju Hashirama, what is chakra? Can't this thing be replenished casually? Hitaki Kakashi. Please give me some for love, he really can't afford to eat, oh. One account can give you 3 for love, please give them all. He really needs this to eat, oh. This book is only 1020 yuan a day. He was fired from the factory, now he has no job, he is really hungry. Chapter 53. Mei Terumi, is the first Hokage really a ninja? How come he doesn't even know what chakra is? Onaki, is there a possibility that he doesn't lack chakra at all? Hashirama Senju, ha 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 ha. What on earth is this thing called chakra? Kakashi Hitaki, Sir Hokage, you are joking. In Konoha village. In a simple hut. Kakashi looked at Hashirama Senju's speech in the chat group, and a well character appeared on his forehead. The video continued. Naruto quickly threw the tailed beast ball in his hand at Obito, but Obito seemed to have expected it and dodged it instantly. The smoke gradually dissipated. Obito's figure was not revealed in the sky. Naruto closed his eyes and tried to sense Obito's position. At this moment, Obito's head appeared behind the rocks on the ground, and Naruto quickly jumped away. The two chased each other, and Naruto was obviously at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Might Guy jumped onto the surrounding rocks and planned to come to the rescue. Kakashi also gathered Reikari and prepared to fight. After all, they had to protect Naruto. Naruto stood on a rock and found that there was no Obito around, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, Obito used the power of Kamui to penetrate the rock with his fan and quickly hit Naruto. Naruto blocked with both hands, but before he could react, Obito had thrown out the chain and trapped his body. Just when Naruto was about to be killed by Obito, Kakashi rushed over and smashed the rock with Reikari. It was too late. Kakashi threw a kunai and penetrated Obito's head. Obito could only continue to activate the hollow, and Naruto took the opportunity to distance himself. After landing, Obito stretched out his foot and kicked the kunai towards Naruto in the air. Naruto stretched out his arm and tried to attack Obito, while Kakashi used Kamui to absorb the kunai that was about to hit Naruto. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Naruto's arm passed through Obito's head, but did not cause any damage to him. Sure enough, I can't hit him at all. Naruto gritted his teeth. If even such an attack is ineffective. Might Guy's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Obito's strength was too strong, and his ability was unpredictable. After landing, Obito slowly turned his head and looked at Naruto with a sense of oppression. With a click, Obito's mask cracked. He glanced at the crack and was surprised. At the same time, rocks in the sky also fell one after another. Kuratsuki, Obito's mask has cracks. Uchiha Tetsuka, Oh? Is Obito going to lose? Senju Tobirama, I have seen clearly that if Kakashi uses Kamui, he can easily interfere with Obito's ability. Senju Hashirama, doesn't that mean that if Kakashi uses Kamui at will, Obito will be in danger? Senju Tobirama, but the problem is that Kakashi's chakra is not enough to support his frequent use. Senju Hashirama, this is a bit difficult. Fourth Kazekage Raza, there is no way. Kakashi does not have Uchiha bloodline, and the Sharingan consumes too much for him. Third Kazekage, indeed, the Sharingan limits Kakashi's strength. Sandame Reikage, I agree. Deidara, then will Kakashi's strength increase without the Sharingan? Senju Tobirama, it's hard to say. The video continues. Seeing the cracks on Obito's mask, the three began to analyze Obito's abilities. The cracks on his mask don't look like they were caused by Naruto's fists, but more like they were cut by a sharp object. Kakashi stared at the cracks, his pupils shrinking suddenly. Could it be? Bang! A loud noise suddenly came from the distance. Killer Bee began to manipulate the Ushio-Oni, trying to attack the outer path golem. Don't underestimate me. Uchiha Flame Formation. Obito slapped the ground with one hand. A huge scarlet barrier appeared in front of the outer path golem, blocking Killer Bee's attack. Are you okay, Uncle Killer Bee? Naruto looked at Killer Bee worriedly. It seems that we have to deal with that guy first. The four looked at Obito in the distance. Sure enough. No, this is impossible. I have never heard that Kamui can be stopped. Kakashi's pupils shrank again. If the cracks on the mask were caused by the kunai diverted by Kamui, then his ninjutsu. Kakashi looked at Obito in the distance in shock. Then, Kakashi took a deep breath and began to give orders. He had already thought of how to deal with Obito. At this moment, Killer Bee quickly threw the three people over. Obito held. He tightened his weapon and stared at the three people rushing towards him. The huge rock in the sky was smashed by Might Guy's nunchaku, and the debris fell one after another. Obito activated the hollowing to avoid damage. How is it? You don't have time to absorb it. Might Guy landed and quickly attacked Obito. But his attack passed through Obito and did not cause any damage. Obito seized the opportunity, released the hollowing, and grabbed the nunchaku. You underestimate the Sharingan too much. I have seen through your movements. I will take this thing. Obito began to absorb the nunchaku. Might Guy sneered, waiting for this moment for a long time. At this time, a cold wind blew from behind, and Might Guy bent down to avoid it. Raise Nan. Naruto held the Raise Nan and attacked Obito. It's useless. Don't you understand? Obito looked at Naruto with disdain. Just as the Raise Nan passed through Obito's body, Kakashi's pupils in the distance dilated and launched Kamui. Obito and Naruto passed through each other's bodies. Bang! A strong push came from behind Obito, and he fell to the ground, looking embarrassed. Obito grabbed the fan and barely stabilized his body. So that's it, Naruto didn't cancel the Raise Nan. Obito lay on the ground and quickly analyzed the conclusion. But you, Kakashi, used Kamui to transfer the Raise Nan. Obito looked at Kakashi coldly. Just as I thought. I thought you had two ninjutsu, penetration and absorption, but now I don't think so. You only have one ninjutsu. Kakashi pointed at Obito and said. Might Guy and Naruto looked at Kakashi in confusion, and Kakashi began to explain. Everyone watching the chat group was shocked. Senju Tobirama, not bad. This Kakashi is very suitable for the position of Hokage. Senju Hashirama, this analysis is too strong, much stronger than my Odoubtu. Senju Tobirama, brother, can you talk less? Hatake Kakashi, second Hokage, I am not interested in the position of Hokage, you should give it to someone else. Hatake Sakumo, Kakashi, have you found a partner now? Hatake Kakashi, Dad, not yet. Hatake Sakumo, tell your dad when you plan to find a partner. Hatake Kakashi. Kuratsuki, ahem, Kakashi, you can look at me. Recommend an old book, ya can't afford to eat now, oh. It's been cold recently, everyone should keep warm. Ya has caught a cold and has been lying in bed all day. Please give me gifts, please send me electricity for love, please urge me to update more. Chapter 54. Hatake Kakashi, I'm not looking for a partner for the time being. Hatake Sakumo, tell your dad that you're already this old, aren't you in a hurry? Hatake Kakashi. The second Raikage AI, by the way, why didn't Obito in the video use the power of the Samsara Eye? Senju Hashirama, could it be, he doesn't know how to use it? Senju Tobirama, it's hard to say. The Samsara Eye is the Eye of God after all, and Obito has only mastered it for a few months. In the past few months, he has mainly been controlling the outer path statue, so he may not be very proficient yet. The video continues. Kakashi stared at Obito in the distance and began to analyze the current situation. When everyone in the chat group saw Kakashi's speech, they fell silent instantly. After all, Kakashi's analysis was too convincing. Originally, everyone was confused about Obito's ability, but after Kakashi's brief analysis, everyone understood. It can be seen that this is a space ninjutsu, and it is related to my Kamui. Kakashi stared coldly at Obito in the distance. The camera split into two, showing the faces of Kakashi and Obito. Obito pulled off the rag on his right shoulder, his eyes cold. Wait, what does this mean? Why is his eye technique connected to yours? Might Guy looked at Kakashi with a puzzled look. Kakashi remained silent. Don't worry about this for now. Naruto interrupted the conversation between the three people. Why did it not my fist that hit him, but the disappearing Kunao? Kiribi also looked confused. The so-called penetration is actually a misunderstanding on our part. Kakashi shook his head, his eyes became cautious. Deidara, wait, I suddenly remembered something. Haiden, what is it? Deidara, Sister Konan, if I'm not mistaken. I should have spent all of Kakuzu's money, right? Kakuzu. Inside Akatsuki. Kakuzu saw the message from Deidara in the chat group, and his pupils shrank suddenly. He quickly opened the drawer in the cabinet. It's gone, everything is gone. Kakuzu held his head with both hands, muttering in his mouth, his eyes empty. Konan, you wait for me. Kakuzu roared angrily to the sky, and before he finished speaking, he covered his heart and gasped. Bang 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 bang. His 5 hearts exploded instantly. Deidara heard the huge noise and pushed the door open. This was the scene in front of him. Then, Deidara fell into deep thought. Kakuzu committed suicide, you can't blame me. Pain, what happened to Kakuzu? Deidara, report to the boss, he committed suicide, I'll make it clear first, it wasn't me. Pain. The video continued. What do you mean? Naruto looked at Kakashi with confusion. Kakashi immediately began to explain his speculation. Everyone in the chat group couldn't help shrinking their pupils when they heard Kakashi's speculation. Kakashi, he. After hearing Kakashi's speculation, Might Guy's eyes were complicated. Where did you get that eye? Kakashi stared at Obito in the distance with cold eyes. You ask this? If you have to say it. Obito looked at Kakashi with disdain and told about the past. You. Kakashi stared at Obito with wide eyes and an angry face. I told you, don't interrupt me. Obito raised his finger and pointed at Kakashi, his eyes cold. You have degenerated into a person who can only talk, it's too late to regret now. Reality will only move forward cruelly. You have seen too much reality, you should understand this, right? Obito looked at Kakashi with disdain. All wishes in this world are impossible to achieve, so I want to let the world fall into the dream of infinite moon reading. I want to create a world without pain. Obito kept provoking Kakashi. Kakashi heard Obito's answer and gasped heavily. Naruto couldn't listen anymore and angrily refuted Obito. You are still talking nonsense here. I also said that I would never give up the dream of becoming a Hokage. There are too many responsibilities entrusted to me. Naruto, well said. Might Guy applauded Naruto. Humph, a responsibility entrusted to you? What would Jiraiya and the fourth Hokage think if you despised what they entrusted to you? Obito looked at Naruto with a cold look in his eyes. No hara-rin, Obito. Minato-sensei is very good to you. Namikaze Minato, Obito, you think too much, don't you? Uchiha Obito Earth. The video continued to unfold. Naruto recalled all kinds of past events. The power entrusted to him inspired his will. Soon, his body was stained with a touch of gold. Go, Naruto, you will never fail. Nine Tails bumped fists with Naruto. Ah! Naruto quickly rushed to Obito in the distance. At this moment, the music suddenly became passionate. Obito clenched the fan in his hand, his eyes locked on Naruto in the distance. Is it that power again? Naruto in the distance stretched out his giant hand to him. Obito decisively opened the virtualization and got out of Naruto's arms. Kakashi, let's go too. Might Guy looked at the sad and lost Kakashi. Could it be? Kakashi looked at the guy wearing a mask in the distance, and a bad guess emerged in his mind. No, it's impossible. Kakashi, stop daydreaming. Naruto is buying time for us. Might Guy interrupted Kakashi's thoughts. Kakashi came back to his senses, his pupils shrank suddenly. I can guess what you are thinking now, and so can I. But don't worry about it for now, go help Naruto. Might Guy encouraged Kakashi. Idiot, you dare to rush over alone. After Obito distanced himself from Naruto in the distance, he threw a large number of shurikens from the Kamui space. Oops! Naruto's pupil shrank, and he decisively summoned the fox head and bit off the huge shuriken. I'm not the only one rushing over, don't forget Kurama, and my companions. Naruto retorted. Obito heard Naruto's answer, his pupils were sluggish, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. When he was a child, he seemed to have a similar personality to Naruto. Kakashi looked at Naruto and Might Guy's encouragement to him, and took a deep breath. Go, Guy! Good job, you are worthy of being my opponent! Might Guy shouted excitedly. At this moment, everyone began to cooperate in turns and rushed towards Obito again. Humph, a bunch of rabble, let you taste the real power of Kamui again! Obito jumped high into the air, and a violent vortex was released in his pupils. Countless black sticks exploded in the vortex. The black stick pierced Killer Bee's body, making him unable to move. Naruto, be careful! This black stick has the power to bind the tailed beast, and you must not touch it. Kirabe looked at Naruto anxiously. Uncle B, help me block it. Naruto condensed a shadow clone. Senju Tobirama, not bad. Naruto is smart and has a lot of combat experience. I'm sorry, everyone. He yet is sick and has been lying in bed all day, feeling dizzy. Therefore, the content of the last 10 chapters may be watery. I'm really sorry. I've reconciled with the boss of the factory, and he gave me a salary of 1,000 yuan. After paying the water and electricity bills, there's not much money left, and I still have to worry about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. In short, please send some gifts to generate electricity for love. Chapter 55. Hashirama Senju, well, oh Doubtu, why don't I understand? Tobirama Senju, brother, you'll understand in a moment. The video continues. Everyone begins to assist Naruto in turn. Naruto's shadow clone rushes outside and launches a feint attack. Kakashi uses Kamui to interfere with Obito. Humph, this trick again. Just don't let Naruto penetrate. Obito decisively knocks Naruto away. With a bang, Naruto in front of him turns into smoke. What? It's a shadow clone. Obito's eyes are full of disdain. Looking at Kakashi, who fell to the ground without any chakra, Obito sneered. The nail is still faster. Kakashi failed to transfer the Raise Nan this time and wasted Kamui in vain. It's not over yet, Tailed Beast Ball. Naruto decisively hits Obito with the Tailed Beast Ball. One step too late, a waste of effort. Obito activated the hollow and dodged the attack. Bang! The Tailed Beast Ball exploded in the distance, causing a violent explosion. Obito, who entered the Kamui space, was soon stunned. Standing in front of him was Naruto holding the Raise Nan. You are. I understand. The Kamui transferred not the Raise Nan but the entire shadow clone. Kakashi is faster than a nail. Not good. Obito watched Naruto rushing towards him and didn't react for a while. Bang! A violent explosion was accompanied by a flash of white light. Then was a flashback, a warm scene of Obito and Rin when he was young. The screen gradually dimmed. Kakashi's pupils contracted violently, as if he had seen a ghost. The masked man's mask was broken, revealing Obito's handsome and indifferent face. You are Obito. Kakashi panted, looking at Obito in disbelief. Is it really Obito? Might Guy's lips trembled. At this moment, the air froze. Hashirama Senju, did Naruto come up with these tactics? I can't tell. Naruto Uzumaki, young at Uzumaki Boruto, ha ha ha, did you see that? Your dad was so awesome back then. Boruto Uzumaki, idiot father, you're just lucky. Naruto Uzumaki, young lucky. Hina Uzumaki, as expected of your father, you're really awesome. Naruto Uzumaki, young ah. Girls are more obedient and sensible. Kushina Uzumaki, son, can you send me photos of your granddaughter and grandson? Naruto Uzumaki, young okay, mom, I'll send you a private message. The video continues. Obito stared at Kakashi coldly. Waste Kakashi, if you want to call me that, go ahead. But it's meaningless to me. Kakashi saw the scars on Obito's face, and his eyes became complicated. You didn't die, why? Kakashi hesitated. Whether I'm alive or not doesn't matter at all. If you have to say why. Obito looked at Kakashi coldly, that's because you didn't save Lin. Kakashi's pupils shrank and his lips trembled when he heard this. Don't worry, there's more. Obito glanced at Kakashi with disdain, and seeing him show a desperate look, he felt a little satisfied. Don't put on that expression. Don't you hate me? Kakashi's lips were still trembling. What's the point of hating you in this boring reality? Obito looked up at the moon in the sky, his tone cold. I have no interest in this world that is about to disappear. Senju Tobirama, damn it, if I hadn't died early, I would have to deal with this evil Uchiha kid. Senju Hashirama, I'm so angry, but it's a pity that I'm dead too, I'm not at the scene. Kuratsuki, what if you two are also resurrected by the impure world reincarnation? Senju Fusuma, I don't think it's likely, after all, my 2 sons died early. There is no way anyone in the ninja world likes to dig graves. Orochimaru, ahem. Kabuto Yakushi, Lord Orochimaru and I never dig graves. Jiraiya, evil. No, Orochimaru, hurry back to the village, don't let me catch you. Orochimaru, idiot, can you find me? Tsunade Senju, Jiraiya. Should I say you are a natural idiot or stupid? The video continues. Naruto looks at Kakashi, who has lost confidence and keeps encouraging him. and so does Might Guy. I have nothing to say to you. In the constraints of reality, Obito put his hands together and activated Kamui. At this moment, the air in the distance began to be absorbed in large quantities, which could be seen by the naked eye. Fire style, storm dance. The fierce flames were like a winding python, quickly rushing towards Kakashi in the distance. Naruto decisively activated the tailed beast form and slapped the blow away. The tail of the 9 tails, Obito was about to say something but stopped. At this moment, a violent vibration came from next to him. The smoke gradually dissipated. Obito slowly turned his head, clenched his teeth, and his eyes became cautious. Everyone was stunned as they watched the smoke gradually dissipate in the distance. You seem to be having a lot of fun, Obito. Uchiha Madara stared at Obito coldly and unkindly. 4th Kazekage Raza, fuck, Uchiha Madara is not dead. Onaki, no way, how can we fight this? Without the god of ninja, how can we fight against the Shura of the ninja world? The 4th Raikage AI, is Uchiha Madara, really that strong? Onaki, you don't understand how powerful he is. Let's put it this way. Any ninja is insignificant compared to Uchiha Madara. Otsutsuki Urashiki, humph, they are just a bunch of scum. Are you still pretending? Kawaki, where did you come from, this human machine? Otsutsuki Urashiki. The video is still going on. Uchiha Madara and Obito are on both sides, staring at the enemy in the distance with torches in their eyes, and a sense of oppression is coming. You dare to resist the impure world reincarnation technique. This is indeed your style. Obito's short hair fluttered in the wind, and he turned to Uchiha Madara coldly. Don't mention this first. Why are you delaying until now? Madara responded to Obito with the same cold eyes. Wait, how could Uchiha Madara be here? Naruto stared at Madara in the distance, frowning. The legendary Madara. Kakashi was extremely shocked. Madara glanced at Naruto and said calmly. This is just a shadow clone, where is the real body, Obito? Naruto, this guy appeared here, so everyone. Kiribi had an ominous premonition in his heart. What did you do to everyone over there? Naruto glared at Uchiha Madara angrily. You mean them? Madara crossed his arms and looked at him with disdain. I ask you, what happened to them? Naruto roared, and the power of the 9 tails burst out instantly, and his body became huge. Not sure, maybe, they are already dead. Madara said coldly. The camera switched. The bodies of the 5 contemporary Kage appeared one by one, shocking. The 4th Raikage AI, The video shows my body. Mei Terumi, I'm dead too. Hashirama Senju, fuck, little Tsunade. Tobirama Senju, brother, can you calm down a bit? Tsunade Senju. The 2nd Mizu Kage Hoshomi Gengetsu, the 5 Kages didn't beat Uchiha Madara. He has been lying in bed, with a headache, really uncomfortable, wanting to vomit but can't. Today I will update 2 chapters first, I'm very sorry. Everyone must remember to eat breakfast. Because I didn't eat breakfast, he had hypoglycemia. When I went to look for a job at noon, I almost fainted on the road. Fortunately, a kind person helped me. Please urge for more updates, and 5-star praise, this is very important to he. Chapter 56. The 4th Raikage AI, kids, I crashed. The Hidden Cloud Village Jounin, Wivu, boss, you will be fine. The Hidden Cloud Village Chunin, boss, I miss you, oh. Uchiha Madara, humph, the strongest of the 5 Kages in the contemporary era, is so vulnerable. Mei Terumi, perhaps, we lost to you just because we lacked information. Onoki, you are too naive, you don't understand how terrible Uchiha Madara's strength is. 4th Kazekage Raza, hey! Onoki, don't pour cold water on me at this time, okay? Onoki, Humph, I'm just telling the truth. 4th Kazekage Raza, 6, the second Madara in the ninja world, thumbs up. Hashirama Senju, who is the first? Tobirama Senju, brother, shut up. The video screen is still continuing. Naruto controlled Kurama and pulled out the steel rod from Killer Bee. It's faster than the curse seal. Obito looked at Naruto in the distance, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he threw the fan in his hand to Madara next to him. Give it back to you, it's yours. Obito said coldly. Madara caught the fan and easily blocked the flying black stick back to the ground. Bang! The black stick stopped in the air and finally fell to the ground. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The Outer Path demon statue was still roaring miserably. Madara saw this scene with disappointment in his eyes. Obito, the 8 tails and the 9 tails haven't arrived yet, and you started the plan without authorization. Madara asked coldly. Obito did not respond to Madara. You are too impatient. Is this also the reason why you let me revive in this state? Madara stared at Obito's arm, anger flashed in his eyes. Forget it, you have your own ideas. What were you doing before? How is Nagato? I calculated the timing and used the reincarnation technique to revive me. This is the original plan. Madara's face was still cold. You planned to use Nagato. Naruto heard the conversation, his eyes were angry. He betrayed and used that ninjutsu to revive the people in the village. Obito looked at Naruto with complicated eyes. Everyone in the chat group heard the conversation and realized that the previous savior was Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke, why haven't I appeared in the video yet? Uzumaki Kushina, haha, I knew Naruto was the best. Konan, really, that means Naruto defeated Nagato. Uzumaki Nagato, according to seniority. Naruto should be considered my junior, right? Jiraiya, well, Naruto, why don't you call your senior brother? Uzumaki Naruto, hello, senior brother Nagato. Uzumaki Nagato, well, why are you so thin? Did you not eat well? Uzumaki Naruto, no, I eat ramen every day, and I am in good health. Namikaze Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen, ahem. Minato, please understand me, Naruto's identity is quite special. The video screen is still continuing. Everyone is like this, it doesn't matter, it's not too late to start now. I will capture the 8 tails and the 9 tails. Madara said with cold eyes. Don't mess with the dead. Naruto rushed towards Madara holding the tailed beast ball. Madara disdainfully raised his fan with one hand to block the attack. Instantly, white light emerged, air currents gathered, and Naruto's tailed beast ball disappeared. Naruto's pupil shrank, it didn't explode. Madara sneered and slapped the fan at Naruto, Uchiha rebound. Bang! The explosion sent Naruto flying, but it was a shadow clone. The white smoke dissipated, and Madara in the distance made everyone's heart tighten. I'll catch the 8 tails and the 9 tails, Obito, you deal with them. Madara disappeared after giving the order. Obito then restrained Kakashi and Might Guy. He suppressed the two with his strength. Naruto's side was not good either, and Might Guy planned to go to support. Looking at the half-kneeling Kakashi, Obito's eyes were complicated, the same eyes, you are here as expected. Obito, why did you become like this? Is it related to Lin? Kakashi asked breathlessly. Obito rushed towards Kakashi, knocked him down with his knee, and pierced his abdomen with a shuriken. During the fight, Obito recalled the past. Kakashi had an X-shaped wound on his chest, and he had lost all his fighting spirit. At this moment, he knelt on the ground. You rubbish should shut up and die. Obito raised his shuriken with a complicated look in his eyes. Konan, Obito, you didn't fight me like this in the video. Kuratsuki, this water is too obvious. Deidara, this is not water, it's the Pacific Ocean. Uchiha Izuna, that's right, I dare say there is no one in the ninja world who is more lenient than Obito. Uchiha Itachi, ahem. The video continues. I failed to keep my promise to you. Yes, I am a waste. Kakashi gasped and looked at Obito with his eyes open. But you are different, you are the hero of Konoha. There is no need for you to be like this. Kakashi panted and knelt on the ground, supporting his body with his hands. Obito looked down at Kakashi and slowly closed his eyes. Then, Obito laughed at himself twice. This is reality. Whether it is the entrusting party or the entrusted party, as long as the ninja survives in this world, they will eventually become waste. You and I are the best proof, Kakashi. Obito glanced at Kakashi with disdain. In the distance, there was a fierce fight coming from Madara's place, and Naruto refuted Obito's words. Teacher Kakashi is not a waste, and he will not become a waste in the future. I will stop you, I will never let anyone hurt my companions. Naruto refuted Obito loudly. Kakashi's pupils suddenly contracted when he heard Naruto's words, and he quickly regained his consciousness. I'm sorry, Naruto. I told you what Obito said, but I almost wavered again. Kakashi stood up slowly, and his heart became firm. Dairata, it's hard to imagine that these corny lines were said by Obito. Aida, time can change a person, this is true. Deidara, by the way, how will Kakashi fight Obito next? Onaki, indeed, Obito has Uchiha Madara on his side and Naruto and his group can't beat him at all. 4th Kazekage Raza, Onoki, can you please stop praising Madara so much? Onoki, I'm just telling the truth. 4th Raikage AI, humph, maybe Uchiha Madara only defeated us because of his intelligence advantage. Uchiha Madara, where did the sand come from? Do you want to dance too? 4th Raikage AI, humph, I'm actually looking forward to fighting you, Uchiha Madara. Next is a summary of Kakashi and Obito's battle. After it's finished, it will be Obito's last chapter. Many readers say I'm weak, Hiya can understand. It's because Hiya has been sick with a cold these days. I feel very tired lying in bed. I can only try to write in a more relaxed way. I'm very sorry. Chapter 57. Uchiha Izuna, why are there always gravels who want to challenge my big brother? So naive and stupid. Senju Tobirama, the evil Uchiha brat is only fit to grow cotton. The video still continues. The battlefield became extremely chaotic, and Obito entangled Naruto with the ability of Kamui. Without Naruto's entanglement, Obito quickly sucked Kakashi into the Kamui space. Naruto tried to stop Obito, but Obito hollowed himself and avoided Naruto's chakra arm. However, Obito felt a pain in his abdomen. The camera switched. In the Kamui space, Kakashi punched Obito in the abdomen, and his eyes became firm. Now that I have figured out your ability, I can fight back as long as I pay more attention. Another punch. Kakashi said, increasing his strength. Soon, Obito half-knelt on the ground, looking at Kakashi with pain on his face. You really look in pain, Obito. Kakashi punched Obito again. In the real world, Obito's body began to shake, and he felt severe pain all over his body. Then, he released Kakashi from the Kamui space. The outer path demon statue in the distance began to revive, and its body became extremely huge, stretching its arms and walking on the ground. Naruto and Killer Bee cooperated and tried to attack the 10 tails. When the people watching the video saw this scene, their pupils instantly dilated and they were shocked. Kuratsuki, this destructive power is too great. Mist Village Genin, can our ninjas really reach this level? 3rd generation Kazekage, it's difficult, these people in the video are all cheaters. Inyazuka Kaiba, I didn't expect Naruto to become so powerful in the future. In order to surpass him, I have to practice hard. Uchiha Sasuke, Abarame Shino. The video continues. Obito stared at the 10 tails destroying the surrounding ground on a large scale, his eyes becoming more complicated. Especially when he saw Kakashi injured. It's just a bunch of rabble. Uchiha Madara looked at the people lying on the ground and said sarcastically. Hey? You, rabble. Naruto stammered with cold sweat on his forehead. Standing on the outer path demon statue, Obito and Madara fell into silence. It's really a waste. Madara looked at Naruto with the eyes of a fool. It means that no matter how many people there are, if they have no brains, it will be useless. Obito explained. Kuratsuki, ha 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 ha, the originally tense atmosphere suddenly became relaxed and funny. Domino Irika, Naruto, you idiot. Didn't I teach you all this in class? Uzumaki Naruto, I seem to have forgotten, haha. Dunaki, Naruto, is he illiterate? Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto. Did you listen to the class seriously? Namikaze Minato, ah ha ha ha. Kushina, don't be angry, I will teach Naruto a lesson later. Jiraiya, ahem, it seems that Minato is a henpecked husband. Hitaki Kakashi, fortunately I'm single. The video continues. You and I are just incompetent ninjas. You too, no, everyone in the future may become like me. Obito said after a moment of silence. I won't become like you. I've said it many times, I want to be Hokage. Naruto angrily retorted, as if targeting Obito. Namikaze Minato, Obito, your childhood dream was to become Hokage, right? Uchiha Obito, but I. Senju Tobirama, shut up, Uchiha can't become Hokage. Uchiha Izuna, Senju white hair, you are the one who should shut up. Mizukage Terumi Mei, I don't really understand why the second Hokage hates Uchiha so much. Senju Tobirama, the Uchiha clan is cunning and radical. Such unstable elements should be caught and planted cotton if they stay in the village. Third Raikage AI, it seems to be understandable if you put it that way. The video continues. Don't worry, everything will go smoothly. Obito looked at Naruto coldly. No ninjutsu can defeat the infinite Tsukuyomi. I can make you a Hokage in it. So, disappear with this world. The 10 tails condensed the tailed beast ball in its mouth and fired again. In the distance, a violent white light flashed, and several mountain tops were instantly destroyed by the white light. Explosions rose one after another, and an extremely strong force rose in the air. The smoke was so thick. Deodara, explosion is art, so great. The smoke gradually dissipated. At this moment, Obito felt a sense of being controlled, and he clenched his teeth. What is this? Might Guy was stunned. It missed. Was it intentional? Kakashi's pupils shrank. In the smoke, countless figures fell, and familiar faces kept appearing behind Naruto. The ninja coalition cooperated with each other and launched a combination technique. Soon, a thick smoke filled the air. Due to the obstruction of the smoke, Madara could not sense the chakra of the ninja coalition. Do you think you can hide like this? Madara looked down at the bottom with disdain in his eyes. Then, the 10 tails swung its tail and quickly swept away the smoke. The smoke dissipated, and countless figures appeared. This is not a mob, what you are seeing now is the technique of the ninja coalition. Naruto crossed his fingers and looked at the two people in the sky with confidence. This is the most powerful, best, and strongest ninjutsu in the history of ninjas. It is better than the infinite Tsukuyomi, remember it. Hearing Naruto's answer, Obito's pupils shrank sharply. He glanced at the ninja coalition and saw that everyone was united and working together to face the outside world. Everyone was no longer the greedy and deceitful look they usually had, but cared for each other and took care of each other. Can ninjas be so united? Obito was stunned. This was completely different from what he imagined. He traveled around the ninja world and saw too many cruel scenes, but the scene in front of him made him unable to understand. Why are they no longer the same as usual? Have I been doing something wrong all along? Obito fell into deep doubt. He always wanted to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi because he hated this ninja world. Everyone in the chat group looked at Obito's psychological reaction and fell into silence. Senju Hashirama, boy, did you see that? The ninja world is not all about darkness. No Harurin, the first generation is right. Obito, come back. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Madara, humph, Obito, have you forgotten what I said? Don't forget that it is because of the two of us that the ninja coalition can be united. Uchiha Madara, but people's nature will never change easily. Senju Hashirama, crazy way. Madara, you are too naive. Uchiha Madara, the naive person is you, Hashirama. The next chapter will directly review the 6 paths Obito. I feel that the following plot will mainly revolve around Madara. In addition, Hiei's physical condition is not very good. Only 2 chapters can be updated recently. Please understand, oh. Chapter 58. The video continued. Watching the tacit cooperation of the ninja coalition below. The 10 tails quickly sank into the ground. A large amount of lime was thrown into the hole, completely covering the 10 tails. It's unexpected that the ninjas from the 5 ninja villages can cooperate so well. Madara's eyes flashed with a cold light, looking up at the sky. Obito hesitated to speak. He didn't know how to answer, this was completely different from the ending he imagined. Countless ninja coalitions jumped down from the deep pit and quickly rushed towards the 10 tails. However, facing the huge power of the 10 tails, everyone was still in time and was quickly beaten away. Everyone was entangled again. In order to protect Hinata and Naruto, Neji was pierced by a black stick. At this moment, Naruto was stunned. Medical team. Someone is seriously injured. Naruto looked at the people rushing to the distance and shouted heartbreakingly. Since the 10 tails was trapped by the earth release ninjutsu, all the ninjas rushed in at once. No, I already, Naruto, take care of Hinata. Neji said weakly, and quickly finished his last words, closing his eyes heavily. Hyuga Neji, so. I died directly. Lock Lee, Wivyuwu, Neji, you have to be careful, oh. Tien, little Lee, Neji is not dead yet. Naruto looked at this scene, his pupils dull. Standing high in the sky, Obito saw that Naruto had lost his fighting spirit and began to mock him. Everyone in the chat group listened to Obito's speech and fell into deep thought. Naruto looked around, it was a mess, and there was blood all over the ground. Just when Naruto was in despair, Hinata hit Naruto in the face. Seeing Hinata biting her lips and looking sad, Naruto's pupils contracted. Brother Neji said that Naruto has more than one life. Do you understand? Hinata said with sobs. Never let your companions be killed. This belief is not false. Brother Neji remembered it and did it. Listening to Hinata's speech, Naruto's eyes gradually brightened. The camera switched, and under countless dust, everyone collapsed to the ground and fell into eternal sleep. But then, countless tenacious people stood up and stared at the 10 tails in the distance. Everyone supported each other and united. Standing high in the sky, Obito looked at the scene below with a heart full of pain. Did he really do something wrong? Madara on the side glanced at Obito, his eyes instantly cold. You seem to care about Naruto. Madara asked. Enough. Obito gritted his teeth and began to control the 10 tails. Don't be impatient, this will not only hurt the 10 tails, but also you. Madara looked at Obito helplessly before he finished speaking. It's okay, the skin of the 10 tails is very hard. Obito controlled the 10 tails to condense the tailed beast ball and aimed at the ninja coalition below. Soon, Kirei brushed to the battlefield and blasted the tailed beast ball into the mouth of the 10 tails. The 10 tails suddenly swelled and then collapsed to the ground. At the same time, under Hinata's comfort, Naruto gradually regained his fighting spirit. Yes, not only Dad and Mom, my life has more meaning. The figures of countless deceased people emerged in Naruto's mind. Their lives are all on his shoulders, he can't fall here. Hinata, thank you, it's great to have you by my side. Naruto held Hinata's hand and looked firmly at Obito, who was high up. Obito stood high up, looking at Naruto, his eyes became complicated. People's emotions are really complicated. He saw the shadow of his childhood in Naruto. Envy, jealousy, hatred, numbness. Various emotions intertwined in Obito's eyes. Once upon a time, he had the same mentality as Naruto. However, the lover in his heart had died at the hands of ninjas, in this cruel world. At this moment, Obito's eyes gradually became empty as he looked at Naruto. No Hara-rin, Obito. The video still continued. Obito's eyes were full of complex emotions. The camera turned. Orochimaru began to revive the successive Hokage. Everyone watching the video was instantly shocked. Anbu of Konoha village, great, it's the Hokage. We are saved this time. The fourth Raikage AI, I'm curious, is the Shadame really that strong? Kuratsuki, am I the only one who thinks Orochimaru's actions are weird? Jiraiya, Orochimaru, you. The fourth Kazekage Raza, what an outrageous action. Tsunade Senju, Orochimaru, go back to the village quickly, you're too perverted. Orochimaru, humph, you don't understand science. A bunch of illiterates. Senju Hashirama, what the hell is science? The video is still going on. At this moment, the 10 tails fell into a roaring state, and the ninja coalition covered their ears with painful expressions. Naruto's condition gradually worsened, and the ninja coalition also lost the tailed beast coat. Seeing that Naruto was in a bad state, everyone immediately stood in front of him. Sakura treated Naruto attentively. The camera switched. In the Kamui space, Obito fell to the ground, and Kakashi's situation was also not optimistic. Reikari. Kakashi held Reikari in his hand and rushed towards Obito in the distance. But Obito sat on the ground and did not resist. Kakashi looked at Obito, who was close at hand, holding lightning in his hand, but he was unable to do it. Humph, you are hesitating. You had a chance to kill me before, but you were soft-hearted. Obito looked at Kakashi with disdain. You are so cold-blooded that you showed mercy to the enemy on the battlefield. Is it because of guilt? Because you didn't protect Rin? You broke your promise to me, so you blame yourself. Obito looked at Kakashi with a cold face, and Reikari was against his chest. Do you want me to repent and reform? Obito sneered. Obito, please, stop it. Kakashi gasped. Deidara, I really can't stand it, I feel like Obito is being weakened all the time. Mei Terumi, I feel like Obito is acting. The second Mizukage Hojiki Gengetsu, it's obvious that Obito's current strength is far superior to Kakashi, and it doesn't take much effort to deal with him. The first Mizukage, indeed. Namikaze Minato, Obito, you are still soft-hearted. Hataki Kakashi, Obito, I know. Let's go back to the village. Uchiha Obito, waste Kakashi, it's too late now. The video is still going on. Looking at Kakashi holding Reikari and chatting with him, Obito moved his face closer. Seeing this, Kakashi took a step back holding Reikari. He didn't have the courage to do it at all. If you think the reason I started the war is just because of you and Linear, you are totally wrong. Obito activated the Sharingan illusion to control Kakashi. Kakashi's expression froze, and taking this opportunity, Obito quickly aimed his chest at Kakashi's Reikari. I know everything. Kakashi looked at Obito in front of him, his pupils contracted, and he remembered Lin's appearance. It was Lin who pounced on your rakery and chose death. At that time, Lin was taken away by the Hidden Mist village and forced to become a Jinkraki. Although you successfully rescued her, this was the Hidden Mist village's plan. In order to drive you to Konoha village, they pretended to be in hot pursuit. How did you know? Kakashi panted and looked at Obito in disbelief. The third Kazekage, wait, I'm a little confused. Why did Obito aim his chest at this rakery? Chapter 59. The conversation between Obito and Kakashi is crucial. From here, we can see Obito's determination. Lotus Leaf wants to take stock of it, and there may be some water. Senju Hashirama, +1, I don't understand it at all. Senju Tobirama, there is only one truth. The evil Uchiha Madara planted a curse seal in Obito's heart, which can control him at will. Obito was afraid of being controlled by Madara, so he pointed his chest at Kakashi, trying to make him destroy the curse seal. Uchiha Madara, no, how did you know? Senju Tobirama, no one knows Uchiha better than me. Mei Terumi, Senju Tobirama is more like Uchiha than the Uchiha clan. The second generation Mizukage Hojiki Gengetsu, this, is hard to imagine. If Senju Tobirama is from the Uchiha clan, how strong would he be? Unaki, it's really outrageous. It feels like Senju Tobirama knows the Uchiha clan the best in the entire ninja world. Kuratsuki, +1. The video continues. Kakashi, do you know? What really makes me despair is this world itself. Obito's tone gradually became heavy. I am completely disappointed with this hypocritical world. Naruto once said. Kakashi looked at Obito's angry look with a complicated look in his eyes. He put his hand on his chest and continued. The most painful thing is that there is no real companion in my heart. I conveyed to Naruto exactly what you said in the past. In the past, you must have resonated with Naruto and said the same thing. And now, I still believe. Look carefully. Obito interrupted Kakashi and pointed to his chest. Kakashi's rakery had penetrated Obito's chest, and the other side could be seen through the hole. I have nothing in my heart, and now I can't even feel pain. Kakashi, you don't have to feel guilty, this hole was torn by this hellish world. Obito's anger intensified. Namikaze Minato, Obito, you are too kind. Uzumaki Kushina, Obito, although the ninja world is not good, there are always people trying to fix it. You don't have to be so stubborn. Uchiha Obito, so, I decided to activate the Infinite Moon reading. I'm sorry. The video continues. I used to have only pain in my heart. What's the point? So I abandoned everything. Aren't you also struggling in pain? Obito looked at Kakashi with contempt. Do you remember? In front of Lin's grave, in front of my grave. Kakashi, you don't have to continue to suffer. Lin is here. Obito spread his palm and pointed to the little girl standing next to Kakashi. Kakashi followed Obito's gaze and saw a familiar person. I like you, Kakashi. Lin looked at Kakashi gently. Kakashi turned his head and looked at the little Obito standing next to him. And the me in your ideal is also here. Obito was silent for a moment, then continued. I want to be Hokage. Little Obito's eyes were full of determination. You can pursue what you like. In that illusion world, you can get everything you want, and the hole in your heart can be filled immediately. Obito continued. Kakashi gritted his teeth, held the rakery in his hand, and waved away the two illusions. Rin is gone, and you are still alive. Do you think you can fill the hole in your heart by doing this? Kakashi questioned Obito angrily. From the illusion just now, Kakashi had already noticed Obito's thoughts. Obito, you idiot, Rin has always liked you. Don't erase the memories of Lin before she died. Those are the memories of Lin protecting the village with her life. Even if you fill it with more delusions, the hole in your heart can never be filled. Kakashi said angrily. Bang! The two disappeared instantly and started fighting. The violent hurricane was driven by the figures of the two. Both sides thrust their attacks into each other's chests. No Hara-rin, stop, stop fighting, stop it now. Hatake Kakashi, Obito. Uchiha Obito, it's too late now. The video still continued. With a puff, a lot of blood gushed out. Obito, stop using this trick, okay? Kakashi hesitated. I'm tired of it. At this moment, Kakashi and Obito disappeared instantly. It turned out that it was just an illusion. The illusion is over. Kakashi sighed lightly. It seems that I really can't change you. Now all I can do for you is to send you on your way. Kakashi made a seal of opposition. Obito heard Kakashi's answer, chuckled, and also made a seal of opposition. Then, I am the same. Come on. The megatama in the eyes of the two began to spin, and this scene seemed to have returned to their childhood. At the beginning, Minato teacher looked at them gently and announced the start of the game. With a whoosh, both sides started at the same time. Kakashi punched Obito, and Obito dodged flexibly. Then the two punched and kicked, and the sound of breaking through the air continued to echo in the Kamui space. Kakashi fought Obito with ease, as if he had returned to his childhood. However, this time was different. Obito kicked Kakashi to the ground, and his feet stepped on the ground, and the ground suddenly cracked like a spider web. Kakashi rolled to avoid and attacked Obito again. The two fought frequently, just like in childhood. Kakashi took out the kunai, and the scenes seemed to be replayed. The camera began to switch back and forth, and the people watching the video fell silent. Kakashi left a scar on Obito's face, and Obito took the opportunity to punch Kakashi away. The next second, the scar on Obito's face returned to normal, and he twisted his neck and rushed over quickly. Bang bang bang! The sound of metal clashing continued. The two chased each other, and the sound of cold weapons interweaving came in the air. But this time, both of them were determined to die. Obito stabbed Kakashi with a black stick in his hand, and Kakashi held the kunai tightly to resist the blow. The two began to compete. Obito's face became more and more ugly, and finally he forced a smile, "Lend you a hand." Obito controlled Kakashi's hand to make a seal, kicked him away, and pulled away. The camera interweaves with childhood memories. Warm scenes keep flashing. When he was a child, Obito made seals with his hands, and a fireball emerged from his chest. The camera cuts back to the present. Obito spits out a blazing fireball, fire style, great fireball technique. Kakashi in his childhood quickly made seals with his hands, earth style, earth flowing wall. The same scene is played out again. The earth wall blocks the attack of the flames, and the aftermath continues to tilt over. With a bang, the smoke gradually dissipates, and only a little bit of the stone remains, standing firm. Mei Terumi, I feel so desperate in this scene. Kuratsuki, that's right, they were close friends before. Kirabi, the fight in this scene is very exciting, yet. The second Mizukage Hojiki Gengetsu, I have to say, this editing is pretty good, I didn't expect there is such an editing technique. Uzumaki Boruto, is this the story of Kakashi's era? Uzumaki Naruto, young, your dad's performance is also very good, why didn't I hear you sighing for me? Uzumaki Boruto, idiot. Sorry, I'm really not feeling well. I'll update here first. Sorry. He yet is very grateful for the gifts you sent. Really. When I was lying in bed, tossing and turning and feeling uncomfortable, I saw everyone's concern for me in the background. I felt warm in my heart, my nose couldn't help but feel sore, and tears welled up in my eyes. Really. I was very touched. I didn't expect so many people to care about me, oh. Really, thank you very much. Chapter 60. The video continues. Obito picked up the kunao on the ground and rushed to Kakashi in the distance. Kakashi turned his head and saw the kunao flying in the smoke. He was stunned and realized that it was an illusion. At the same time, in the smoke on the other side, Obito rushed out and kicked Kakashi away. Kakashi hit the wall, staggered a few steps, and almost fell down. Seeing Kakashi so embarrassed, Obito raised the black stick in his hand and was about to stab him. Suddenly, the ground suddenly cracked. Kakashi drilled out from the ground, and restrained Obito with his backhand. It turned out that the Kakashi who squatted just now was just a shadow clone. But Obito didn't care, and looked at Kakashi with confidence. He sneered. That's right. However, before he finished speaking, he was stunned. The Kakashi in front of him was actually a clone. The thunder clone instantly dissipated, Obito screamed, and the camera switched. Obito was in a trance. He saw the young Kakashi kicking him. Bang! He fell to the ground in a mess, barely got up, and saw the young Kakashi holding a kunao and pointing at him. In the distance, the gentle Minato teacher and the lovely Lin were standing. Minato teacher announced the end of the competition and Kakashi won. He stretched out his hand and tried to help Obito up from the ground. Obito was about to reach out and grab. Suddenly, a strange arm grabbed his shoulder. It was the grown-up Obito. The grown-up Obito pushed his young self away and rushed towards Kakashi with the black stick in his hand. Kakashi also raised a kunao and looked at Obito with cold eyes. Obito, your will is still with me. All I can do now is protect Naruto. The inner voiceovers of the two were exposed in the live broadcast room. The audience sighed in shock. The video was edited so well that it made people feel a lot of emotions. The once good relationship turned into a deadly enemy in the blink of an eye. Now I have no choice but to do what I can to protect this world and my companions. Kakashi's eyes flashed with Obito as a child, who was smiling sweetly at him. But a flash of white light passed, and everything changed. Obito held the black stick and stabbed Kakashi's right arm. Kakashi raised the raikiri and pierced Obito's chest. I can only kill Obito now. Kill him. With a puff, the screen went black, and the attacks of both sides penetrated into each other's bodies at the same time. Obito looked ugly and vomited blood. Kakashi opened his eyes safely and released the kunao in his hand. The kunao fell to the ground with a clanking sound. Kakashi's arm trembled as he pulled it out of Obito's chest. He stepped back a few steps, covered his injured arm, and looked at Obito lying on the ground in the distance, his life or death unknown. He endured the pain and pulled out the black stick in his arm. Obito slowly stood up and looked at Kakashi coldly. It's over, Obito. Kakashi looked at Obito, who was bleeding all over his body, and said with heartache. This battle, even if you win. Obito gasped. But I will not give up the victory of the war. After saying that, Obito's body turned into a whirlpool, twisted and disappeared on the spot. Kakashi half knelt on the ground with his head lowered. Mei Terumi, Obito is obviously letting you win. The fourth Raikage I can't understand, why this Obito is letting you win. Minato Namikaze, Obito, what exactly is your plan? Uchiha Obito, humph, wait and see, I will create a perfect world. The video continues. After a whirlpool twisted, Obito fell to the ground in pain, gasping for breath, his eyes gradually blurred. He realized that he was about to die, full of reluctance. Rin was still waiting for him. In the distance, Madara sat cross-legged, looking at Obito with disdain. Waste! Madara said contemptuously, and began to make seals with one hand. Suddenly, countless black sticks exploded from Obito's body, and severe pain spread throughout his body. His body gradually lost control. Uchiha Madara planned to control his body and use the samsara turning technique to revive himself. But how could Obito agree? He was struggling desperately. Obito's handsome face became distorted, and the pain made him dazed. In the white light in the distance, he seemed to see Lin's familiar figure, smiling foolishly at him. Obito's pupils shrank suddenly. He took a deep breath, put his hands together, and shouted at the sky with all his might, as if he was declaring his unwillingness to fate. When the ninja coalition heard this voice, they all looked at Obito in shock. Is that Obito? Uchiha Madara, enough, Obito, you are just my pawn and already, what you need to do is to revive me. Don't be naive here. Senju Tobirama, humph, evil Uchiha, I know you have no good intentions. Senju Hashirama, Madara, have you been deceiving Obito before? Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, you are a little naive, silly and cute. Senju Hashirama, Madara. You also saw that the unity and cooperation of the people in the video is not as evil as you said. Uchiha Madara, that's because everyone has a common enemy. Onaki, alas war is like this. Mist Village civilians, don't you see why Obito turned evil, hypocritical politician? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shodame-sama, calm down. Senju Tobirama, what the monkey said is right, big brother, you should chat with this Uchiha Madara less in the future. Senju Hashirama, I. The video continues. Uchiha Madara is concentrating on controlling Obito. Obito is always his chess piece. He never believes that a chess piece can turn the tables, so how can he be overthrown? Senju Hashirama looked up at Obito in the distance, his eyes became cautious. Madara, want to control Obito to revive? He must not succeed. Hashirama's eyes became more cautious, and then he ordered the ninja coalition in the distance to retreat. The camera switched. Obito clenched his teeth, and his hair gradually turned white. He endured severe pain, and every second was torture. People kept coming to stop Obito. But Uchiha Madara controlled Obito's body to resist. Uchiha Madara's pupils dilated, and a sneer appeared at the corners of his mouth. He was about to be resurrected. Obito gasped and was no longer able to hold on. It really hurts, so tired. A warm light flashed. He saw Lin, Kakashi, and the gentle teacher when they were young. But he, Obito, stood alone by the side, with nothing. Watching Kakashi and Lin go farther and farther. The music became sad at this moment, and the intermittent flute sound brought the audience's emotions into it. Teacher Minato stood gently by the side, looking at Obito. Obito, don't give up, don't you like Lin the most? Minato touched Obito's head. Obito nodded blankly. We will be Hokage together, promise me, can you do it? Minato gently raised his finger and made a pinky promise with Obito. Obito, as a child, also put his hand on it. The camera turned back to reality. Obito was about to extend his little finger. But he saw Minato in front of him holding a kunai and slashing his chest. With a puff, blood splattered. Minato saw the appearance of the person in front of him clearly, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Teacher, long time no see. Obito. Minato's pupils shrank sharply, and the past emerged in his mind. So, it's you. Bang. Obito's body fell, and the people in the distance suddenly quieted down. Since Obito is dead, Uchiha Madara can't be resurrected, right? Senju Tobirama, hey, I didn't expect Obito's ending to be like this. Uchiha Madara, give up, you can't be resurrected. Uchiha Madara, damn it,